Where is the proof? I would love the proof to show up and my God, to say, oh my God, I'm so surprised. That's just amazing. I would love that. But I'm a realist. I don't think it's going to happen, because unless it's one of these two things, a confession by the McCanns or the body of Madeleine being discovered with links back to the McCanns, not just her body discovered, that's not going to prove anything. But a body discovered with something that would link to the McCanns has to be one of those two things.
Or potentially someone turning on the McCanns, someone who the McCanns have confided in, coming forward and giving intel that they did it. How do cold cases get solved, especially ones that seem to be aggressively covered up? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to look at how could the Madeleine McCann case possibly get resolved. And first, we're going to analyze Pat Brown's theory, which is a very realistic theory based in how things actually work in the real world. But then I'm also going to give you a slight glimmer of hope, some way that I think I could contribute to solving the case. And it all boils down to what we're doing here right now. So without further ado, if you don't know who Pat Brown is, she is a criminal profiler, great reputation. I've mentioned her a few times on the channel, and she actually mentioned me in this video that we're going to watch right here. So we'll watch this. We'll analyze her theory about how the Madeleine McCann case could eventually get wrapped up. And notice I'm not using the word solved. I'm saying how it could get wrapped up. And then we'll analyze my theory about how I could potentially help solve the Madeleine McCann case. It would be a very unique, long shot way, but we'll analyze that second. All right, without further ado, let's listen to Pat.
Hello, everyone. This is criminal profiler Pat Brown. And I got this message on YouTube, this comment, and I wanted to read it to you all and respond to it. Here it is. You do great work, Pat. You should get together with Deception Detectives channel on YouTube. The attorney who does statement analysis on the McCanns, fabricated stories, and interviews. You would be a formidable foundation for a team to expose these liars with the undefeatable truth. They have enjoyed 17 years of freedom via 17 years of deception and establishment protection. Sickening. All right.
So before Pat gets into this, if you are the person who commented that to her, great comment. Thank you. I remember I mentioned, I think he was on X, that I would love to collaborate with her. So like I said, I've got the best subscribers. One of you took the idea to her, and I thank you for that. And if you're the one who did that, please comment on this video so I can pin your comment or give you some sort of kudos.
I want to respond to, if I hooked up with a Deception Detective, we would be a formidable foundation for a team to expose these liars. Well, I hate to say this, nothing against Deception Detective. I'm glad he's done his these kind of analyses. I'm glad it's out there. But these analyses have been done before by Peter Hyatt, who is fabulous at doing statement analysis on McCanns. As a matter of fact, if we look back in time, we're talking about a team, a formidable team to fight, to get the truth. We have had Gonzalo Amaral, the original detective on the case, who fought in the beginning to get evidence that the McCanns, because he believed the McCanns were involved in the disappearance 2007 of Madeleine McCann. He worked very hard, bringing them in for interviews, and Kate refused to even answer any of the questions. And dogs were brought in, cadaver and blood dogs, hitting on the McCann's apartment, the vacation flat and the car. He did a lot of work, and he eventually got taken off the case. And he wrote a book, and I don't know how many of you have read his book. He put his book out called The Truth of the Lie. originally in Portuguese. Also, you can get it on online in English in a PDF form. You can just put in "Truth of a Lie" and do a download. He was sued by the McCanns and had.
So you're going to notice the theme here, and I've already watched this video, that Pat gives off a litany of people who have tried to reveal what I believe to be the truth about the McCanns, that they accidentally killed their daughter and then covered it up. Starting with Gonzalo Amaral, the first detective on the case in Portugal, got sued. His book got taken down. Pat's book actually got taken down off of Amazon, and she's going to talk about that. They sent her a cease and desist. And I think that Pat is a realist about this case because she's seen firsthand just how litigious and how aggressive the McCanns are with anyone who challenges their story about the stranger kidnapping. And I've actually experienced some of this myself recently. So once my McCann videos started picking up more heat, and just recently my channel has gotten back to where it was before I left YouTube. So I'm finally, hitting the numbers that I was hitting before, which means that I've been here before. I'm used to this type of attention. When I did my video about Meghan Markle, I had her PR bots attacking my channel. And now I think the McCanns are sending their bots after my channel as well. So for example, while they've not sent a cease and desist to me, I think that they might be too smart for that because they know I'm an attorney. I do see strange bots popping up on my channel like this one that I screenshotted and posted on X, where a bot has taken my profile picture and is trying to comment under every comment on one of my posts with some "what's that number?" Now, this could just be a spam bot, right? Like a scammer who's just recognized that just follows algorithm trends. For example, my account's now back up in the top 2,600 accounts in America on YouTube. So it might just be targeting that. However, I've also seen attention from other types of bots. For example, this one, which I commented about on X, Beth Ryan, which is basically commenting on all my Ramsey's videos. And I just wanted to show this to you here. So this is someone's comment on a Ramsey video. And we have this book, basically, a whole 12 paragraphs of information by a bot with strange punctuation, strange capitalization. So all the telltale signs of a bot: no photo, a username that ends in numbers. So clearly a bot. And what I think this is a bot from a PR firm, from a social reputation firm. So while I've not received legal notices from the McCanns or the Ramseys, because they have no grounds yet, they do, I think, have bots. For example, like here, really is capitalized. And there's ways to spot a bot. There's actually ways to trace a bot. And I'm going to touch on that later because that is how I'm going to segue into the glimmer of hope we have to solve this case. However, just notice that, for example, this name ends in numbers, which is typical of a bot. There's odd capitalization. Also, this Beth Ryan account has commented the exact same comment on multiple comments from my viewers. So that's a Ramsey bot. And then there's similar ones from the McCanns. So all that is to say that I see how aggressive the McCanns and all these people are through their PR firms. I believe these bots are sent by their PR firms. And I am working on a way to prove that, and I'll touch on that later. So I understand why Pat is so dejected about the McCanns, and we're going to hear her theory about how the case can get wrapped up, and then I'll get to my theory about how I could contribute to actually solving the case.
And had his book taken off the market. Then I came along. Oh, by the way, there's another fellow named Tony Bennett. He was an attorney. He put out a booklet. He lived in the UK, quite near them. And he put out a booklet about the disappearance of Madeleine. And they went after him and pretty much tore him up. Then I put out this book, Profile of the Disappearance of Madeleine McCann. And I was also Carter Ruck, that's their attorneys, top libel attorneys in the world. They came after me through Amazon saying my book was libelous. Amazon pulled my book off the market. You can find it any place but Amazon. It is in an ebook form. You can go to Kobo and Smashwords and Apple and get my book, because the McCanns were like, okay, those are smaller places because Amazon's the big place, right? Kate came out with her book and she made a fortune on it. So we have...
As you see, I've only just got onto this case. I didn't know much about it a month ago when I started covering it. But Pat has seen the aggressiveness of the McCanns, which I've gotten a taste of through the bots they sent to my YouTube channel. And she knows a litany of people who have been hounded by the McCanns, right? So if they write a book about it, the book gets taken down. They get accused of libel, defamation. Unfortunately, I don't think Pat actually fought her case. And we're going to get to this later.
We have Gonzalo Amaral fighting for years, bringing out his book. He won in the top court in Europe. So now his book is back on the market. He's written a second one, I believe. I'm not quite sure about the publication of that. Then you had me. You had, with my book, you had Tony Bennett. You had other people doing a lot of work. You have wonderful analyses of Peter Hyatt, who put his career on the line to go up and speak about his belief.
And Peter Hyatt is another statement analyst, one of the best. And if you see my videos, I've mentioned him multiple times. And if you're a member of the channel, he's actually on my short list, along with Pat Brown, of channels I suggested everyone follow. I think there are 2 or 3 other ones on that list.
Belief that when he analyzed the McCann's statements, that they were deceptive, and he believed that they were involved in the disappearance of Madeleine. We have Sonia Poulton out of the UK, who's fought for a long time to bring out facts and the evidence in the case. We have wonderful journalists out of Portugal, and we have Mark Sonokonoko out of Australia. He's done fabulous stuff on this. So if you think one new person, or if I hook up with one person, or 2 people hook up together, we're going to blow this apart, I hate to say, you're wrong.
And Pat is a realist, as I've said multiple times now. So I don't think she's a pessimistic person. She's just given us all the reasons she thinks that anyone who pops up and tries to solve the case will get hammered down, because she's seen it, right? She just gave us a whole litany of people who have been smacked down by the McCanns. However, you will notice that people who fought back, for example, the detective Amaral, eventually won against the McCanns. And he's a detective, not an attorney, so obviously it probably cost him a lot of money to fund that campaign against them. If he didn't have to pay an attorney the entire time, he could go on forever. He could drain the McCanns of money, right? He could drag it on forever. An attorney can really drag out a case.
You're just wrong. Not because people don't care, not because people don't want the truth out there, not because I'm still willing to speak the truth, and so are these other people. The problem is this: Scotland Yard. I wrote about this back when they came in 2011. Scotland Yard opened up the review on the Madeleine McCann case, and I wrote a blog back in 2011. I said, it's over. They have just killed the investigation of Madeleine McCann. And I got a lot of people super angry at me, because they're like, how dare you say that? You know, Scotland Yard's going to do a great job. You're an American. You don't understand how good Scotland Yard is. Why would you say this? The case is going to be solved. That was 2011. It's 2023.
And Pat, in my opinion, was right here. As I said in my video, How to Derail an Investigation, I believe that the British government, once they got involved, particularly once Clarence Thomas came over 2 weeks after Madeleine went missing from the Foreign Office, that is a big reason the entire investigation got derailed. A persuasive powerhouse like Clarence Mitchell is strong enough, is powerful enough to derail an entire investigation. And if you need more convincing about that, do watch this video. I think it's one of my most underrated videos. So I think Pat back then was correct. She predicted that once Scotland Yard got involved, the investigation was going to get derailed. And Clarence Mitchell was actually so persuasive and effective that the McCanns hired him full-time to be their PR guy. And in this video, How to Derail an Investigation, I look into that. And in my last McCann's video, How to Spot a Cover-Up, I actually mentioned that I do believe Clarence Mitchell probably knows the truth about the McCanns because he quit his full-time job with the British government to represent the McCanns full-time. And if he actually believed that Madeleine was kidnapped or missing, that is a very, very poor job choice, a very bad professional move. Because if she had been found the next day, he'd be out of the job. He's not a dumb guy. He's a very intelligent guy. You would imagine that he would want some sort of job security if he's quitting his full-time job to represent the McCanns. And I think that security was his knowledge that Madeleine was likely dead. Will he ever crack and say that? Probably not, right?
They haven't found Jack, but they spent $23 million.
Also, all that is to say, I believe Pat predicted it back when Madeleine went missing that Scotland Yard would derail the investigation. And I think the next prediction she's going to get into here is probably 9 out of 10 times correct, her prediction. And I think that 1 out of 10 times could go the way that I say it might be able to go, which I'm going to touch upon. So just like in Infinity War, if Doctor Who is running all the statistics, Pat's probably going to be right 99 out of 100 times. And I might be right here, or I might have a shot here 1 out of 100 times. So let's listen to her prediction, because this is, so far she's predicted correctly. And another prediction she made in this video, and I also made in my last McCann's video, actually came true the very next day. So we'll get into all that right now.
3 million, not finding anything. However, here's why they screwed the entire case. I'm going to look at Mark Sonokono's article and just read you a couple of lines. Retired detective Colin Sutton, who's also a great guy out of the UK and spoke up. Colin Sutton said Operation Grange was hobbled from the start, and its chances of finding out what happened to the missing girl were diminished. Well, that's a polite way of saying completely screwed. The public remit, this is the whole point, the public remit for Operation Grange sought only to explore an abduction theory with no other possibilities to be investigated. Now, the number one rule for doing any investigations or any review is that you come in with a fresh mind. You start at the very beginning, analyzing every shred of evidence. That's the physical evidence, that's the statement evidence, that's the behavioral evidence, everything you can. Every case I've ever worked on with the police department, I've walked in that door and I say, I don't want to know what you think. And they try to tell me, I go, I really don't want to know. Let me sit down. Here's what I want you to bring me first. I start with the crime scene photos and I work from there, and then I bring in things after that. When I'm finished, I write up my analysis, my profile of the case, what I think happened. Sometimes it'll agree with what the detectives think. And sometimes it does not agree with what the detectives think. I'm not there just to pat backs. I'm there to give a professional opinion. And once I do that, it's in their hands, and they can use my analysis in any way they wish to.
And this is the big flaw with the McCann investigation. Ever since the British got involved, ever since Scotland Yard got involved, all the way till today, which she's going to get into, and I will also point out how my prediction about this was correct, based on nothing but logic, statement analysis, and just common sense. But ever since the beginning, when the Scotland Yard get involved, the focus of the McCann investigation has been focused solely on the narrative the McCanns have been pushing since day one, which is the stranger kidnapper. And if this detective who she's talking about is correct, that tunnel vision persisted by decree. So they basically said, do not look at any other possible avenues besides a stranger kidnapping. In other words, don't look at the parents. And I feel like that has persisted all the way to today, with Christian Brueckner trying to be painted as the fall guy. And let's keep listening. And she's going to make a prediction about Christian Brueckner, one that I made in my last video, that both seem to be coming true.
To forward the case or forward their investigative avenues. All that's grand. But I didn't come in with somebody saying, you can't look at this person and you can't look at that person. You can only look here. Give me a tunnel to look through. No, no, no. That is completely 100% wrong. So Scotland Yard had a remit to not look at the McCanns as being involved in any way, shape, or form. Taking the Tapas people out of the picture as well. Let's not talk to them. Let's not look at anything that could point toward the McCanns. That's ridiculous. That shows me that's a political move and nothing but a political move. Now, on top of this horrific political move from the UK, from Scotland Yard, the Portuguese, by that time, poor Amaral was off the case. The Portuguese government, not the PJ, but the government, because they actually run everything, right, permitted Scotland Yard to come to Portugal and interfere with their investigation. And not only did they allow them to interfere, they allowed them to determine the direction of the investigation, which was, we're going to look for a predator. We're going to look for an abductor. We are not going to look at the McCanns. And once Scotland Yard did that, and they were allowed to do that, it killed the integrity of the entire investigation.
And if you want to know the mechanics of that and how I think that actually worked, make sure to watch my video, How to Derail an Investigation. Because I think Pat is on the money here.
So, and then this goes on year after year after year after year.
Also, importantly, the way I explain it in How to Derail an Investigation is ways that the real world works. How you can actually derail an investigation even with everyone having the best intentions. So there's no Illuminati, Masons, child abuser ring that goes all the way up to the king or to the prime minister. None of that is required to understand how an investigation can get derailed by good intentions, right? The road to hell is paved with good intentions, and I go over that in How to Derail an Investigation. No conspiracy theories required. Also, the McCanns are not the only case that got totally derailed, right? Other series we've analyzed on the channel, right, like Amanda Knox or the Ramseys, those cases also got derailed, which is why they remain unsolved mysteries, because the police, the detectives did a poor job. They got sidetracked. They got derailed by different factors. It's not like the Freemasons are behind all three. All three actually got derailed in similar ways. It's a mix of virtue signaling, incompetence, cowardice, and, as always, money. It's no coincidence that Clarence Mitchell was hired full-time as the McCann's PR person.
The year, it's all about the abductor. And now the media, knowing where their money lies, everything is pro Gerry and Kate McCann. Everything is pro-abduction theory. And anybody who speaks out, like myself, I've done a couple documentaries, and I was liable to death in those suckers. I had my words changed. I had questions. I was asked a question. I gave an answer, and they switched the question out, so my answer was different, the wrong answer for the question. So they went after anybody.
So they did Pat dirty, right? They attacked her, and that factors into her opinion of how this case will get wrapped up, because she's seen it firsthand. She's seen the McCann machine firsthand. I've only seen glimpses of it. I've seen the Ramsey's PR team. I believe that's where these are from. The McCann PR team. I've definitely seen the Meghan Markle PR team. And the interesting thing is that these comments from the PR team, sometimes they get through, but lots of time they get flagged. So as you can see here, these are all held for review. So even YouTube knows that these are likely bot accounts, right? So they're, by bot, I mean robot accounts. Accounts professionally made. Typically what happens is social online reputation teams use these as sort of a black hat way to protect their clients' reputations, to attack anyone who speaks out against their client. Amber Heard had some of these, I think, when I first made my Amber Heard video. Lots of my subjects have these, the celebrity level subjects.
Who did not support the abduction theory. And either you weren't allowed to be in the documentary and speak out, or you got libeled. So, and of course, speaking out doesn't help your career, because there's a whole media push that the McCanns could not be involved in what happened to Madeleine. So,
regarding career attacks, that's part of the reason I've always worn the hat, the glasses, the headphones, to mask my identity, so that I can talk about whoever I want to without worry of social repercussions or getting canceled by crazed fans of whoever I'm talking about, are people who want to be litigious but don't have the stones to attack me. It's one reason I mask my identity. So people like Pat Brown, who go out there with her own name, put a lot on the line. And also, I feel like social, professional reputation, the consequences of talking about people who are very litigious, like the McCanns or the Ramseys, especially Burke Ramsey, factors into people's heads, whether they realize it or not. For example, the Behavior Panel, a very big YouTube channel with 4 body language analysts, decided that they thought the McCanns were innocent. Even though this is like my 13th video on the McCanns, to me, they are very unsophisticated liars. It's very easy to point out where they've scripted a story, leakage that slips out from them, even just contextual inconsistencies in the things they allegedly did when they thought a kidnapper had their daughter. They did things that you wouldn't do if you actually believed your daughter was kidnapped. All the way down to people they hire, like Clarence Mitchell. If he actually believed Madeleine was kidnapped, would you really expect him to quit his job to work for them full time? What if she was found the next day? He'd be out of the job. It just logically, through deductive, common sense reasoning, it's clear that reasonable people can see the truth about the McCanns. And I feel like the Behavior Panel could also see the truth, but they might be worried about social repercussions from even something as small as like, hey, you accused 2 parents of killing their daughter, you're bad, down to actually getting sued by the McCanns. So what Pat's saying here is true. Social repercussions, even if a lawsuit isn't filed, can scare people off. That's just part of cancel culture as well, right? People are scared to say their opinions if they use their real name. Because someone can go after your family, they can go after your business, they can try to get your bank accounts frozen, they can come after people who advertise on your channel. You'll notice how I don't have any sponsors, right? My channel is growing. I had 1 sponsor before I left YouTube, and no sponsors have come back ever since I started covering the McCanns. Now, maybe that's a coincidence.
Oh, even shows that I did, like Nancy Grace. I was on Nancy Grace like 3 times a week for like a decade. I wasn't even allowed to be on my own. The show I always did, because Nancy knew that I believed that the evidence supported the McCann's involvement. I wasn't allowed on the show. I'm not saying Nancy, maybe the producers, but whatever. I wasn't allowed on any American show outside of Montel Williams in the early days to speak about this case. I was shut out. Gonzalo and I tried to write a book together, went to my agent with that, and she tried to get a publisher, and not one U.S. publisher would touch the book because they were afraid of the repercussions legally. They were going to get sued. They were afraid of that. They didn't want to be Carter Rucked. So the whole media jumped on board to support. Now that Scotland Yard says it's an abduction, we're out there to say it is an abduction. And now time has gone on, and the Germans have jumped in with Christian Brueckner because we have their prosecutor who wants to make a name for himself, even though he has no evidence to support his conclusions. And Mark Sonoko really took him to task. He's got a great interview. Just tear him up, and putting him on. And it's like he couldn't answer any of the questions. It was great. So Christian Brueckner, there's no evidence supporting that he had anything to do with the disappearance of Madeleine.
So here's Pat's prediction. She's predicted, right? She predicted Scotland Yard getting involved would derail the investigation. She was correct. Now she's predicting that they will go after Christian Brueckner, which they are doing.
Madeleine McCann.
And now let's see how she thinks it will all end. How does she think this cold case, in her experience, and she is very experienced, how does she think this cold case will end? And like I said earlier, 9 times out of 10, 99 out of 100 times, the way she predicts it is going to be correct. And the one time it might actually turn out differently, and I could have a hand in it, I will go over, right? But if you're betting, bet with Pat Brown on this one.
But now they're jumping on board. So here's the problem. In 2023, which is 16 years from the time Madeleine disappeared, going on almost 17 years, unless one of the McCanns confesses, unless Madeleine's body is found with something linking back to the McCanns, like she's found in like Jerry's sports bag, unless one of these two things happen, any case that would go to court would be highly circumstantial. And no.
So Pat is mostly right here. If one of the McCanns confesses, case closed. You can close it and say the McCanns did it. However, if the McCanns confided the truth to anyone, for example, someone they hired, but not an attorney, someone who does not have a fiduciary duty to them, right? An attorney can't go rat out his clients. But let's say someone they hire, for example, someone to do their PR, a spin doctor. Let's say the spin doctor was about to get in big trouble, for example, or the spin doctor was offered a lot of money. Would a spin doctor, a PR person, someone who's not an attorney, no fiduciary duty, but might know the truth on the McCanns, rat them out? Possibly, right? It's always possible that someone might do the right thing if they know the truth. How do you get them to do that?
And no prosecutor in the right mind is going to take that to court when Scotland Yard, one of the top agencies in the police agencies in the world, highly respected, has said it's not the McCanns, it's an abduction. And you got the Germans jumping on board saying it's not the McCanns, it's an abduction. And you got Portugal for years allowing everybody else to basically run the show. And they've kept quiet. Some people think, oh, they're working on it secretly. No, they're not. They're just not. Because if they were, they would speak up. It's their case. And when they let these guys in for political reasons, not the PJ, I'm not blaming anybody that's on the police level. When the politicians...
And I agree with Pat. I think that most cops are good. Most detectives want to find the truth. However, as I went over in my video, How to Derail an Investigation, people can be pressured or cajoled or browbeaten and convinced that allowing a lead to dissipate is the right thing to do. And I think that might be what happened with the foot soldier police, right? The ground level detectives and police. I feel like the pressure is coming from above, from the politicians, and the politicians do not want to be seen as people who accuse parents of killing their children, because if they're wrong about that, they look like villains. So they take the low stakes position of supporting the parents of a missing child. And if it turns out that those parents did murder the child or accidentally killed their child, oh well, I believe in humanity. I can't believe they did that. whoopsies. So when in reality, that's a cowardly thing to do if you believe that they accidentally killed their daughter. So I think the brave thing to do is, instead of looking at the parents as victims, actually think about the real victim. The real victim here is Madeleine McCann. She's the one who has actually suffered. And people like Pat, Peter Hyatt, Gonzalo Amaral, myself, we haven't lost sight of that. When I'm trying to get to the truth, I'm trying to get to the truth for Madeleine's sake, not to spare the feelings of the parents, or really that's all it is, right? Or not to look like a bad guy. I have plenty of comments saying, oh, how heartless you are to accuse these poor parents. Look what they've been through. And now they have you talking about them. They're not the victims to me. Based on my analysis, I don't think they're the victims. The real victim is Madeleine. That's the person at the end of the day who's the real victim, who, once you lose sight of that, it's easy to get distracted. You have to remember who the real victim is. And then if you lose sight of that, you start losing sight of who your actual suspect should be. Because then you start feeling bad. Well, should I really accuse this person of it?
Politicians of Portugal allowed Scotland Yard to come in.
And just remember, everyone says, for anyone who says, the McCanns have cleared their name, they've been proven innocent. Even in the court of law, you don't prove someone innocent. You don't have enough proof to prove they're guilty, so you find them not guilty. Unless someone has an alibi, there is no proof of innocence. That's not a real thing. You're either guilty or not guilty. And all depends on what the prosecutor can prove in their case. Also, the McCanns have never been deposed. I don't think anyone's had the opportunity to sit down and do a deposition with them one-on-one under oath. And lots of times, if you're going to get a confession or a misstatement out of anyone, or a contradiction between two conspirators, that's how you do it, through the deposition. And I'm very surprised there's been zero because they've never been countersued. Or have they? I don't know. Has anyone ever countersued them on any of these frivolous claims they make? If anyone has, let me know. I feel like the only one is Gonzalo Amaral, and I do not know if he actually had the opportunity to depose them as part of his countersuit, as part of his defense, or was he just defending?
Come in and take over their case. Make their determinations to be the public determinations of what happened in this case. That case was lost. Lost, gone, and dead. As dead as Madeleine. I know that's not what everybody wants to hear. It's like being that messenger that everybody wants to, shoot down, and say, well, you're just a negative person. We always have to have faith, and blah, blah, blah. I'm a realist. I've been around on this case for a really long time. And would I wish that the truth has been out there as far as evidence goes, but absolute proof, which is why it hasn't hit a court of law. Where is the proof? I would love the proof to show up and my God, to say, oh my God, I'm so surprised. That's just amazing. I would love that. But I'm a realist. I don't think it's going to happen, because unless one of these two things, a confession by the McCanns or the body of Madeleine being discovered with links back to the McCanns, not just her body discovered, that's not going to prove anything. But a body discovered with something that would link to the McCanns has to be one of those two things.
Or potentially someone turning on the McCanns, someone who the McCanns have confided in, coming forward and giving intel that they did it. That's a third option. And how do you get someone to do that? How do you apply enough incentive or enough pressure, a carrot or a stick?
For this to be enough proof for any prosecutor to actually prosecute the McCanns. Other than that, it's not going to happen. And worse, it might just be that Brueckner will take a deal, say he did it, and everybody will go home happy, except the people that think that that's not true. But it would end the case in a way that it shouldn't be ended. But I've always thought that they were going to find a fall guy for this case. It was going to either be a dead pedophile or somebody who would take a plea deal, somebody who's believable enough. I mean, Brueckner's a piece of crap. He's a psychopathic rapist. Could he have kidnapped her or child like her? Sure. I'm not saying he's not the kind of guy who might do it. I'm just saying there's no evidence pointing toward Brueckner, and there's no evidence of an abduction, and all the evidence points back toward what happened that night with the McCanns and the tapas.
All right, so Pat Brown's prediction of how this will all end, according to this video, right, what she's saying here, is that they're going to find a fall guy, a convenient person who's believable enough to have done it, who's already a criminal who's going to spend the rest of their life in jail anyway. So there's no guilt about pinning it onto this person, right? Pinning it onto this sacrificial lamb. And this person will basically take a plea deal, or they'll pin it on someone who's dead so they can't fight back. And I feel like that's what was happening with Christian Brueckner. So in my last McCann's video, How to Spot a Cover-Up, I actually went over a news report that was something like 4 months old about where the media was talking about how Christian Brueckner confessed to kidnapping Maddie, right? That's what the little chyron at the bottom of the screen said, right? Madeleine, confession, Christian Brueckner says she didn't even scream. And I basically, in that video, showed you how to spot fake news and tore apart that story and showed you how to see through the priming that the media does, right? They prime you to believe what comes up next, when in reality, if you just heard what they were saying without all the priming and without all the buried caveats, you would see through the house of cards how weak it is, right? So I pointed out that was not at all the confession, nor was the guy reporting it reliable. Right after my video premiered, like literally an hour later, something like that, after I premiered my video to you guys, because I always do a live premiere with new videos, just like I'm doing right now if you're watching this during the premiere. Right after that, this story came out that key witness, Helge Busching, who I said was unreliable, shouldn't be trusted, and I basically showed you guys how to spot that yourselves, right? It's not like I had any inside knowledge. I was watching the same news report as you guys. And based on what I saw in that heavily biased news report, I was able to show you guys how to spot an unreliable, basically fake news spin. Right after my video premiered, what do we have? An article from the Mirror, Madeleine McCann, key witness who made chilling claim, investigated for false evidence. In my video, How to Spot a Cover-Up, where I was analyzing that news report, I said in that video that if I were Christian Brueckner's attorney, I would go after this informant for his credibility. And it looks like Christian Brueckner's attorney did just that. That he went after that informant's credibility. And now that that guy, Helge Busching, is being charged, I think, with perjury, right? With giving false, whatever their equivalent is in Germany, with giving false evidence. So why is that a glimmer of hope? It's a glimmer of hope because it looks like Christian Brueckner actually has competent representation, that his lawyer is actually fighting for him rather than negotiating a plea deal. So in that video, How to Spot a Cover-Up, in that news report, they said that Christian Brueckner has another court case coming up for another assault he did, and I predicted that if his lawyers were not actually fighting for him, what they would do is they would try to make a plea deal with the prosecutors to give him a lighter sentence on that other case if they could prove it, as long as he just admitted to kidnapping Madeleine. Right? So they would pin it on him with his consent, and they had the leverage to do it by offering him a lighter sentence on this other case they're about to prosecute him for. But now it looks like Christian Brueckner's attorney is actually fighting for him, which means that they might not have the convenient fall guy they wanted, which means that there is still a chance to push this case forward with the McCanns, and people who believe they did it now continue to have an opportunity to try to prove it. So that is one glimmer of hope, that the fall guy everyone predicted is not falling as easily as they predicted. However, he could still fall, right? But at least here's one glimmer of hope, that the plea deal isn't going down as easily as everyone anticipated. I like to think my video had something to do with it, but I doubt Christian's attorney watches my live premieres. So I think it's just a case of two attorneys being on the same wavelength, right? All the red flags were there about that Held pushing guy. It wasn't hard to do. It is just odd that, the one odd thing though is that that news report was something like 4 months old. And the day after I did that analysis, we get this pushback. Coincidence? Probably.
You don't have to go to court to close a case. All you need to do is have people believe that you found the person. You can close a case administratively with a dead pedophile. You can do that. We all the evidence points here, we're closing the case because we know who it is. We just know he's already dead, so we can't do anything. Or with a false confession from somebody who will take the hit because they're going to get something out of it.
Right. So as Pat says there, it is easy to close the case in the mind of the populace as long as it's believable. And so far, Christian Brueckner is putting up a fight against the claim that he took Madeleine. So that's one silver lining. Let's let Pat finish up, and then we'll get into my second silver lining, the long shot. But I just want to put it out there. I know it's a long shot, but it is one angle we could take.
In which case the case closes down, and the media will say hooray, hooray, and the McCanns will say thank you, we finally got the answer. And that truth that people think is going to come out? Probably not. I'd like to be wrong. Maybe I will be. But I think meanwhile, I'm not saying people shouldn't keep up the discussion, keep the evidence out there. I'm perfectly fine with that. If new people want to come along and discuss this kind of things, I'm grand with that. But I personally think that I've already done my piece. I've written a book and I've written a ton of blogs. You can find them at the Daily Profiler. And I do speak out once in a while on YouTube when there's something to say. I will link my video on the general case below. But I don't have a lot of high hopes. I don't. And I'm not going to spend, a whole lot of time reviewing everything that that's already out there, and is probably not going to bring the case to a courtroom with the McCanns, sitting there as defendants. But anyway, those are my thoughts. I just wanted to say that. Thank you for being here. If you haven't been here before, please do subscribe to the channel. Check my playlist. I got a lot of cases outside of the McCanns that I do analyze and helps people understand the whole process of criminal profiling and crime scene analysis. And I might be back to speak on the case, but only if there's some major breaking news. And thank you.
So if you haven't subscribed to Pat, I suggest subscribing to her. Check her out. Let her know I sent you. I think she's got lots of good stuff to say. All right, so what angle do we have? How could I help in the case against the McCanns? So as you know, I'm here to teach you how to spot lies and manipulation. It's not my job to go prosecute a case, right? I'm not a puncher. People like CoffeeZilla are punchers, right? They come to YouTube, they expose liars, and they go after them. And that takes a lot of effort. It's a certain type of character. I think CoffeeZilla might be the best at it on YouTube. But I'm not a puncher. I use these cases as examples to teach you how to spot lies and manipulation in your daily life. I don't have skin in the game when I come to a case and start analyzing it. However, I don't like bullies. I'm a counterpuncher. If someone comes after me, then I will go after them tit for tat. So when I see bots coming to my channel, trying to affect my channel's ranking in the algorithm, or commenting, harassing things to my subscribers under their comments, that is a form of harassment. And if I continue to see these bots and I'm able to trace them back to where they come from, now I have a case for harassment. I don't send bots to other people's channels. Bots are against the YouTube terms of service, and creating bots specifically to attack someone's reputation or to influence the ability of their channel to operate is a form of harassment. So I do believe that the McCanns, Ramseys, any of these celebrity level accused people do have PR firms. And if I am able to trace a bot back to one of those PR firms, now I have some leverage against that PR firm. And if I believe someone at that PR firm might know the truth, might know something, and I'm able to get them to trade their information in order for me not to go on the offensive against them, I will do that. So right now, and also regarding these bots, this is a tactic that companies do use. For example, HBO was recently exposed for using bots to troll critics of their shows through leaving comments on reviewers' channels, right? So bot comments, disingenuous comments trying to ruin the reviewer's reputation, trying to dissuade their followers from subscribing to them, trying to make things personal. So when I see the comments with the fingerprint of a bot on them, if I continue to see that, I will forensically trace them back to the best of my abilities, right? Even if I have to hire a private investigator. So that could be a new angle to the case if I am able to get leverage on one of these PR firms and someone at that PR firm knows the truth. Now let's spend 10 minutes looking at some of the top comments from the last McCann's video. I think this is one of the most fun segments on the channel now, and it definitely has really good retention, so obviously you guys enjoy this portion of it. So I'm just going to read the top 5 comments from my video titled How to Spot a Cover-Up and react to them. We'll spend about 10 minutes here. All right, so the top comment is, let's see. All right, so this top comment is from a member. Thank you for being a member, Sophia Bredland. If your child was kidnapped/taken, one of the worst things any parent could imagine would be if said child was in a pedo ring, in my opinion. That's why it always stuck out to me as extremely strange that the McCanns seemed to take comfort in this story. They said that Maddie being missing, was hard in the beginning, but after a few days they, and I'm paraphrasing, knew she was alive, and they could get rest in that knowledge. Yes, Sophia has a good point here. The comment's a lot longer, so I'm just going to cut it off there and react to that portion. In one of the interviews I analyzed with the McCanns, they made a very bizarre comment where the interviewer asked them, as more time goes by, do you continue to have hope? Something along those lines. And they responded by saying, we're actually gaining strength. So each day that passes with Madeleine missing, they're gaining strength, which I thought was a very bizarre thing to say. Because if your child's missing, the longer they remain missing, the chances of finding them alive go down. And after the first 48 hours, it plummets. And I'm sure they would have known that since they were in communication with detectives. I feel like their response there, where we gain strength every day that goes by, was actually an example of leakage, where they were leaking the truth because each day that went by without Madeleine being discovered meant it was another day that their alibi was checking out. that they weren't getting discovered as her actual killers, and that they were basically getting away with covering up Madeleine's death. That's my opinion of it. So I feel like Sophia picked out a very good example of a bizarre response from the McCanns, which, if you understand the concept of leakage, makes more sense. Great comment. And then let's just take a quick look at the replies here. Okay. This is the second comment, seriously 5570. Also, Kate reported that on the morning of the disappearance, Maddie had asked why her mom didn't come when one of the twins was crying the night before. Kate used this to imply that the children had been disturbed the previous night, possibly by the kidnapper. But as the working theory is, there was no kidnapping, but an accidental overdose of sedative. An upping of the dose would have given... okay, so basically... An upping of the dose to the children the following night to ensure they slept through while they were out at dinner could explain how Madeleine ended up overdosed and sadly dying. So this is an interesting theory. When it comes to the sedatives, if you've seen this series, I believe that Kate administered the sedative to Madeleine, and it ended up killing Madeleine. And there's some theories about the sedative. Personally, so some of the theories I see in the comments are that they double dosed Madeleine. So for example, Kate gave Madeleine a dose of sedative, and then Gerry gave her a dose of sedative, and the double dose killed her. However, in the language, Kate always seems to express a lot more guilt about what happened to Madeleine. Whereas if she were actually kidnapped, it was both of their decision to leave her alone in the bedroom while they went to the tapas bar. So if Madeleine were actually kidnapped, it was a mutual decision by the parents, and they should share the blame equally. But Kate always switches into the personal I when she's talking about guilt about what happened to Madeleine. And I think that's because Kate, who was an anesthetist by trade, administered the sedative to Madeleine, and I don't think Gerry administered any to her. So how could Madeleine have died? Seriously has a good theory that maybe they doubled or gave her more dosage the night she passed away because Madeleine was waking up. I think some other comments said that people heard screams from the room the night before. So they decided to administer a little bit more sedative to her that night, and it ended up being too much. Personally, I feel like it was the same amount of sedative. When you're sedating someone, many factors come into play. For example, they were on vacation, so they were not in their home. When you give someone the same amount of drug in a different location, they're more likely to overdose. So if someone takes heroin in their house every day, and then they take it, they go to rehab and then they take it somewhere else, in like a halfway house, they're much more likely to die even with the same dosage, just because they're doing it in a different location, in different circumstances, and it hits them differently. So for example, they were in Portugal, maybe Madeleine was going to bed a little bit later than usual, or was more dehydrated than usual from playing out on the beach all day, and it just hit her differently, and it was unanticipated. So I do think it was an accident, and I don't think Madeleine necessarily had to have had more sedative than normal in order for it to hit her the wrong way, to hit her stronger than usual. All right, so Seriously's on a roll here. Third comment from Seriously5570. That the McCanns left the twins alone in the apartment to search for Madeleine is not only something parents would not do if they were certain a kidnapper has taken their daughter, as it is likely they sedated their children nightly to socialize at dinner and Maddie then died due to an accidental overdose. They would also not have wanted to get the other two children up out of their cots because it would have been clear to everyone that the twins had in fact been sedated. That's interesting. So I've pointed to this out in other videos, right? When I talk about how the McCanns didn't act appropriately in the context, right? If their child were actually kidnapped, you would expect them to at least take the twins with them while they were looking for Madeleine if they actually believe she were kidnapped, because the kidnapper might be still in the area. Maybe she just walked in on him taking Madeleine, and now he wants to poke his head back in and take the twins too. So you would expect, if they really believed that Madeleine had been kidnapped, for them to take the twins with them while they search for Madeleine, because they don't know how many kidnappers there are, or if that kidnapper will come back. And this is one of the reasons lying is so hard, because the McCanns, I believe the kidnapping made up the hoax kidnapping. And when you make up a story, it's very hard to act 100% appropriately, because you have to put yourself into the mindset of someone who's actually in that situation, which is really, really hard. And as I always point out lately, even blockbuster movies with multiple script writers, multiple script supervisors, unlimited time to come up with a story, unlimited budget, still have plot holes. Fabricating an airtight story is virtually impossible. So two parents panicking and coming up with a hoax as best as they can on the fly are obviously not going to make that story airtight. Leaving the twins behind was, if this were a movie, a plot hole. Right? It would be pointed out on IMDb. If a kidnapper actually took the daughter, they would have not let the kids alone in the room. I agree. And seriously has a good theory as to why, even if they realized that was a mistake, why they wouldn't have done it. Because if they sedated all three children routinely, the twins would have been like dolls, right? They'd be floppy, catatonic. So that might be a reason they left them in the bed while they searched for Maddie. Even though they knew it would harm the credibility of their story, of their alibi, it wasn't worth the risk of everyone seeing the twins totally out of it, right? Basically looking drugged or drunk, depending on the sedative they were administering. All right, next comment. Tina. I've seen lots of comments from Tina. I've learned so much from this DD. I can't say thank you enough. I'm no longer a conspiracy theorist with the government stuff. I'm glad to hear that. I found you looking for lessons on statement analysis, and you have truly educated me. I wish you much continued success and growth. Thank you. Thank you, Tina. And I am happy to hear that I was able to get you off of the conspiracy theory stuff. When people are looking for the truth, and I've been invited onto other channels to do interviews, and I look at the other guests they have, and some of the other guests they have are like body language people, conspiracy theorists, and I don't want to be associated with that. So I feel like one of the best ways to ruin my credibility or ruin Pat Brown's credibility, for example, since we talked about her in this video, is to come to their channel and talk about Freemasons, or talk about how you had a vision of Madeleine floating in the water, because it attaches the stigma of voodoo to what is actually a proven science. Statement analysis, deductive reasoning, logic are all proven sciences, right? These can be taught at the FBI and are taught at the FBI. So when people bring up the conspiracy theories about Gerry being a Freemason, I refer them to that video where I actually debunked that theory. Well, not necessarily debunked it. I don't buy into conspiracy theories when things can be explained through just simple logic and incentives that people have. People are incentivized by money. People are incentivized by looking good, which is why so many people virtue signal. So all the stuff regarding the McCanns can be explained by just normal, everyday incentives. So thank you for that comment. All right, let's see. Margaret Connery. This will be the last comment we read. I'm really glad that you came back onto YouTube again. Your content is compulsive viewing and interesting. I truly believe that the parents were involved and has been covered up. I'm sick and tired of corrupt cops handling these crimes. Thank you for the comment. Yeah, I'm glad to be back on YouTube. I think with the new format, the direction is clearer. And I'm glad everyone is enjoying the longer format videos. because I feel like it's a lot more useful for people to be able to recognize on the fly rather than me doing a sort of pre-analysis and then teaching you rules. This way you can actually learn by osmosis. And because it's in podcast mode, you can listen to it. So I get lots of comments of people saying they listen to these videos, they just put a playlist on when they're going to bed and listen as they're falling asleep, or listen while they're at the gym, or listen while they're doing chores. And I feel like that's the best way to absorb the lessons, just through osmosis, through hearing examples and me explaining the examples. So I'm glad to be back. And as I said, I'm back to where I was before I took my break. Similar number of views. And I'm starting to see the bot activity again. Right, so not every video gets bot activity, which is a big red flag about bots. All right, so thank you for everyone who commented. Let me know if you like this segment. And let me know what you think about those silver linings I pointed out about the case. I just wanted to give everyone hope out there, people who want to solve the case. Just know that there's always angles if you look hard enough. But if you're betting, I would suggest betting with Pat Brown. 99 out of 100 times, her prediction about this whole thing is correct, just based on the way the investigation has gone. So part of the reason I'm doing this video is because I get so many questions about why the McCanns do so many interviews, why they wrote a book, why they raise money for their fund. And if they are raising money for their fund, is it a grift or a scam or a con? And at this point, I think this lines up with my theory, right? They don't think she's going to be found. So what's the point of the fund? I think the point of the fund is to have control of the narrative. As long as they have enough money to sue anyone who suggests that they did it, like they sued Sonia Poulton, like they got Pat Brown's book taken down off of Amazon, like they got Amaral, the detective at the head of the case, they tried to sue him for libel and stop his books from getting published. So the fund allows them to control the narrative. The same reason that they do interviews, because it allows them to control the narrative. The same reason they wrote the book. Is the McCann Fund a scam? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to analyze an interview the McCanns did with Channel 4 News around 2 years after Madeleine went missing. I have not watched this interview. I've seen clips of it, and I think it is extremely revealing. So without further ado, let's listen.
Thing to tell.
You're calling for a review of the investigation. Explain to us why.
I think the first thing to tell the general public is that the authorities haven't been doing anything proactive in the search for Madeleine for well over 2 years now. And we think it's fundamental for any major incident case review is undertaken to look at all the avenues that could be explored that might lead to new information coming.
Already we're off to a bad start. The journalist asked Gerry, why do you want Madeleine's case reviewed? And listen to how he describes the case. Remember, part of the analysis we do is the unexpected versus the expected. So when a subject is asked a question, we can anticipate what a reasonable average person might respond. For example, if I were Gerry, I would say, I want it reviewed because my daughter hasn't been found yet. Right? Or I want it reviewed because my daughter might still be out there. So let's listen to the words he uses to describe the case and his major complaints about what's happened. This should be very revealing. So if you picked up on it, comment below. Or if you're watching this on a premiere, let me know in the live chat. Which words did he use that were red flags, that were unexpected?
Tell the general public is that the authorities haven't been doing anything proactive in the search for Madeleine for well over 2 years now. And we think it's fundamental for any major incident.
any major incident. So rather than talking about Madeleine's specific case, which is a kidnapping, as far as they are concerned, right? As far as the McCanns have said since day one, Madeleine was abducted, kidnapped, taken. But here, he uses the word incident when describing her case. An incident is a very broad concept. And I think he used that word because of leakage, because you always speak based on everything you know. So in his mind, what happened to Madeleine was an incident. Specifically, I think what happened to Madeleine was an accident. I think they accidentally killed their daughter and then covered it up in order to protect their family unit and to protect the remaining twins from being potentially taken from them or put into foster care while their parents go to jail. So just notice he describes Madeleine's alleged kidnapping as an incident. And I think that's very telling.
Case review is undertaken to look at all the avenues that could be explored that might lead to new information coming into the inquiry.
You say that they've been doing nothing proactive. What have they been doing for the last two and a half years? People might be surprised to hear that.
Well, I think if information comes in, certainly to the British authorities, that if they're able to, they will have a look at it. And if they feel it's necessary, they'll send it over to Portugal. But they're actually waiting for information to come in rather than trying to bring information in that could find it.
Do you think it makes it difficult for them, though, because you have got your own private investigators looking for your daughter? Does that make the relationship with the police difficult?
It shouldn't. I mean, it's not competition. They should be working together, if anything. The fact, if there wasn't private investigators, there'd be absolutely no one looking for this. So I don't see why. It's not a threat. We don't.
So listen to how he describes the search for Madeleine. He says, looking for this. Remember, we're doing this analysis on the fly. So everything I'm doing here, if you've binged all my videos, you should be able to do this as well. And the reason I came back to YouTube is to teach people how to spot deception on the fly, because the average person doesn't have time to do a deep dive into a statement the way I used to do on my earliest videos before I left YouTube. If you can't recognize this stuff on the fly, chances are once the news report is over or once you've finished reading the tweet or the headline, the misleading information will already be in your head. Right? You'll already be biased and predisposed towards believing it because you read something and you didn't spot that it was deceptive, and now it's very hard to change your mind. So spotting the deception in real time is the key. It's the entire point to my channel. There's so much information now coming at us all the time that if you can't spot it on the fly and weigh your odds of it being deceptive or honest, you're going to lose more often than you're going to win. You're going to be misled and misinformed simply because you accepted something without at least weighing the possibility or weighing the odds that is deceptive based on the words that were used. So listen again, he's talking about his alleged missing daughter. She's been missing for 2 years. Children have been found decades later. There is no reason for him to consider Madeleine dead. There's no evidence she was dead. Right? If she was kidnapped, she could still be out there.
Working together, if anything. The fact, if there wasn't private investigators, there'd be absolutely no one looking for this. So I don't.
Looking for this. So instead of saying looking for Madeleine, he says this. He refers to Madeleine as this. And once again, I believe this is leakage, just like we saw earlier when he said it was an incident. The words he's picking are picked in milliseconds. So he says this instead of Madeleine. That suggests he might be picturing a dead body. He might already know that Madeleine is dead. So he's picturing her as a cadaver somewhere, and he uses the word this instead of Madeleine. As soon as she died, she stopped being Madeleine. Then she became this. So notice, a change in words is a change in reality. That's a fundamental concept of statement analysis that we looked at with Bob Lazar, we looked at with Bob Gimlin with Bigfoot, and we also see it in true crime cases. If someone starts referring to their child as this, it indicates a change in their reality. The parent might know something. They might know that Madeleine is no longer Madeleine. Madeleine is now this. So listen out for any time they use Madeleine's name or when they use a different word to describe her. And let's see if we can make anything of that.
I don't see why. It's not a threat. We don't have the resources. They don't have statutory powers. So there's a lot more the authorities can do. We do have people, though, on the end of a phone line looking at emails, interviewing witnesses, and generally following up new lines of inquiry. And they've passed a number of those on to the authorities. But this is an unsolved, serious case, and particularly given the profile, we think that.
Right. So this is a case. He's not saying, my daughter's out there. My daughter's still missing. Right? He's using terms like case, incident, this. These are highly impersonal words. Words we would not expect from someone who's talking about finding their missing daughter. To him, it's not a case, right? If your kid is missing, it's not a case to you. It's a personal, highly personal, extreme situation that you are in, and the this in the thing is your daughter, is Madeleine. Right? This isn't just another police case to you. To you, it should be everything. Unless you know that she's never going to be found, in which case this is all moot, it's all for show, and potentially a grift. And just to be clear, this is all my opinion. So when I say eventually, because I've seen a clip of this, that I think the McCann Fund may be a grift, and I explain why, that does not mean 100% that it is. It's just my opinion. Or if I say that I think they killed their children, that I think they accidentally killed Madeleine, that's my opinion.
That a full case review should be undertaken, and that has to be collaborative with the Portuguese authorities.
Leicestershire Police have said to us that they haven't shelved the investigation because it was never their investigation to shelve, because it's being led by the Portuguese. What more do you expect Leicestershire Police to do?
I think it's important to say, although Portugal has primacy with regards to the investigation, it doesn't mean that there isn't things that the British authorities can do. And certainly a review is one of the crucial, significant things that they can take part in.
I think what we're asking for today is for the governments to do more. Leicestershire have largely played their part, and they've done that to the best of their ability. But this needs to be done at higher level. It needs to be done between the governments, and there has to be an agreement and parameters set in terms of a review, how it's going to be done, and what it leads to. And the last Home Secretary, Alan Johnson.
So remember, in his mind, the things they can do are to review the case, right? They can collaborate, they can review, they can work together. But it never occurs to him to say they can find Madeleine, right? They can find her. They can catch the guy who took her away. In his mind, the whole point of this ends at getting the governments to collaborate, which is interesting, right? It's more leakage. It's the truth in the lie. He's revealing what he thinks the final outcome of all this should be. And the final outcome does not end with Madeleine being found. It ends with getting the Portuguese and British police to collaborate, to getting the governments to review the file. And in his mind, that seems to be the ultimate end goal, which is not what you would expect from someone who actually believes his daughter may still be out there and may still be recovered.
Ordered a scoping exercise that was undertaken by.
Also, whenever I do a McCann's video, I get lots of new subscribers and viewers, and thank you to everyone who is subscribing, who does check out my videos, and then who goes on and watches the entire playlist to see how we develop the analysis. But since there are always so many new viewers whenever I do a McCann's analysis, I just want to point out that here we are only looking at the words of the McCanns, right? So I'm not interpreting what they say or putting words into their mouth or considering outside evidence. I'm simply listening very closely to what they say and pointing it out to you, or I'm listening closely to what they say to see if they use words that are empirically correlated with deception, right? So words that people use when they are lying, whether they use those words in order to persuade because they know they're lying. So liars often feel like they won't be believed because they know that they're lying, so they use persuasive words. Or they use words that indicate that they shouldn't be believed, like when they say sort of or kind of, or I think, I feel, I suspect, right? All those prefaces mean that you cannot necessarily take what they say at face value. So here, I'm just pointing out that in his mind, the most they can get out of all this, out of this fund and all the activity they're doing about trying to reopen the investigation, is to get the governments to collaborate. He has not mentioned anything about them actually being able to find Madeleine. And then we have to use our deductive reasoning to figure out why that might be. And one reason why that might be is because he knows Madeleine is dead. He knows that she's buried somewhere where she will never be discovered. And I've gone over that in many videos, so you can see my full theory about where she is. And a potential idea to be able to find her. Right, a long shot. So I'm just pointing that out, right? So keep listening for if he thinks any of this will actually lead to her being discovered. And he still could, right? I've not watched this. Or if it all ends at just getting the British police to potentially have more influence on the Portuguese police.
By CEOP, and as far as we can see, after 6 months, nothing's been done with that scoping exercise, and we just don't think that's acceptable.
So the previous Home Secretary looked into the feasibility of having a review. Has there been a change in the attitude of the new government now that we've had a change of government?
Well, it's difficult to know because we're not getting any metrics to measure what the government are doing. Again, so there's no timelines, there's no deliverables, and time's just ticking on. We were told that we would be told the contents of that report. We haven't seen it, we haven't been told, and really, although the government say there are sensitivities, we fully understand that, but they should be doing more, and they should be responsible for ensuring that Madeleine gets the best investigation possible.
Wow. You can't write that. So listen, the ultimate goal is to have the government ensure that Madeleine gets the best investigation possible. Not that Madeleine gets found or that the kidnapper gets caught. Simply that she gets the best investigation possible. This is 3 times now that he's had the opportunity to tell us the ultimate goal of all this is to get Madeleine found. But he always stops short of saying that. He's more concerned with ensuring all the procedures are followed, all the metrics are delivered, all the deliverables are sent to him. If his daughter were really out there, it wouldn't matter if they didn't send a single metric, a single deliverable. The only deliverable the father of a missing child wants is his child delivered back to him. Right? He's not in the minutia of the investigation and ensuring that all the protocols are followed. Now, does this mean he knows for a fact that Madeleine is dead? Of course not. But if I'm betting my poker chips, I'm all in at this point in my series, right? We are 17 videos in that they know Madeleine is dead. And the fact that he is not even considering the idea that she might be found or the kidnapper might be caught when he's talking about the end goal of their entire McCann fund is very revealing. Right? He's not doing that deliberately. It's because you always speak based on everything you know. He knows she won't be found, so the most he can do here is just ensure that all protocols are followed and that the finger never points back at them. Also, part of the reason I'm doing this video is because I get so many questions about why the McCanns do so many interviews, why they wrote a book, why they raise money for their fund. And if they are raising money for their fund, is it a grift or a scam or a con? And at this point, I think this lines up with my theory, right? They don't think she's going to be found. So what's the point of the fund? I think the point of the fund is to have control of the narrative. As long as they have enough money to sue anyone who suggests that they did it, like they sued Sonia Poulton, like they got Pat Brown's book taken down off of Amazon, like they got Amaral, the detective at the head of the case, they tried to sue him for libel and stop his books from getting published. So the fund allows them to control the narrative. The same reason that they do interviews, because it allows them to control the narrative. The same reason they wrote the book, because it allows them to put their narrative into writing. That way, when they do interviews, there's a less chance that they can slip up, because they can always say, as I said in the book. So even if they're lying, they're technically telling the truth with that preface. As I said in the book, a kidnapper took her. Right? So it allows them to have their story written in stone so they can always refer back to it so they don't need to constantly recall a script. And it allows them to preface anything they say with, as I said before, or as I said in the book, so that they don't have any stress of fabricating a lie, because technically they're telling the truth. They're being honest that they said something in a book, even if what they said in the book is not true. Right? That's an advanced technique that liars use, the prefaces they use to make a lie technically true. And this will be in the Deception Deck. So if you haven't pre-ordered, you can pre-order the Deception Deck at deceptiondeck.com, which is my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies. And one of them is the preface, I want to say. Right? So liars often say, I want to say, or we saw with Nadia, who I believe cheated on Warzone, right? A cheater. When she denied cheating allegations, said, I want to say I have never cheated. All that meant was she could have done a polygraph. She could have done a lie detector and passed it, because she prefaced I do not cheat with I want to say. So technically she was being true. She had a desire to say she did not cheat. That was true, but it does not mean that the statement itself is true. Right? I can honestly want to say I've been to the moon. I want to say I've been to the moon is 100% true. It doesn't mean I've been to the moon. It just means I want to say I've been to the moon. All right, so I don't want to belabor that point. Let me know in the comments if it doesn't make sense. I know some people struggle with that concept, and I'm happy to explain it. And if you do have a question about that concept, check the comments and see if I've answered in someone else's comment.
We're not aware of any progress since the CEOP report was handed into the government at the end of March, and even allowing for a change of government in the last 6 months, we're not aware of anything that has carried on from that report being given in.
And you met with Theresa May, the new Home Secretary. What promises did she give you? Did she tell you what was in that scoping report?
Well, I think that's just it. There weren't any promises. In fact, she said, I don't want to make any commitments. But basically what we need to know is, what are they doing? What are they going to do with that report? Have they read the report?
Do you think she had even read it?
Well, she hadn't when we met her, she said that, which was a bit disappointing.
Notice all their end goals are clerical. Did she read the report? Have they filed the report? Does the report have all the metrics it needs, and are the pages properly numbered? If you've seen my video, What Do Innocent Parents Sound Like? Which I did a few weeks ago. What do innocent parents look like? You can find this in the McCann's playlist. If you listen to the parents, the actual parents of missing children talk, they do not care how the investigation is done. And if you look at one of the videos, one of the parents I covered in that video, the biological mother of Gannon Stouch, who was kidnapped and killed by his stepmother, when she spoke to the police, she was bullying them to go find her son. She was not cared if they kept her in the loop. She did not care if they kept her in the loop or filed reports with her. So I am developing the belief that the McCann Fund is just another way for the McCanns to control the narrative because it allows for them to shut down anyone who does not agree with them, and it allows for them to fund their own private investigators whose sole objective is to investigate the narrative that they are pushing. I bet if we look at the mandates that these private investigators have, and maybe someone has access to those, I know lots of you guys are very deep into this case and look beyond just the words that the parents use. That if we are available to see the mandates that these private investigators have, I'm sure the mandates do not include looking for Madeleine's dead body. I'm sure that the mandates all involve finding a kidnapper and not considering any other possibilities besides that. And if there is a mandate to find a dead body, I'm sure that it is very specific about where those private investigators should be looking.
Hopefully now she has, but we need to know where are we going now, because we truly believe.
In fact, if anyone has an interview with someone who was a private investigator for the McCanns, I'd be very curious to see it. I'd like to know what the mandates were, what they told them to do, and what not to do, because that could be very revealing. So if you have a link to a video like that, please do send it to me. You can use my submission form at deceptiondeck.com.
It's going to help the search for Madeleine. We know it's not easy. But
once again, let me just rewind since I interrupted so much here. Listen to what she says. Does she say this will help us find Madeleine? Or will it help us search for Madeleine and look for Madeleine or investigate the incident? Right? So is there, even in their own words, their objective is not to find Madeleine, which is odd, which is suggests that they know she will not be found. So they stop short of saying that. The word find her does not even occur to them.
Going to do it with that report? Have they read the report?
Do you think she had even read it?
Well, she hadn't when we met her. She said that, which was a bit disappointing. Hopefully now she has, but we need to know where are we going now, because we truly believe it's going to help the search for Madeleine. We know it's not easy, but it doesn't mean it's not possible.
Right. So help the search for Madeleine. The best they can do is hope that the search gets funded. Specifically, I think the search that they are controlling, the search for a kidnapper. Not help us find Madeleine or locate Madeleine. Right, so the words people use are very important. Some people might think that we're taking a big leap. You know, well, they're searching for her. So obviously if they're searching, they will find her. They want to find her. Well, if you're commenting that, you're putting words into Kate's mouth. She never said find. She just said search. You might be inferring that she thinks Madeleine will be found, right? And taking a logical leap for her that she didn't make, but she didn't say that, right? She just said search. She stops short of saying find or locate. The best she can hope to do is to search for Madeleine. Why? Well, she knows something. She knows probably that Madeleine's body is so well hidden that it will never be found.
I just wanted to ask you, you've chosen to do the interviews now, 3.5 years on. People will be wondering how on earth you keep going and how you keep this story in the news after such a long time.
Well, we don't, although we offer to do things like this, really, I think it's a reflection that the public are very interested. And
I think the public care about Madeleine, and that's why it's still a story, for want of a better word. And which is great, because without the public support, I don't know.
It's strange, right? The public cares about Madeleine. That's why this is a story. Not that we need to find Madeleine. That's why it's a story. It's a story because the public care. And she didn't include herself and Gerry. Actually, she didn't even say the public care about finding Madeleine, right? She just said the public care about Madeleine. Let's listen to that again. Well,
we don't, although we offer to do things like this, really, I think it's a reflection that the public are very interested. And
I think the public care about Madeleine, and that's why it's still a story, for want of a better word.
The public care about Madeleine. That's interesting. Right, they care about Madeleine. You can care about someone who's dead, right? They care about her history, about the mystery surrounding her. So even there, she doesn't say the public cares about finding Madeleine.
Which is great, because without the public support, I don't know where we'd be.
I think that's crucial. You know, the government won't do anything without pressure, and it's the public. The government are accountable to the public who elected them, and that's what we're asking for, is the public to ask our government to do more and to work with the Portuguese government as well. And we should be putting pressure on.
Right, to do more, not to find Madeleine. So just notice this. I don't think they've said find or locate Madeleine once, or catch the culprit who took her, or even solve the case. Right? They did. I don't even think they've said solve the case, which would be extremely weak, but at least still show that their end goal is to figure out what happened. And this is something we've seen since day one with the McCanns. They have zero curiosity about what actually happened. Their priority is the investigation, how it's conducted, what the leads are, if the protocols are being followed. Why is that such a big priority to them? Because they are petrified of the investigation turning back on them. That's my belief. Their priority is not finding Madeleine. They haven't said that once in this interview. And ostensibly, this is an interview about the McCann Fund. Notice it's not even the Madeleine McCann Fund. So the fund is named after Madeleine, but not once have they talked about the money being spent to find her. Only to investigate, to search, to get governments to collaborate. In other words, in order to increase their influence over the investigation. That is their priority. That much is clear to me. And why would that be the biggest priority to them? Because they are petrified of it. They have a life and death need to control that investigation. Because if they ever lose control of it, and it points back at them, they are screwed. If you've seen my other videos about the McCanns, I do not believe they are particularly good liars. They're not particularly good at scripting their lies. They're not particularly good in interview settings like we've seen here.
Sure.
And also, if you do want to see what a sophisticated liar looks like, you can watch my most recent video, How to Spot a Sophisticated Manipulator, which I think is one of my most underrated recent videos. So even if you're on this video just because you're interested in the McCanns, this one may also interest you because of the lessons that it teaches. Right? Sophisticated liars use different techniques than unsophisticated liars.
On both of them to solve this. We can't stop doing what we do. We need to find Madeleine. We live in a,
Okay, so finally, we're 5.5 minutes into this interview, and he's finally said we need to find Madeleine.
Portuguese government as well, and we should be putting pressure on both of them to solve this.
Right, to solve this. So now we're finally getting the words we should have been hearing all along. And he didn't even say, to solve the kidnapping or the abduction, but just to solve this.
We can't stop doing what we do. We need to find Madeleine. We live.
And I agree when he says we can't stop doing what we do. Like I just said, they have to keep doing this because they have to control the investigation. And now finally he says we need to find Madeleine.
In a life that's somewhat in limbo between our previous life, which is very, very happy, and somewhere now where we've got a different life but without Madeleine in it. And we can't really get off that treadmill until we find her, or at the very least what's happened to her.
And how do you...
See, so we can't stop doing this. Remember, this is all in response to why do you do so many interviews? So our life is in limbo. we're stuck on a treadmill until Madeleine is found or until we figure out what happened. Both of which I think he knows will never happen.
How do you keep going? How do you keep hope alive? There must be days when it's very, very difficult.
I mean, we've worked so hard. I mean, understandably, we're Madeleine's parents. We're going to do everything that we can. And we work really hard. And there are days when it feels that obstacle after obstacle is thrown in your way. And obviously the clock keeps ticking, the calendar keeps turning. And there's days that we just look at each other and think, God, I wish it was all over, you know. But basically...
Wow. So usually I ask in the live chat during the premieres. So if you're a subscriber, every video I do and you have your notification bell turned on, you will get notified. I premiere every video and I am in the live chat when every video premieres, answering questions, bantering with subscribers and members. So I do recommend checking out my premieres, and you can get notified for all those when you turn on the notification bell and subscribe. And usually in the live chat, I ask people, who do you think is a worse liar if they are lying, Kate or Gerry? And it's interesting the responses we get. So let's listen to Kate's answer here, which I think is particularly revealing, because if they are lying, they lie in slightly different ways. And the mistakes they make are slightly different from one another. I have my own personal opinion about who is the worst liar, but I don't want to give it because it's so interesting to see everyone else's opinion. So I think once I give my opinion, it will bias everybody, and then the debate won't be as entertaining.
In your way, and obviously the clock keeps ticking, the calendar keeps turning, and there's days that we just look at each other and think, God, I wish it was all over.
So I believe her here when she says that they look at each other and say, God, I wish it was all over. I do think that Kate may have contemplated ending her own life because of what happened to Madeleine. So I know lots of people say that she's very cold, or some people accuse them of being psychopaths. And I don't think that's the case, right? I'm not a clinician, so I can't diagnose them. But the things Kate says show such deep guilt and remorse for what happened that I do believe that if Madeleine was killed in that apartment, Kate is the one who did it. And specifically, I think that she over-sedated Madeleine, or even just gave Madeleine the same dose of whatever sedative they gave her to calm down and put her to bed. And it just hit her differently because she had different food in her stomach. She may have been dehydrated from being out on the beach, or because she was going to bed later than usual. So when Kate says stuff like that, I'm not interpreting what she says, right? We're taking what she says at face value, like we've been doing with Gerry too. So listen again when she says this. I think that this is leakage. We can take her at her word.
When it feels that obstacle after obstacle is thrown in your way, and obviously the clock keeps ticking, the calendar keeps turning, and there's days that we just look at each other and think, God, I wish it was all over, you know.
And I believe her. Right, notice when she says, I wish it was all over. Not that I wish we had Madeleine, or I wish we could find Madeleine, or I wish we knew what happened to Madeleine. Right? Not things that would indicate that they don't know what happened. When she says, I wish it was all over, I think she's talking about their lives. Right? She didn't say, I wish we knew what happened. I wish Madeleine was back. I wish we knew what was going on with her, or that I wish she would pop up, or they would find her. Just that I wish it was all over. That's the last resort of someone who knows that there is not going to be a happy ending. So they just wish it was over. Maybe they can just speed it up. And I think the only reason she doesn't do that is the remaining children. And I also think that was a factor in their minds when they decided to hide Madeleine rather than call the police and report what happened to her. I think they did it out of, in their minds, a noble reason. Right? There's nothing we can do for Madeleine. We're doctors. I can picture Gerry saying, she's already dead. There's nothing we can do for her. But we have 2 more children. And if we can hide her, we can at least keep our other children. We won't be locked up in some Portuguese prison away from our home, losing our medical licenses, even if they just lock us up for a couple of years, and losing our children and having that stigma of being child murderers through neglect for the rest of our lives.
But basically, we wish Madeleine was back with us, full stop. You know?
Okay, and then the second priority is wishing Madeleine was back. Interesting. So the first priority is wishing all of this was over, and her second priority is wishing Madeleine was back. Also notice those aren't the same thing. One is wishing all this was over, and I think she said, but, or something like that, we wish Madeleine was back. So that tells us when she says all over, it was all over, that is not the same as finding Madeleine. When she says, I wish it was all over, she's not referring to the search for Madeleine.
Parents are going to do everything that we can. And we work really hard, and there are days when it feels that obstacle after obstacle is thrown in your way, and obviously the clock keeps ticking, the calendar keeps turning, and there's days that we just look at each other and think, God, I wish it was all over, you know. But basically we wish Madeleine was back with us.
Right, and then basically we wish Madeleine was back. So that is interesting. When she says we wish it was all over, she's not referring to the search for Madeleine. They're two different things. Right, she didn't say we wish it was all over and we had Madeleine back. Right, she used the minimizing word, the exclusion modifier, basically, which is also in the deception deck, right? Which means that they're not exactly the same thing. It may be basically similar, but it's not the same.
With us, full stop. You know, but we can't stop. You know, while we're in this situation, we just have to keep going. It doesn't matter how tiring it is. It doesn't matter how many blocks are put in our way. We have to keep going because a little girl is still out there missing.
A little girl is still out there missing. That is strange from the mother of a missing child to say. It's similar to when Gerry said this. So notice when they talk about Madeleine, they're talking about a living girl in their memory, right? Or a hypothetical living girl, right? We need Madeleine back. But when they talk about the investigation, are Madeleine in the present, what's going on right now? It is we need to get this solved from Gerry. And then there's a little girl out there. Why not Madeleine? Why not Madeleine is out there? Why the change in language? I think Kate uses the words little girl because she is picturing someone who isn't Madeleine anymore. She's picturing a dead body. And she's probably picturing it from memory. So let's listen again.
Situation, we just have to keep going. It doesn't matter how tiring it is. It doesn't matter how many blocks are put in our way. We have to keep going because a little girl is still out there missing. You know, this is not solved, this case.
A little girl is still out there missing. I think this statement is very revealing. So A, she doesn't say Madeleine is still out there missing. It's a little girl. And I think the change in language is because the little girl out there is no longer Madeleine. It's a dead body. Is still out there. Why out there? Probably because she's picturing that little body outdoors, outside. So it's out there. And this goes back to my theory that I've developed in other videos where I think that Madeleine may be in a well somewhere because wells are exposed to the elements, so it's out there. And obviously that she's dead. So a body in a well would be a little girl out there. Also, the fact that she says little indicates that she's thinking of the size of Madeleine, kind of like in another interview where she said that Madeleine was perfectly compact. Right, it was one of the few words she used to describe Madeleine, compact. why? Who calls their kid compact? I think someone who was surprised at how small of an area they could fit her body in. Right? So when the stress hormone is high, when they were going through a life or death, fight or flight situation, she recalls, it is burned into her brain, just how surprising it is that she could fit her little girl into such a small space, how compact that little body was, that little girl who is now out there.
This case, she's still missing, and there's an abductor out there, there's a criminal out there who is free to do this over and over again if we let him. You know, so there's
All right, so I'm not going to belabor this point because we've talked about the conclusiveness, right? So one of the signs of a hoax is conclusiveness, where the person knows something that there's no evidence for. Here, as I point out time and time again, the McCanns are extremely conclusive that someone kidnapped Madeleine when there is no evidence of a kidnapping. So they don't even entertain the idea that someone on the hotel staff took her, or one of their friends took her, or that she wandered off, right? It has to be a stranger abductor. They didn't even point the finger at each other, right? They weren't together when she went missing. So they don't suspect anyone except a stranger kidnapper. They've done that since day one, which is the sign of a hoax. And now we have another slip up from Kate where she says that it's a he. So she knows for a fact that the abductor is a male. How could she know that? She couldn't. Right? The reason she does that, I think, is because she's pictured this scenario in her imagination, and the guy she pictured is a he. So because it's a hoax, they're conclusive about it. She's stating something that really should be hedged with I think or I don't know, with conclusiveness, that it's a he and that he took her and that he's still out there. How would they know that?
It's another reason why the governments and the authorities should be doing more.
I was just going to say one of the simplest thing is Sean and Amelie's attitude, because they talk about Madeleine all the time, and when we're having one of those days where you just want it all to go away and you're feeling exhausted, and then just say when Madeleine comes home, and there's no reason why she can't come home that we know of, and it's happened for other children, and they know how hard we're working, and they want Madeleine home as well, and that really does give us renewed energy.
Right, so it's interesting. The twins are the ones who are mentioning that there's no reason Madeleine can't come home. Why do the twins bring that up? Probably because they don't know what actually happened. And just like you or me or anyone who doesn't know what actually happened, they understand there's a possibility. And they're probably telling that, right? It's interesting that he recounts the twins telling him that, because probably at home, they speak about Madeleine as if she's not coming back. They may be trying to prepare the twins for the fact that Madeleine is not coming back, but without telling them the whole truth. So the twins retort, well, there's no reason she can't come back. Why are you talking about her like she can't come back? Right, so it's interesting that he reveals that the twins seem to be debating him about whether or not Madeleine can come back, which may suggest that at home they're much more conclusive than they are in these public interviews about the fact that Madeleine is not coming home. And why would they be so conclusive? Because they know for a fact she's not coming home, because they know exactly what happened to her. They know exactly where she is.
And vigour to carry on what we're doing.
Now, in Sean and Amelie's words, Madeleine's missing. We need to find her. I mean, it's quite simple when they put it like that.
Right, so listen, Sean and Emily are speaking like I said the parent of a missing children should be speaking, that we need to find her. So I think all the people in my comments saying, well, maybe the twins know the truth. I don't think so, right? Just based on that. So the parents think it's so cute and charming that the twins think that they need to find Madeleine. Because as they've said already, they don't think finding Madeleine is even a possibility. They just want to ensure that there's a search and that they have some hand in controlling it. So listen to how charming they think it is that Sean and Emily are talking like people who actually don't know what happened to Madeleine. This is how they themselves should be speaking, but they don't. Right? They use the word find once
is renewed energy and vigour to carry on what we're doing.
Now, in Sean and Amelie's words, Madeleine's missing. We need to find her. I mean, it's quite simple when they put it like that, you know.
Yeah, it is simple, right? Because that's how actual parents of missing children speak. So the other thing is, why is this so complicated for them then? Right? Why did Gerry say we need to keep doing what we're doing instead of we need to keep searching? Or why do they need renewed vigor to keep searching? If your kid were missing, I don't think you'd need any renewed vigor to search. Right? Parents of missing children search willingly. In fact, they search compulsively. They can't sleep at night. They punish themselves for taking a break. Right? As illogical as it may be, right? They whip themselves for the decisions they made that led to their kid going missing, and then whip themselves for even taking a moment to breathe or attempt to even enjoy themselves. But here we have lots of admissions, lots of leakage and slip-ups. Whereas if I were there interviewing them, I would love to ask follow-up questions. For example, why do you need renewed vigor to keep searching? Right? Shouldn't the drive to find your daughter, for Kate, the maternal instinct, for Gerry, the paternal instinct to find your kid, should that not compel you? And then he says what gives them the renewed vigor is the twins. So maybe when he says we need to keep doing what we're doing, he's talking about continuing to put on a show for the twins, so that the twins don't ever figure out what they did to Madeleine. Or to continue putting on a show for a search and controlling the search for the twins' benefit so that they never get caught and get taken away from the twins. Right, so notice how it's the twins who give him the renewed vigor, not Madeleine, who may be out there in a dungeon somewhere getting tortured.
So you still believe that your daughter is alive and out there somewhere?
Well, certainly we know there's a good chance that she's still alive. I mean, at the minute she's just missing, you know, so you have to assume she's alive because there's nothing to say otherwise.
And then we have the word you. Right? You have to assume she's still alive. That's distancing language. Kate didn't say, I think she's still alive. You, the news reporter who doesn't know anything, have to assume she's still alive. Suggesting Kate knows for a fact that she isn't. So just notice, Kate is not answering for herself.
Your daughter is alive and out there somewhere.
Well, certainly we know there's a good chance that she's still alive. I mean, at the minute she's just missing, you know, so you have to assume she's alive because there's nothing to say otherwise. There's many cases, as you know.
So for example, instead of saying, I have to believe she's alive in order to go on, right? Or I believe she's alive. She says, you have to assume she's alive. And now we're going to get into analytical persuasion, where she's giving us some examples now of kids who went missing and came back. Right, statistics and anecdotes.
As you know, that have hit the media of children, and in many cases that haven't hit the media, of children who've been found years down the line. So you just have to keep going.
I mean, you could imagine that if we just gave up and years down the line we found her. I mean, there's no justification for giving up.
And so you keep on searching for as long as it takes?
Yeah, and we can't stop. I mean, I don't think any parent could stop.
I don't think you could live comfortably. I just don't think physically that you could. Well.
So notice the distancing language, right? I don't think any parent could. You couldn't. They're not talking about themselves. It's almost like they're talking about characters in a show, right? And they're discussing how they should present themselves. Well, what would a parent of a missing child do? Well, a parent of a missing child could never give up, right? You have to assume she's alive. They're not speaking personally. One of the greatest indicators that someone's telling the truth is the word I, right? The pronoun I, because it places them into the response. It shows that they're taking responsibility for their answer, and it shows that they're aware of themselves as they're answering. So let's see if they say I once in this response. Or are they speaking hypothetically? because they're not actually talking about their personal beliefs.
Just gave up, and years down.
Many cases alive. I mean, at the minute she's just missing, you know, so you have to assume she's alive because there's nothing to say otherwise. There's many cases, as you know, that have hit the media of children, and many cases that haven't hit the media of children who've been found years down the line. So you just have to keep going.
I mean, you could imagine that if we just gave up and years down the line we found her. I mean, there's no justification for giving up.
And so you
So they didn't say what I once in that entire response. So neither one of them took personal ownership of their response. Everything was hypothetical, or the few times Gerry used we, where you split, where you share the ownership of the statement, which is not nearly as powerful as the word I. Overall, that does indicate deception. So for example, if you imagine someone on the stand in a courtroom and they're being cross-examined by an attorney, and the attorney says, "Did you kill your daughter?" And they say, "You have to assume I didn't kill my daughter, because there's many studies out there that you will see and you're aware of where parents didn't kill their kid and their kid was later found. We all have to keep hoping that my daughter's alive." What's the first thing the attorney would say in cross-examination? Non-responsive. Right? You didn't answer my question. You're talking about a bunch of hypotheticals and trying to persuade me or trying to persuade the jury, but you have not answered for yourself. I asked if you killed your daughter. Not the likelihood or examples of other parents who didn't kill their kids or what I know and I'm supposed to assume. So when you consider things in that context, it's very easy to see when people are being non-responsive and deceptive. Also, remember, sometimes I have people say, well, that's just a term of speech, right? They're just speaking. When you are on a live interview with a reporter talking about something as serious as your missing daughter and requesting funds, people to open up their wallets to provide money for you to search for your daughter, that is not the same as sitting in a pub with your buddies, speaking casually and flippantly about movies and sports games. The more important the context, the more literal we have to be with people's words. The more important, higher the stakes, legal situations, the bigger the stakes, the more people will select their words carefully. And 99% of the time when someone's trying to deceive you, they do not tell an outright lie. They lie through omission, by leaving something out. So when they say you, or we, or you have to assume, they're picking those words very carefully. In a situation like this, you cannot give people the benefit of the doubt, because sophisticated liars, or even poor liars, right? Not particularly sophisticated ones, rely on you to put words into their mouths or ignore things that they said. Like when Kate said, we want it all to be over. So they rely on you to interpret, to overlook, to ignore, to forgive things, because that's how they lie without telling any direct lies, by misleading you, by leaving stuff out, or saying something in a particularly narrow way, or in a way that responds hypothetically like they just did here rather than personally, and they hope that you don't catch it. So you have to be on the lookout for that.
You keep on searching for as long as it takes.
Yeah, and we can't stop. I don't think any parent could stop.
I don't think you could live comfortably by step.
Right? I don't think you could live comfortably. Hey, you, reporter, I don't think you could live comfortably if your kid was out there and you knew it. I agree, right? That's 100% true statement. But that's not the same as Kate saying, I can't live comfortably until I know what happened to my daughter. Why can she not say that? Because she probably does know what happened to her daughter. Right? I believe she knows exactly what happened to her daughter. So she doesn't answer in the first person. Liars hope that you forgive that sort of thing. An I is a pronoun. It's instinctive. You don't have to think about using the word I. It's something you say more than almost anything else. In your lifetime, you will say I more than any other word. So when it's left out, it's particularly important.
I just don't think physically that you could, or mentally, you could actually reach that decision, you know.
When you mentioned the public support and how important that is to you, how do you feel about the fact that there are still people who feel that you had something to do with it, and there are websites set up to this, and it must be quite hurtful still after all this time?
Yeah. I think the key thing is that the motives of people who wish to persuade others that Madeleine is dead without any evidence to suggest that have to be questioned. You know, we're here to try and make sure there's as good a search as possible, and that's, as far as I can see, the way the vast majority.
Right, so once again, we're here to ensure there's as good a search as possible. Not that we're here to find Madeleine.
I think the key thing is that.
So even now, when he's addressing people who are accusing them of having killed Madeleine, are positing the theory that Madeleine's dead, he still cannot say, our job is to find her. He still stops short of that. And he's not doing that deliberately, right? He's doing that because subconsciously he knows something. So the word find her is not even occurring to him right now.
Is that the motives of people who wish to persuade others that Madeleine is dead without any evidence to suggest that have to be questioned. You know, we're here to try and make sure there's as good a search as possible, and that's, as far as I can see, the way the vast majority of the public want to see it happening. And I think they'll be shocked to find that the authorities have not been doing anything. Our focus is in making sure there is a good search, not in stopping one for a missing child.
Right, so our focus is to make sure there's a good search. I believe him. I believe that is their focus. I believe their entire focus is to make sure there's a good search for whatever they want people searching for, and not that Madeleine will be found, because they haven't said that themselves. All right, so this is just part one. There is a part two. So if you want to see part two, please do like the video and leave a comment. The way I pick the topics I talk about in the videos I make is by seeing how many views the videos get, the watch time, the like count, the comment count, and that's how I direct my my time and efforts. So I know I've got a huge interest in the McCann's case, so please do reflect that in the metrics on this video, and we'll follow up with part two very shortly. I do think this interview is extremely revealing. All right, with that said, let's check in with the members and the comments on my last McCann's video to see what members and other subscribers caught that I missed. So let's just look at a handful of my favorite comments from What Does a Guilty Denial Look Like?, which was my last McCann's video. All right, so first up we have a comment from Veritas, a member. Thank you for being a member of the channel, Veritas. And Veritas says, around 59-minute mark, the father says the perpetrators haven't been brought to justice. Why more than one? Wouldn't one naturally assume a single kidnapper came to abduct little Maddie? And I do believe that that is a little bit of leakage, that this is a hoax, and that he is conclusive. And just like we saw Kate do in this interview, where she's conclusive that it was a male, they're conclusive that it was multiple kidnappers. Without any hedging, without any indication that they're not sure of it, which is a sign of a hoax, where they're really trying to push a narrative. And I replied to Veritas and I said, nice catch. I believe him. I actually believe him. I do believe there were two perpetrators that have not been brought to justice, and he is one of them. And since Veritas's comment raised the concept of narrative pushing, the topic of narrative pushing, I do want to address this. I've seen many comments about it, and McCann Case Tweet actually sent it to me on X, where people send me this pull quote from Kate's book, where she talks about having visions and dreams about Madeleine's private parts being torn apart. And they asked what my opinion on that is. Some people suggest that it shows abuse, right? It indicates abuse. It's a leakage about abuse. And in my opinion, that's not what it is. I don't see any language that would suggest abuse with the McCanns. I do know other statement analysts do see that, and I respect their opinions. I just don't see it myself, right? And my channel is all about what I see and what I believe. So here's my opinion on that quote that's been sent to me many times. And I replied, in my opinion, this is simply more narrative pushing. The McCanns, lacking evidence of Madeleine's kidnapping, resort to presenting visions and dreams as proof. This only proves their view of the audience as gullible and naive. By contrast, the Ramseys at least showed enough respect for the audience to produce a ransom note, right? So if you've seen my Ramsey series, you know that I believe they are also hoaxers, but they took the extra step of fabricating a ransom note. And I think that shows a little bit more respect for their audience, whereas the McCanns resort to presenting dreams and visions as proof, which should be insulting. All right, the next comment is from Captain Obvious, who says, I would love to see a detailed video on how unreliable witnesses statistically can be and usually are. And this comment is related to something I said in my last McCann's video, where we were talking about eyewitnesses, and I mentioned just how unreliable they are and the sort of psychological reasons and behavioral science reasons that eyewitnesses are unreliable and can easily be manipulated. I was considering doing a video about that. Let me know in the comments if you want to do that, if you want me to make a video like that. I would also like to do a video like that, but the only reason I hesitate is that I've tried doing some more experimental videos where we look at other aspects of deception in my last few videos, but they haven't performed as well as these more straightforward deception detection videos. So for example, in my last video, how to spot a sophisticated manipulator, we looked at manipulation techniques. In the video before that, we looked at hoax 911 calls and how you can spot those, right? Whether the caller is the culprit or if they're actually a victim. And we also looked at, for example, deception in the media in my Nicola Bully series, how to spot oversensitivity, how to analyze certainties. But none of those performed that well. So if you do want me to do some more experimental things that dive deep into other aspects of deception besides just deceptive language, which is obviously the bread and butter of the channel and my favorite. I think it is the most revealing. But there are other topics we can look at, like deception in statistics, right? How statistics can be manipulated to be deceptive. And you see this all the time in the media and in advertisements, eyewitnesses, manipulation techniques, 911 calls. So if you want to see more of that, please do go watch those other experimental videos. I only want to make videos that you guys want to watch. So if the view counts are low, it's basically just an indicator to me to move off the topic, and I'm happy to move off of it if there's no interest. But if you are interested, please make sure to watch those videos so that I get the signal and YouTube gets the signal that they're worth watching. All right, next up is a comment from A Walk in the Dark. And they say, I had to fudge the truth, i.e. lie to someone just yesterday to spare their feelings. And this show made me really aware of how I was doing it, what words I chose, how I phrased things. It was really interesting because a lot of what I said when I was lying related to the red flags and tells highlighted by DD. And yes, people, especially me, don't like to lie. And I like that comment because sometimes I get comments of people saying, hey, DD, you're teaching people how to lie, right? If they watch your videos, they'll know how to lie better. That's not the case. When you are lying, it is just as hard to lie, whether you know all the signs or not. And a great example of that is my last video where I analyzed Alan Dershowitz making a denial And if you don't know who he is a top defense attorney who's defended many high-status people. But because he was defending himself and had to fudge the truth, I believe, he made lots of the mistakes that anyone else would make. Although he did it, he used some more advanced tactics as well to manipulate the audience. So just because you know all the ways to spot a liar does not make you a good liar. Even myself, I never claimed to be a good liar, right? Because in the heat of the moment, the stress hormone goes up and everything you know goes out the window, and you make the same mistakes that anyone else would make. With the one caveat that psychopaths are better liars than the average person, although they still do make specific types of mistakes. So you can catch a psychopath lying, like we did with Casey Anthony. I believe she is a psychopath, but you have to look for slightly different tells. So let me know if you'd like me to do a video about that, right? So that could be in our series of sort of more nuanced, off the beaten path videos, but there's just not enough interest in them right now. All right, next up we have a comment from Charlotte Bronte. When asked if he killed his daughter, Gerry said there's nothing to suggest anything. He wasn't asked if people might think he killed his daughter. He was asked what he knows about his own part in it, or lack of a part in it. It seems like he is saying there's no evidence against him, which is not a denial. That whole answer was a train wreck for Gerry. Yes. And we saw this with Alan Dershowitz as well in my last video, which I think is a criminally underrated video. So please do go watch it. So Alan Dershowitz was asked if he ever did anything with a certain someone whose name I'm not going to mention because YouTube tends to throttle my videos whenever I mention his name. And Alan Dershowitz also pointed to how there's no proof of it. Well, because it was about himself, he should be able to say, I didn't do it. He should be able to give a clear denial. Whereas if he were representing someone else, then talking about proof would be appropriate, because even he doesn't know whether or not his client is telling him the truth. Right? So it's different if you're defending someone else, in which case reasonable doubt is appropriate. Even if they deny it to you, you don't know for a fact that their denial is accurate. But if you're speaking for yourself, you should be able to deny it point blank. Whether there's evidence or not, you know the truth. You know if you did it or not. So the fact that Gerry uses the same technique where he resorts to talking about what can and cannot be proven is a type of persuasion that is inappropriate when you're talking about yourself. It's a way to deflect from giving a denial. Right? So if you are defending yourself, I expect you to be able to deny it. And if you don't, if you start talking about how things can be proven, that is weak. Whereas let's say he was talking about things that Kate did and he was defending her. Then proof and evidence would be reliable because there's no way for him to know 100% whether or not she's telling the truth. So this is a great point raised by Charlotte. And then as always, I recommend checking out the comments on my old videos because I do have the smartest subscribers on YouTube, and they make excellent points and reiterate things. They echo things from old videos. So even if you don't have time to watch all my videos yet, you can see other concepts raised in the comments that I might not have mentioned in the video itself, just because I did not want to belabor the point. And I think the reason that they have the fund and they fund their own investigation is so that they can control the narrative, so that they can overwhelm the actual police with leads and red herrings to follow and waste their time and their resources with stuff sent to them by their private investigators in order to prevent the police from looking back at them, the obvious suspects. And this has been going on ever since the British government got involved. Ever since Clarence Mitchell touched down in Portugal, the Portuguese police have been fed with wild geese to chase. And if they don't chase those geese, they get accused of misconduct and get their feet held to the fire for not chasing down every lead. Right? So it's a diversion tactic. You fund your own private investigation You have your own fund so you can shut down anyone who doesn't believe you. So you can fund your own investigation and send leads in order to overwhelm the actual police who should be looking into you. And you have enough money to live comfortably and put on the show that you're actually innocent and searching. Is the Madeleine McCann Fund a charity scam? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to analyze the second half of an interview the McCanns did with Channel 4 News around 2 years after Madeleine went missing, and it's all about how their fund is low on money. And we're going to investigate why the fund exists if its main purpose is not to find Madeleine. So if they believe Madeleine can't be found, what is the point of the fund? Let's listen.
To be honest, because as Gerry said, you have to question the motives of people.
So are you still quite hurt by the things that you read?
Well, a lot of the rubbish I don't read, to be honest, because as Gerry said, you have to question the motives of people like that. People who want to insist on something without evidence, people who want to bring, more pain and suffering to a family who are already vulnerable, who are already suffering. You really have to question those people.
I think this part, I have not watched this part of the interview. In my last video, we watched part 1, and a commenter mentioned how when they say these people who accuse them of having killed their daughter need to be questioned, that could be a veiled threat, and I believe it might actually be. So when they say, hey, if you don't believe what we say, maybe you need to be questioned. Maybe you need to be investigated. I do feel like that's a veiled threat. And in my video, How to Derail an Investigation, we saw their PR guy, Clarence Mitchell, say some of the same things where they're veiled threats that if you don't believe them, well, maybe we need to look into you. And this is a technique that Scientology also uses to shut down their critics. Right? So if you criticize us, maybe we might start coming after you and criticizing you. Except the way he did it was he was talking about the Portuguese police. Right? So when Clarence Mitchell did it, he wasn't threatening journalists and the British public like the McCanns are here, if this is a veiled threat. He was threatening the Portuguese police when he was saying, well, if they're not following every lead and instead looking at my clients, maybe that's some police misconduct. Maybe they're being prejudicial. Maybe we need to review those police officers. Let's listen to that again.
So are you still quite hurt by the things that you read?
Well, a lot of the rubbish I don't read, to be honest, because as Gerry said, you have to question the motives of people like that. People who want to insist on something without evidence, people who want to bring...
The other irony, so this must have been in my previous video, I don't remember it word by word, but this clip must have been there because I do recall another commenter saying how ironic it is that they talk about people insisting on something without evidence, and you have to question their motives. Well, that's exactly what we're doing here on the channel. When they insist that someone abducted their daughter without any evidence of it, that is a red flag that I question. There's a reason we've done 18 videos on the McCanns, because we're doing the exact same thing. I'm questioning their insistence and conclusiveness about a kidnapper or stranger abductor, because they are so conclusive about it and have been since day one, despite the lack of evidence. That is a sign of a hoax, whether it's a true crime hoax, like I believe we have with the McCanns and the Ramseys, or a more conventional hoax like Bigfoot, which we've analyzed on the channel, or aliens, like we've analyzed Bob Lazar. So hoaxes have 4 criteria that make them all very similar. And one of those criteria is conclusiveness. So the irony is that they are criticizing people for being insistent about stuff despite evidence when they are doing that themselves.
Don't read, to be honest, because as Gerry said, you have to question the motives of people like that. People who want to insist on something without evidence, people who want to bring, more pain and suffering to a family who are already vulnerable, who are already suffering. You really...
And then here's another thing So I know I'm pausing a lot at the front end of this. I didn't realize Kate was going to be so rich in statements. So we will let it play smoother down the road, but right now everything she's saying is a follow-up to something we said in the previous video. So now Kate says that you have to question these people because they're bringing more pain and suffering to parents who are already vulnerable, right? So trying to shame the people that don't believe their story. And I actually did a post on X about this, so I'm going to show it to you. Some of the tactics that these mid-level manipulators use, and I've seen pop up in the comments, and how you can identify them and respond to them. So I'm going to switch over to that right now. So conveniently, I did this post a few hours ago. Mid-tier manipulation tactics, superstition, shame, whataboutism, and false dichotomy. Maybe I'll cover all the rest in a different video because the McCanns use all of them. But right now, let's just focus on shame. So often in my McCann's videos or Summer Wells videos or Ramsey videos, I get people saying something along the lines of this comment here from Mike Graham, right? You're making money out of someone's grief. A bit shameful, don't you think? Or these parents have already suffered a tragedy. Don't you feel bad bringing more pain to them? Well, that is a mid-level manipulation tactic where you try to shame someone into backing off of their opinion or just leaving a topic alone. And my response to that has been and always is this: I only care about two things, the truth and teaching people how to spot it before misinformation becomes too powerful. I can't be shamed, I can't be bought, and I can't be blackmailed. Capiche? So when the McCanns try to shame the British public or journalists or commentators like myself or Pat Brown or Peter Hyatt or Sonia Poulton or Detective Amaral, it is a mid-level manipulation tactic. Maybe it works on some people, but I don't feel ashamed about pointing out a liar when I believe I see one. That's the entire point of my channel. So what they're trying to do here is a manipulation tactic. Also, while we're on the topic, I'll just point out this other mid-level manipulation tactic, which Kate just tried to do as well, which is a false dichotomy, where she says, right, you're accusing us of killing our daughter. Well, we're already grieving parents. How could we do that? So I've had comments along those lines as well, right? Like this one from Steve Evans. Dear Deception Detective, these people are grieving. They have lost their daughter. It's been going on for many years. I do not believe they are deceiving. I think they are ground down, institutionalized, yet grieving. And my reply to false dichotomies like that, particularly this one, I replied, I also believe that they are genuinely grieving the loss of their daughter. However, I also believe they are lying. Right? So you have to escape binary thinking. Both can be true. Right? I don't think they deliberately killed Madeleine. I think it was a tragedy. I think at worst it was manslaughter due to negligence. And Steve Evans replies, grieving and lying. And I replied, grieving and lying are not mutually exclusive actions. The loss of their daughter is a tragedy, regardless of whether they were involved in her death and cover-up. Right, so Kate, right here in this statement, uses two mid-level manipulation tactics that can easily be refuted and pushed back against if you just stick to your ground and realize why you're doing what you're doing. Right? We don't make these videos to humiliate them or mock them or even be rude to them. We make these videos so you can spot what a liar looks like, and I believe they are in fact liars, and they're very good to learn from because they lie publicly, they do it a lot, and they do it in ways that you commonly see in everyday life because they are mid-level, run-of-the-mill liars.
Really have to question those people, and I don't value their opinion, you know, because I wouldn't behave like that. So, you know, you can't be, you know, distracted from what is important, which is Madeleine, by people like that. The majority of people are good people. They're the quiet majority, and I strongly believe they're the ones that want to find Madeleine.
So notice the people who are good are sitting there quietly doing what they're told by the McCanns. Open your wallet to give us money when we ask for it, and shut up if you have any questions about our story, about why we did not help the investigation, why we refused to do a polygraph, why we refused to deny involvement. Don't ask those questions. Don't be skeptical. Never be skeptical. Just sit back and shut up and open your wallet when we ask you to.
And you're appealing.
And if you don't shut up, maybe we need to question your motives. Maybe we need to sic a private investigator on you or a lawyer on you. Right. Another funny thing in my last video is so many people saying, well, I'm surprised they haven't sued you yet, Dee. I think it will come down the pike. They are welcome to try me. Right. If you don't know, I am an attorney. I don't need to be like a Detective Amaral who has to fund his own defense. Right? They are welcome to try me. I am happy to depose them. I would love the opportunity to depose them. So they're welcome to have at it.
Formal funds. What happened to the money that you had previously? There's around, I understand, 350,000 left. What happened to the previous money that was donated?
Okay. I think the first thing to say is that the priority today is very much about asking the public to help us with a petition to get the government to do more. We have been...
So notice the journalist asked them, what happened to all the money? You had all this money, now you only have £50,000 left. And Gerry doesn't answer, right? So notice the deflection. He reframes. The priority today is asking people to sign a petition. So all the taxpayer money, our donations, our grants we received, whatever happened to that, that's none of your business. Be one of those quiet majority, those pleasant little sheep who never question us, who do what they're told, who feel shame if you question us. What happened to that money is none of your concern. Right now, we're asking you to do us another favor. Now go sign this petition.
Been fortunate, although it's not helped us get what we want, by having a fund, and the fund was set up in response to people offering money, and it was set up properly, and the fund is very accountable. It's independent auditors. We have a fund administrator who's got lots of experience, but the vast majority of the money in the fund's been spent directly on search fees. It's obviously supported other things, awareness campaigns. We have a part-time coordinator now. We have a media liaison to deal with things like this here and in Portugal and trying to get our messages across.
So notice the fund is not just for searching. It's also for reputation management, media liaisons. People like Clarence Mitchell, I believe, right? So Clarence Mitchell first came onto the scene a week after Madeleine went missing. And I did a video about this, how to derail an investigation. He was from the British Foreign Office. He came to Portugal to support the family and then was hired on full time. So he left his job, as far as I understand it, right? From what I've read in the British press. He left his job to become their PR person full time, which is interesting, which is why in that video, I hypothesized that maybe he does know what happened. Maybe he does know something, and if enough pressure could be put on him or enough incentive, maybe he would reveal it. Because the decision to quit a government job to be the PR person full time for the parents of a missing girl is a very bad job security choice, unless you know that girl will never be found. For example, if he quit his job at the Foreign Office, became their full-time PR person, and Madeleine was found the next day, he'd be out of the job. He would have left his job. He'd be stranded in Portugal. Why would they have to pay him anymore? Madeleine was found. So I do believe, and like I've said in that video, so I recommend watching that one, How to Derail an Investigation, if you want to see a powerhouse of persuasion and understand how the Madeleine McCann investigation was derailed so early on when the British government got involved. But the fact that he left that job to be a PR person full-time, I believe he must have some sort of job security. They must have told him something to persuade him that he will be in the job for a long time. Right, that Madeleine will not be found tomorrow. whether they said it explicitly or whether they insinuated it, and he was smart enough to pick it up. But anyway, that's a long shot. That's a different topic. I won't belabor it, but it is another thread that we could follow. And in that video, I talked about how we could pull on that thread. But I'm just raising up these things, just like the idea I raised about making a petition to go check all the wells within a day's drive of the hotel. The reason for doing that would be to see how the McCanns respond to it. So, for example, if we did a DD channel fundraiser, I'm not saying we're going to do this because it's not the point of my channel, but let's say someone did it, right? One of you guys, one of my members or subscribers, ran with the idea of fund to go search every well within a day's drive of the hotel. I would love to see how the McCanns respond to that, because I suspect they would try to shut it down. I suspect they would not send any money to support it, even though ostensibly, if Madeleine were actually missing and they didn't know what happened, they should be all for it. So I would love to see that, just to see how they would react to it. I think it'd be very telling whether they supported it or whether they do what I suspect they would do, which is as soon as it were announced, if it got enough attention or press, they would start doing interviews and having their lawyers go out to try to shut it down, or to try to use PR to discredit it, like it's a grift itself, right? So doing some projection, right? Like it's raising money to slander them or not actually to find Madeleine. But those are two threads you can follow. If you've been following my channel for a while and have seen this entire playlist, you should be familiar with them already.
But most of the money, the vast majority of it's been spent.
We've had to fund an investigation for 2 years now, which, as you can imagine, with several more than that personnel, it costs money, you know. And
staff, expenses, interviewing. We run a 24-hour helpline, which is available. We run a website that costs money, updating it, communications. You know, all of these things do add up. And without having the fund, there wouldn't be a meaningful search today.
You've also spent money on your own investigators, as you said, and there have been reports that some of the...
Once again, like I pointed out in the last video, so I'm not going to belabor it too much here, notice how they always stop short of saying finding Madeleine. Right, so one part of statement analysis is the expected versus the unexpected. If I were the parent, a reasonable parent of a missing child, you would expect would say the point of the fund is to find my daughter, right? So without the fund, Madeleine will not be found because the police dropped the ball, something along those lines, right? Without the fund, we won't find her. Without the fund, we won't catch the person who took her. Without the fund, we won't figure out what actually happened that night. But they always stop short of saying find her or anything along those lines. It's always the search. Without the fund, we won't have a search, or we won't have an investigation. And I think this is leakage, where in their minds, they know she's not going to be found. So their brain doesn't even think of saying that. It just stops short and says, well, without the fund, there won't be a search. Right? So you always speak based on everything you know, whether you realize it or not. And the example I always give is if you're speeding and a cop pulls you over and they ask, do you know why I pulled you over? If you know you were speeding, you will say something different than if you know you weren't, even if you're trying to deceive the police officer. So here the word found or locate her or catch the person who took her doesn't occur to them because in their minds they know there is no culprit to catch. There is no little girl out there to be found. I believe they don't do that because they know she's dead. And once again, as always, these are just my opinions based on my analysis.
These detectives have taken money, but they're not delivered. They're dodgy detectives, if you like. How can you reassure people that money won't be spent on people like that in the future?
Well, we've very much had, for the last 2 and a bit years, with a Dave Edgar, who's a very experienced detective who was near retirement. He's been working with us. He's very much accountable for the spend. He feels he can justify every penny. But at the same time, I hope public realise as well, as directors of the...
Once again, notice, this investigator is so great because he can justify every penny. He's very accountable. Not that he can find Madeleine or he can develop a new lead that will lead us to her. And I think the reason that they have the fund and they fund their own investigation is so that they can control the narrative, so that they can overwhelm the actual police with leads and red herrings to follow and waste their time and their resources with stuff sent to them by their private investigators in order to prevent the police from looking back at them, the obvious suspects. And this has been going on ever since the British government got involved. Ever since Clarence Mitchell touched down in Portugal, the Portuguese police have been fed with wild geese to chase. And if they don't chase those geese, they get accused of misconduct and get their feet held to the fire for not chasing down every lead. Right? So it's a diversion tactic. You fund your own private investigation. You have your own fund so you can shut down anyone who doesn't believe you. So you can fund your own investigation and send leads in order to overwhelm the actual police who should be looking into you. And you have enough money to live comfortably and put on the show that you're actually innocent and searching.
The fund, and particularly when we were arguido and there was no search going on, that it was incumbent upon us to continue and there was no search going on, that it was incumbent upon us to continue a search in very, very difficult circumstances. So we have made decisions along the way which have always, we felt, been in the best.
So this is interesting. Look, when he says they started the fund, I think it's exactly what I said. They started the fund when they were the prime suspects. They had to develop other leads and red herrings to sick the Portuguese police on.
Every penny, but at the same time, I hope public realise as well, as directors of the fund, and particularly when we were arguido and there was no search going on, that it was incumbent upon us to continue a search. And very
right. So when they were the prime suspects, when they were arguidos, i.e., formal suspects in Portugal, they had to have this fund going to search and develop new leads.
Very, very difficult circumstances. So we have made decisions along the way which have always, we felt, been in the best interest of the search to find Madeleine. And
once again, in best interest of the search to find Madeleine, not in the best interest of Madeleine, or in the best interest of finding Madeleine, the best interest of the search for Madeleine, right? And he's not doing this deliberately. Right? He's always ending the ultimate goal at searching for her because he knows she's not going to be found. Right? That's how leakage works. When someone does something like this, where they pick a word that reveals the truth, it's called leakage because they're trying to suppress the truth that they know and speak based on their imagination. Right? So the fabrication they're trying to push, which is that Madeleine is still out there, and trying to suppress the knowledge that she is not out there to be found. And what happens is the knowledge, the stuff in your head, your memory, what you know is stronger than your imagination and fabrication, and it comes out in your word choice. Right? People pick the words they use in milliseconds. And even on the channel in earlier videos, you guys have caught me leaking my theories about Madeleine by the words that I chose, right? Early on in this series, before I wanted to be so definitive about what I thought happened, right? I didn't even want to give my full opinion in order not to bias everybody because I hadn't quite formulated it. And some of you eagle-eared listeners actually caught my own leakage, right? So it happens to everyone, whether you're aware of the phenomenon or not. So listen again. What is the point? The point is to fund the search, not to find her.
A search in very, very difficult circumstances. So we have made decisions along the way which have always, we felt, been in the best interest of the search to find Madeleine. And we're very accountable. All the expenses are there, receipts, and we've got quite a tight-knit team working on this. But we need them. Without it, there will be no one there to go and interview people and follow up leads.
But what about some people might say,
Once again, no one there to interview, no one to follow up leads, not no one to find Madeleine. All right, that's important. I know I'm harping on it. I'm repeating it because it's very important. In this part of the interview, he hasn't said find once. In the last part, in part 1, he said find once the entire interview 5 minutes in. If you've seen my video, What Do Innocent Parents Sound Like? You can compare how these parents speak to parents who actually do not know what happened to their children.
might say that the judgment of the trustees is sometimes questionable because you have inherent people like Kevin Halligan, who's now facing extradition.
Well, you know, we're doing the best in very, very difficult circumstances. I think that's key. We always take advice. Due diligence is done, references are sought, and, you know, the fund is accountable. And as directors, we're responsible for.
Just as a point of statement analysis, and this is in the deception deck. So if you've not pre-ordered, you can pre-order your deception deck at deceptiondeck.com. It is my 52 favorite rules about spotting liars. And thank you to everyone who has pre-ordered. They're at the printers now. They'll be shipping in a few weeks. But here we have Gerry using passive language. So the journalist just asked him about some investigator who it looks like embezzled money from them and is trying to be extradited for criminal proceedings. And the journalist is asking them, right, are you doing more due diligence now to make sure that the money's not wasted like it was wasted on that one guy? Listen to how Gerry speaks.
It's questionable because you have inherent people like Kevin Halligan, who's now facing extradition.
Well, you know, we're doing the best in very, very difficult circumstances. I think that's key. We always take advice. Due diligence is done.
Due diligence is done. Right? That's a passive construction. He doesn't say we do due diligence or I do due diligence, just that some vague due diligence is done by somebody. Right? Due diligence is done by people every day, right, at Fortune 500 companies. So he's not saying that they in particular do any due diligence at their fund, just that in the wider world, due diligence happens to be done, which is a true statement, but it's also passive. So it does not actually reassure me at all that any real due diligence is being done at their particular fund, because he didn't say that.
References are sought.
Right? References are sought. Who is seeking them? Whose references? Is it done every time? We don't know any of that, right? So that's the danger of a passive construction, right? Of passive language. And it's something you should be on the lookout for because it's a common tactic that liars use in order to give you a seemingly nice sounding response, but without revealing the identities of anyone involved, right? Whose references are being sought? Who's seeking them? Are they being sought every time? So that's just a point about statement analysis, which is the passive construction. Liars use it all the time, or people who are trying to deceive you via omission, right, without actually lying to you. Right? He hasn't told a single lie, I believe, in this entire interview. Right? Even in part 1, I don't think he's ever told a lie. And that's how most liars operate. They do not lie by commission. They don't make up something. They tell you a true thing, but they omit critical details or context.
And, you know, the fund is accountable. And as directors, we're responsible for making those decisions.
And there are also reports that you've fallen out with some of the trustees, with your brother and your boss who have resigned.
That's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. Why do you say we're falling out? I mean, the fund has changed over 3 years, 3.5 years. It was very different. Initially, we weren't on the board because we were based in Portugal.
Nobody thought, 3.5 years ago that we'd be in this situation today. It's a big...
So this is another nice little point of state. This is why the McCanns are so good for our channel, is because they do so many common mistakes that liars make, right? In your real life, you're not going to see a lot of people who lie like Casey Anthony, because I do believe she's a psychopath. Most people are not that bold of liars, right? Or O.J. Simpson, who we've also looked at on the channel. Or even Alan Dershowitz, who is a more sophisticated liar. If you saw my video, what does a sophisticated liar sound like? Or sophisticated manipulator. The McCanns make lots of the common mistakes. So here, notice, she asks, have you had a falling out with your brother-in-law? Does he deny that? Or does he deflect?
So, and you know, the fund is accountable, and as directors, we're responsible for making those decisions.
And there are also reports that you've fallen out with some of the trustees, your brother and your boss, who have resigned.
That's nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. Why do you say we're falling out?
That's nonsense, so it's mockery. Something can be nonsense and true, right? Something can be ridiculous and true. And then he says, why do you say that? Right? Asking why someone says something is not the same thing as saying, no, we never had a falling out. Right? He never fell out with me because he thought I was wasting his money.
Falling out. I mean, the fund has changed over 3 years.
And this is a tangent, an unrelated answer. The question was not, has the fund changed? The question is, did you have a falling out with your brother-in-law? So we have mockery. Then we have a question with a question. So if someone answers your question with another question, that is a sign that they're probably stalling to think up an answer, or they're trying to deflect from answering. And now we have a tangent, a non-responsive answer, something that sounds like it might be an answer, but he's still not answered about the brother-in-law.
Years, 3.5 years. It was very different. Initially, we weren't on the board because we were based in Portugal.
You know, 3.5 years ago that we'd be in this situation today. It's a big commitment, you know, and things have changed. We've got different phases in the last 3.5 years, so inevitably there's going to be changes.
So it's not that you've had differences over the way the money was spent? Or
No, not at all. In fact, any of the changes we've made recently is to make the fund more efficient and more responsive. Kate and I always feel, you know, there's still an urgency. It doesn't get easier. And we don't need a large board as such. We're trying to run the fund like a small business in many ways.
Wow. Wow. Listen again. Remember, imagine your daughter is missing. You're raising money to find her. She's been gone for 2 years. Would you be picturing your fund as a small business that's going to run for years and grow and maybe release products like a book and merchandise and speaking fees? Would you describe it as a business? Or would you describe it as a search party? Once again, these words, I believe, are leakage. I don't think they're lying by commission. They're telling us the truth if we listen closely. Most people never listen closely. Most people, what they do is they infer what isn't said. So they put words into the people's mouths. I get lots of comments of people saying, well, Kate was being sarcastic when she said that, or Gerry wasn't serious when he said that. I am actually respecting the McCanns more than you when you do that, because I'm taking them at their word. You, on the other hand, are interpreting what they say. I'm not interpreting. I'm taking everything they say at their word. So when he says he's running the fund like a small business, I believe him. And now I have to use deductive reasoning to understand what does that mean? How does he picture a small business? How does the reasonable average person picture a small business? Well, typically when someone says a small business, they mean a mom and pop shop. So something that is run for profit with the expectation that it will run on for years. Unlike a search party or a fund to find someone, or a GoFundMe, right? In the modern day, a GoFundMe, where money is raised for a specific purpose to find whoever's missing, or to pay for the surgery on someone who got hurt, right? So a search fund typically would not be described as a small business. I think 9 times out of 10, the parent of a missing child would not describe the fund as a small business. They would describe it as a something with a clear goal, right? A search party to find Madeleine, even if it takes years. And just to wrap up my point, most people, what they do is they don't listen closely. They infer what the people are saying, so they put words into their mouth, or they forgive the words people choose. So if someone says something very specifically or very vaguely, you need to take that into consideration. Why were they so specific? Why were they so vague? Right? Or if they leave out words from a sentence, why did they leave those words out? If you've seen my Meghan Markle video, you'll see how she does that in order to manipulate, in order to paint a different picture.
You've had differences over the way the money was spent? Or
No, not at all. In fact, any of the changes we've made recently is to make the fund more efficient and more responsive. Kate and I always feel, there's still an urgency. It doesn't get easier. And we don't need a large board as such. We're trying to run the fund like a small business in many ways, so that it's focused and that the directors, by and large, are hands-on and responsible for certain areas. Kate and I are integral to all the parts of it. We've got legal advice, we've got specialist media liaison, etc. We've got a retired accountant, and we've got Kate's uncle who is there and is a good governance.
Right, just like Clarence Mitchell, like I said, Clarence Mitchell came on as their full-time PR guy. That sounds like a long-term decision. And the way they're building up the fund does not sound like a sprint to find Madeleine. It sounds like they're setting up a business. And they said as much, a small business. They're putting in place people for growth, for legal. I'm surprised they don't have a marketing person. Maybe they do have a marketing person, they just call it something else, right? Like awareness. And then what does a small business do? It releases a product. A book, merchandise, speaking fees.
Sort of person. So all of these are taken on board, and we've got a very experienced fund administrator as well.
You talked about the petition.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. So, you've mentioned the petition already. Just how many signatures are you hoping to collect? What are you asking people to sign for? What's the point of the petition?
Well, the whole point is to call on the governments, both the...
Now remember, they're here asking for people to do stuff. When the journalist asked them what happened to all the money you spent, they gave no answer. Right? When the journalist asked, are you doing more due diligence on the people you hire in order not to get scammed again? They gave passive, undetailed responses, right? Due diligence is done. References are sought. But now, so all that, right, they've been totally dismissive of any of the questions that the people might have, and now it's time for them to do their ask. Now it's their turn, right, to ask for stuff. And it seems like that's all they do is ask for stuff. And this goes back to something I say a lot in my videos, that liars always have contempt for the people they lie to. So if someone lies to you and gets away with it, don't expect them to be happy that you let them get away with it or grateful. In the mind of a liar, if they've lied to you and gotten away with it, you're stupid. Right? They were right to lie to you. You do not deserve the respect of being told the truth. Right? Their contempt of you was well placed. And I think we're seeing some of that here, where when they are being asked questions about what they do with the money people have donated to them, or the taxpayer funds that have been spent on them, they don't give any clear responses. Right? They're dismissive of it. They change the subject. But now when it's time for them to ask people for stuff, they're not hesitant. They're not ashamed. But they expect you to be ashamed for questioning them. So liars always have contempt for the people they lie to. And that goes for businesses. It goes for governments. It goes for charities, anything. If someone lies to you and gets away with it, do not expect them to forgive you. If someone lies to you and gets away with it, expect them to hold it against you, and the lie should only get bigger and more egregious. Right? That's the sad reality. That's another reason it's so important to be able to catch deception and catch liars.
Both the UK and the Portuguese government to do more in the search for Madeleine, and the first thing we feel that fundamental is that they undertake a complete review of the case. Preferably it should be independent, and we want transparency as well, and we're asking the public to help us in that regard.
In terms of...
All right, so we're about halfway through this. Let's finish this up in a part 3. I've posted this video in the members section, and I want to take a look at some of their comments and their insights and see if they caught anything that I missed. Before we do that, I just want to briefly address this. I had lots of questions about how do you become a member on my last video. So the way to do that is scroll down to the bottom of this video. I'm just showing this on to you on my last video here. So you scroll down in the pinned comment. You will find 3 links. The first link is to my Madeleine McCann playlist. So you can click on that to see all my Madeleine McCann videos and watch them in order so you can see how the analysis evolved. The second link, if you click it, will take you to the page to become a channel member, where you get access to the members section, where I post up videos early and get feedback, and basically just communicate behind the scenes things with channel members. And then the third link is to deceptiondeck.com, where you can order the Deception Deck, or the awesome Stay True hat I'm wearing, or the member mug I have here with the member emojis on it. And then there's also a contact form there. So if you have a topic you want me to cover, you can submit it through the submission form at deceptiondeck.com. My channel is 100% audience funded. I don't have any sponsors. So I do try to provide value with the merch and the membership. And I appreciate everyone who orders my merchandise or pre-order the Deception Deck or becomes a channel member. Thank you very much. All right, so here we have the members section. I posted this video that we're watching now, part 2, to the members yesterday. And so let's look at their comments, see if they missed anything that see if they caught anything that I missed in this video. All right, so first comment is from channel member Mel. Mel, thank you for being a member. And she says, I love how it starts with Kate saying you have to question the motives of people who insist on something without any evidence. Is she referring to herself? She's literally insisting that an abduction occurred and there is no evidence to support this theory. The audacity of these hoaxers is killing me. I'm going to bake a cake and eat the entire thing. If you're a member, you should get that inside joke. Remember that I do premiere every video, and I am in the live chat during the premiere. So if you want to participate in the live chat, sit on your notification so you can participate in the live chat when I premiere the video. I am there. The detectives like Mel are there. And also, even if you're rewatching a video, I recommend rewatching it with the live chat playing, just so you can get all the extra content from the live chat. And Mel caught, obviously, as you can see, the same hypocrisy that I caught with Kate, where she's basically accusing people of doing exactly what she herself is doing with the... And GS Dog Mom and Sophia Breland both caught the fact that this might have actually been projection, where it wasn't just hypocrisy, but Kate was literally accusing people of doing what she does, because doing that takes up so much space in her head, right? So projection happens when someone does something a lot. It takes up so much space in their head because they do it. So now they picture everyone else doing it and they project that onto everyone else. So for example, if someone is constantly, let's say your significant other is constantly accusing you of cheating, then you should be on alert that maybe they are in fact cheating, which is why it seems like such a big deal to them, because it's something that's on their mind a lot. Maybe they're contemplating cheating, or they've done it before, and it takes up lots of space in their head. And as such, they imagine that everyone else is the same, and they project those thoughts onto other people who may not be feeling that way. All right, next up is Sophia Breland. And I like this comment from her where she says, when Gerry talks about the foundation and where the money has gone, he almost seems to get lost on his own. If you have a foundation whose sole purpose is to find your daughter, you don't need to spend money on all the things he brings up. And it looks like she's watched Beyond Me, right? We'll finish the rest of that video in part 3. But this will be interesting in part 3 because Sophia says, even though he does say that if they find Maddie, they won't need the foundation or money anymore, it sounds more like an afterthought. So I am curious to see that in part 3 when he brings that up and how he brings it up. If you've seen part 1, he mentioned finding Maddie once and he didn't mention it again. I want to see if that's the only time he mentions finding Maddie in this part 2. All right, next up is channel member Perpetual Autumn. Thank you for being a member. And thank you to everyone who I'm scrolling past. Sophia Breland, thank you for being a member. Everyone here who's commented. And Perpetual Autumn gives us another preview into what we'll see in part 3. And this looks like a quote from Gerry or Kate and says, 2 key bits of information that individually don't seem key, but put together could give valuable information that could take you that one step closer to finding Madeleine. That, and Perpetual says that is an odd phrase. And says that is an odd phrase in and of itself, but is she speaking of herself and Gerry here? Also key, did they leave the door unlocked that night? Or do certain wells have locks? This is the type of thinking that people think is a big leap, but actually got us to the well theory. And in my summer wells theory, without knowing any of the background, it got us to the theory that people who've been studying that case for years have. Right? So we can never discount what people actually say. There looks like a lot to unpack in this statement, so I'm looking forward to watching that part. It is interesting that they bring up 2 key bits of information. Statistically, when someone's lying, or when they're fishing for a number as a guess, they use the number 3, right? So 3 is known as the liar's number because people just come up with 3 when they're trying to be random, or they're trying to lie, right? Like if a police pulls over someone and says, how many beers did you drink tonight? Typical answer is 3. 2 is more unusual, which might suggest that they are actually thinking about 2 literal pieces of information. Maybe 2 clues that they know are out there, which could expose them, or 2 red herrings that they put out there in order to mislead. But we will keep an eye out for this statement in part 3. All right, next up is this comment from Craig Campbell, who has lots of great comments here. He caught lots of the things that we pointed out, and other people have caught in part 3, which we've not watched yet. Also, if you do want to do part 3, you can watch it yourselves and put comments, right? The more interaction we get on the channel, the richer the analysis is for everyone. So even if you're not a member, I do invite you to participate. Those last few minutes of the video, I have not watched yet. So you can still put your analysis and your unique angle on the case in the comments and see if it lines up with my analysis the way that the members do in the member section. Right? I invite everyone to do that. I do believe I have the smartest subscribers on YouTube. And I always mention that the well theory I did not come up with on my own. I saw the leakage for cold and watery and deep and dark, but I didn't put all that together to come up with well. It was a commenter, actually a couple of commenters, who suggested that, who knew that there were lots of wells in the area and took what I had said in my video and put it together and suggested a well. And that is how breakthroughs happen. And it also just demonstrates how people are learning the lessons and can add to it. All right, so Craig caught this, what happened to the previous money. When the journalist asked that, Gerry said, okay, I think the priority today is about asking the public to help us with a petition. And he correctly notes that wasn't the question, right? So once again, that was a deflection. He was He never explained what happened to the money they'd already been given, money that was donated out of people's pockets or given to them through taxpayer money. So if there was ever a question to answer, it was that one, to be accountable for money that was given to them. And like I said, he revealed his contempt for the people he lies to by ignoring it and reframing it as, this is what we want now, right? You gave us money. Don't worry about what happened to it. Here's what we want you to do now. So do this. Next up from Smarty X90. Thank you for being a member. And she notices this. This is something that Kate did, and Kate and Gerry both did in part 1. Kate continues to use you rather than I, me, or us. And as I said in part 1, the best indicator that someone is telling the truth is the use of the word I. When someone uses the word I, it indicates that they are aware of themselves as they're speaking, they're putting themselves into their statement, and they are taking ownership of what they're saying. And the exact opposite is dropping the I from a statement or speaking in the passive, where you don't use any pronouns, like Gerry did when he said that due diligence is done. So considering the context of this video, right, this is an interview where they are ostensibly asking the public to sign a petition for them to get the government to do more to help find their daughter. You would expect them to be candid, to speak openly, to use I, to talk about Madeleine, and we don't see any of that. We never, so far in this video, heard them say find Madeleine once, and I don't even know if we heard her name once. To me, this looked like a business interview where someone's interviewing a business owner about how they run their business and potentially doing damage control about a scandal where the business lost some money to an embezzler. All right, so X86, thank you for being a member, has a great comment here. So instead of answering the question about here, so at 2:30, reports on dodgy detectives that took money and didn't investigate anything. How can you assure people money won't be spent on them in the future? Right. So the journalist asked, this is when the journalist asked Gerry about the money that was likely embezzled out of the fund by a dodgy inspector. Instead of answering the question, Gerry talks about how amazing the detectives are and essentially dismisses the question. He feels like he can justify every penny. And here's the great insight from 86. If someone took my money and didn't deliver the goods, I would be upset. Right? So it wouldn't be on the journalist to make me upset about it. I would be upset about it. I would be bringing it up. As he says here, I wouldn't feel a need to defend the detectives, which is a great point. And I think that's why this interview rang like a Business Insider article where someone's interviewing a business owner about a minor scandal and the business owner is trying to mitigate it. Right? Rather than being just as upset as the general public that the fund got robbed. Essentially, the detective who embezzled the money from the fund might as well have taken his daughter and thrown her back out into the wild. Right? Might as well have been complicit in kidnapping her if they thought their daughter was actually out there to be found. But they dismiss it. I think because they know there is no little girl to be found. They want investigators who will sign NDAs, who will do what they are told, and will not ask any questions. There is a reason you will never see the McCanns come to my channel and ask me to help them find their daughter. Right? They will never hire someone who will actually look for the truth. They want people who will go around finding red herrings, finding wild geese to chase, finding more loose ends, and then sending them all to the Portuguese police in order to inundate them with materials and busy work so that the suspicion never turns on them, but they can continue to control the narrative and look like they're searching and claim that they are in fact innocent. One reason I made this video is because I've noticed people who are seeking the truth, whether it's in a true crime series or on a news report or in their everyday life, they often get manipulated into abandoning their search for truth. And I actually saw some people react to my last video on their YouTube channel when I talked about different techniques people use to silence their critics, and they were learning from that. So as we've seen here with the McCanns, they have the ability to use litigation to silence their critics, as well as threats to silence critics and chill the conversation of any would-be critics. But the McCanns are unique because they have the resources. They've got their fund. So they have all the money they need to do stuff like that. But more commonly, you're going to encounter tactics like mockery or shame or manipulative arguments that are based on logical fallacies when someone is trying to shut you down or stop your search for the truth. And I want to discuss some of those tactics in this video as well. How do manipulators suppress the truth, and how can you overcome it? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like button, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to analyze the tail end of an interview with Kate and Gerry McCann about the Madeleine McCann Fund. We're going to look at how they got money into that fund and what they use it for. If you've seen my first two videos about the Madeleine McCann Fund, you'll know that I believe they use that fund as a war chest to silence anyone who criticizes them, and as a way to fund private investigators to go find red herrings and wild geese for the police to chase so that they do not look back at the parents who are the obvious suspects. Without further ado, let's listen.
How long do you worry that?
Because in that regard,
And in terms of, you only have 350,000 left now. How long do you worry that you can keep going on forward if you don't get more donations?
well, we're always, as directors of the fund, we're always looking at that, because one of the remit is for us to fulfil the objectives of the fund, and the fund is to try and find Madeleine and bring those responsible.
If you've seen the first two parts of this mini-series within my Madeleine McCann series, How to Spot a Grift and How to Spot a Charity Scam, you'll know that usually the McCanns stop short of saying the fund is to find Madeleine, and I believe that's because of leakage, because they know that she's not alive out there to be found. So what they do is they say the fund is to search for her, or to investigate, or to review what the police have done, but rarely do they use the word find. So let's listen again, and here we have Gerry actually using the word find, which is nice to see. But because we're seeing this at the tail end of the interview, it may just be a sign that he's remembering what his scripted answers should have been earlier on in the interview.
How long do you worry that you can keep going on forward if you don't get more donations?
Well, we're always, as directors of the fund, we're always looking at that, because one of the remit is for us to fulfil the objectives of the fund, and the fund is to try and find Madeleine and bring.
Actually, even when he says the remit of the fund is to, he says try and find Madeleine, not find Madeleine, which is just as weak as saying that the point of the fund is to search for her, or to investigate, or to find leads. The point is that the conclusion in his mind, based on the words that he chooses within the milliseconds he has to formulate a sentence, seems to always stop short of saying simply to find Madeleine. So even here, he stops short of saying that the point is to find Madeleine. It's to try to find Madeleine. What does that suggest? It suggests that he knows she's not there to be found. And I know that some people in the comments might be saying, DD, this is a big leap. He's saying they're trying to find Madeleine, so that means that they want to find Madeleine. And once again, as I always say, what I'm doing here is not interpreting what they say. I'm listening very closely to exactly what they say, and I'm pointing it out to you. The other thing I do is I compare what I expect a reasonable person in their situation to say against what they actually say. So the expected versus the unexpected. So when he says that the point of the fund is to try to find Madeleine, I believe him. I'm actually showing more respect for his words than people who would say, hey, DD, he means find Madeleine. He doesn't mean to try to find her. He just means to find her. Right? You're putting words into his mouth. You're jumping to conclusions. And the sad reality is that liars expect people to do that. They rely on people to infer things from the vague words they use, or to put words into their mouth that they didn't say themselves, because lying is hard. It's a lot easier for someone to lie. 99% of the times if someone's about to fool you, someone's trying to trick you, they will tell you 100% the truth, but they will use words that imply something different, and they hope that you will make the logical leap towards making an incorrect assumption based on their words.
Of the fund, we're always looking at that because one of the remit is for us to fulfil the objectives of the fund, and the fund is to try and find Madeleine.
So the fund is to try to find Madeleine. I believe him.
And bring those responsible to justice. So there's always an agenda item about finances, and we need to look at that. We've done other fundraisers in the past, and we'll keep looking at that. We've been very fortunate from the point of view of having so many of the public made donations, and a large part of the money we've spent, as you know, has come from libel damages, which...
So I've watched this last tail end of the interview. As you know, I put this interview up in my members section. The members commented on it. I looked at some of their comments in my last video, how to spot a charity scam. And the comments were so intriguing that I just had to watch ahead. And when I first watched this part really stood out to me. So listen again. How do they get most of the money in the fund?
We've been very fortunate from the point of view of having so many of the public made donations, and a large part of the money we've spent, as you know, has come from libel damages.
So a large part of the money they get in their fund comes from suing people. So most of the money that they've collected, or a large part of it, is not from people donating because they believe them or they want to find Madeleine. A large part of it is because they aggressively go out on the prowl to find people to sue, because those damages that they win fund their fund. And what do I believe their fund is for? It's like a pinwheel. They get money to sue people. When they sue people, they get more money, and then they can continue to follow that cycle, suing people for money and then using that money to sue more people. They constantly have to sue someone. And this might explain why so many people who talk about the McCanns end up getting sued. And like I always say in my videos, they're welcome to try me. I think it will come down the pike at some point, which is why I'm so careful with my words, because if they do sue me, I want to use that opportunity to do as much discovery as possible, to learn as much as I can, to potentially depose them, and I want to win. So I don't want them to have anything on me. I want to be squeaky clean so we can make the most of it.
Which were paid into the fund. So we'll continue to explore it. We certainly need to be looking at income generation over the next months.
So notice what he says, right? Lots of our income comes from suing people, and we need to look at some income generation over the next few months. Who can we sue? Who can we go after? And this is one technique where if someone has the means to do it, is one technique to silence the truth, to stifle the truth, to silence your critics, is simply to sue them or to threaten to sue them. So litigation is a great technique for someone to sue people if they have the means. However, it's not at all the most common form of stifling the truth that you see in your everyday life. So once we finish this portion of the interview, in this video, I'm going to show you some other examples of way that manipulators try to stifle and suppress the truth, which are more common, which you are likely to encounter in your everyday life, and what you should call it so you can recognize each one, what the proper name for it is. So when you see it, you can categorize it and then how to respond to it. So that will be coming up next. Let's finish off this interview though.
There must be a huge pressure on you, knowing that you've always got to look for money.
Well,
because you say,
I mean, we'd love nothing more to find Madeleine, and then we wouldn't have to worry about that. You're absolutely right. Our focus is in search for Madeleine, and without the authorities conducting.
So once again, we'd love nothing more than to find Madeleine, but our focus is to search. So let's listen again.
Income generation over the next months.
There must be a huge pressure on you, knowing that you've always got to look for money.
Well,
because you say,
I mean, we'd love nothing more to find Madeleine, and then we wouldn't have to worry about that. You're absolutely right. Our focus is in search for Madeleine, and without the authorities conducting that, then the onus is on us, and we don't think that's right. The onus should be on the governments to do more.
We'd
love to give that pressure away. You're right.
And you mentioned the libel trials. How do you feel now that Amaran's book is going to be on the shelves here?
Yeah, so
now the journalist is asking them about Amaral, the detective, the Portuguese detective who was in charge of the case. He wrote a book outlining his theory that they accidentally killed their daughter and then covered it up, which actually aligns a lot with my own theory that I've developed over the course of 19 videos now. So if you want to see how we developed that theory, you can watch my DDX Madeleine McCann playlist. If you go to my channel, it's right there on the home screen. I recommend watching them in chronological order just so you can follow the progress of my analysis, but you can also sort them by most popular if you want to watch, the ones that my audience seems to get the most value out of first, and then watch in chronological order.
Well, as we've already alluded to, anyone who wants to convince people that Madeleine is dead without evidence to support it, their motives have to be questioned. But
so we've seen Gerry do this throughout the interview, and this is another technique to silence your critics. Whenever the interview asks them about someone who does not believe their narrative, that they are not responsible, whenever someone questions their narrative that a stranger kidnapper abducted Madeleine, they say that these people's motives need to be questioned. And I do believe that that is a veiled threat, right? So if you don't believe us, maybe we need to question you. Maybe we need to see, why do you think that? Why are you so suspicious? Maybe we should have our private investigators who are paid very well by our fund go tail you and follow you around and see what you know. Or maybe we should try to dig up something about you to see why you have such an opinion of little girls. Right? We need to question you. We need to call you in and sit you down. Maybe we'll send you an official looking letter. That will make you think twice about putting theories out on the internet, won't it? So I do believe this is a veiled threat. So already we've seen two high-level suppression tactics, right? Ways to suppress critics to stop the truth from coming out. One is litigation. So threatening to sue people for libel or slander. And the second is a threat, right? So not openly threatening to do anything to anyone, but insinuating it, right? We might need to question you. And we do have detectives on the payroll. And we've got some nasty people on our payroll too, who really think we're innocent and who don't like people who question us. We're grieving parents. How dare you put more grief on us? How shameful of you. Maybe we should send someone out to straighten you out. Right? So litigation and threats, and obviously these are only for people with these means, right? With the money to do it, with people on the payroll to do it. Next, once we finish up with this, I'll show you some more techniques that you are more likely to encounter in everyday life at work or with your friends or with your family or online, even in my comments section.
Today, the focus is on asking the public to help us petition the governments to do more.
Do you feel that you should be chasing live elections? Some people might say, why don't you just leave all libel stuff to one side? Why try and silence your critics?
Well, obviously, we've talked about this in great detail previously. the reason why we had to take action was because we strongly felt it was damaging the search to find Madeleine. And as Gerry's just said, that is our ultimate goal, is to find Madeleine.
And just finally, can you update people, where are you now? I mean, recently you went over to Germany, you translated all your literature.
All right, so finally they're saying their goal is to find Madeleine. In my opinion, it's too little, too late. And you'll see this often in my denial videos, where if someone does eventually give a proper denial, it's usually in late in their denial video, which weakens it, or it's in a separate video altogether, or they don't do it quite right. And here we're only seeing the word find pop up very late into this interview. So we're almost 10 minutes into this part of the interview. There was a whole other 10 minutes that we analyzed, part one of this interview, where they said it once. So they are saying that their goal is to find Madeleine, which is finally what we would expect the parents of a missing child to say. But it seems to be a little bit too little, too late. Does that mean that they are guilty? No, right? As I always say, one deceptive statement or one wrong word does not a liar make. We need multiple signs of deception before we conclude that someone is lying. However, at this point, I've analyzed almost 20 hours of the McCanns doing interviews. So I'm very firm in my opinion by this point. However, if you watch my earliest videos about them, for example, how to analyze a suspect, which I did 2 months ago, you'll see that we were not quite so certain in the theory, right, on the channel.
Into German. So can you update people? Where are you now? Have you got any new news? What's happening with your investigations?
Well, I mean, I'd like to say to you that we did have some hot leads, but I mean, the very fact that we're calling for a complete review to identify further areas for investigation is telling you that, you know, more needs done. All the information needs to put onto one database, because that may be the way that we find the key bit of information, a missing piece of the jigsaw.
So at the moment, you're worried that there isn't even a central database, so the information won't be not getting cross-referenced or shared.
Yeah, I mean, there's information in lots of different centres that hasn't been brought together, and there could be two key bits of information that individually don't seem key, but put together could give you some valuable information that could take you that one step closer to finding Madeleine. So it just seems an obvious and crucial thing to do, and this is why reviews are done time and time again in this country on major investigations.
So you must be frustrated that the government has carried out a scoping study into whether there should be a review, but then no action has been taken.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're asking for. We want to see what action, we want metrics, we want deliverables, and we want the government to do more. Madeleine's a British subject. The government should.
One reason I made this video is because I've noticed people who are seeking the truth, whether it's in a true crime series or on a news report or in their everyday life, they often get manipulated into abandoning their search for truth. And I actually saw some people react to my last video on their YouTube channel when I talked about different techniques people use to silence their critics, and they were learning from that. So as we've seen here with the McCanns, they have the ability to use litigation to silence their critics, as well as threats to silence critics and chill the conversation of any would-be critics. But the McCanns are unique because they have the resources. They've got their fund. So they have all the money they need to do stuff like that. But more commonly, you're going to encounter tactics like mockery or shame or manipulative arguments that are based on logical fallacies when someone is trying to shut you down or stop your search for the truth. And I want to discuss some of those tactics in this video as well. So let's look at 4 low-tier manipulation tactics, and then we'll also look at 4 mid-tier manipulation tactics. And these are ones that you are more likely to encounter in everyday life. Whether you're trying to figure out something at work or with a friend or within your family. Or even talking online on YouTube or X. And X is where I first posted this. So here are 4 low-tier manipulation tactics that I've seen in the comments of my latest McCann's videos, in which I think that you guys will benefit from understanding more so that you can label them when you see them in your own life and how to respond to them. All right, so the 4 low-tier manipulation tactics that I've put on my list are mockery, cynicism, attack, and anecdotal evidence. And we'll just go through them one by one. So mockery consists of when someone makes fun of you, right, an ad hominem attack, rather than debating the points that you've raised. In the case of my McCann's video, you'll see here if you're watching, or I'm going to read all this out if you're listening on podcast mode. On my last McCann's video, How to Spot a Grift, I had a commenter who said simply, "You're scum." Right, so nothing about any of the points I raised in the video, not rebutting any of the claims I made or questioning my analysis, just simply mocking me personally. And if you have got a thin skin, this might shut you up, right? So this is a tactic that, although it might not work on you or me, can work on people if they're not aware of it, right? So if they take these things personally, just recognize that mockery is a weak form of manipulation. It's low tier. It's what people do when they do not have advanced manipulation skills. And we'll look at some more slightly advanced manipulation tactics coming up next. All right, so when someone uses mockery, at least on my channel, here's how I like to reply. And I suggest making up your own version of something like this. So rather than engage, say something along these lines. Here's what I say. As far as people who engage in mockery on my McCann's videos. Given the sensitive nature of this subject, which can overwhelm rational discourse for some viewers, your emotional response is understandable. However, such conversations are discouraged on this channel to maintain the quality of discussion. While I appreciate your attempt to engage, I suggest taking a break and revisiting the video when you're ready. You got this. So you can shut down the mockery by calling it as you see it and being the bigger person and moving on. The debates and back and forth I like to get into on my channel are over my analysis, where people say, "Hey, you might have heard this wrong," or "I interpreted what they said this way." Right? Those are constructive debates and the type of challenging that makes the blade sharper. Right? A sword is forged in iron, right? Or forged in steel, whatever they say. The more you bang a sword on hot iron, the stronger it gets, right? So I like those sorts of debates. All right, next up is cynicism. And this is another low-tier manipulation tactic that you are likely to encounter in your everyday life. And cynicism is when someone basically just discounts what you say because it's pointless, or there's no point in researching it further, or you simply don't know, right? So they're trying to dismiss you without actually addressing anything you say. And I have an illustrative comment here, which I'll read from my last McCann's video, How to Spot a Charity Scam. And the commenter says, "It is naive to say it was an accidental death that they are covering up and thus lying. Their friends, media, the British police, and government would not ignore the obvious facts to protect them. Why? There is more to this story, so much more." Okay. So this comment doesn't engage with anything I say. It tries to dismiss it and doesn't raise any points of its own. Right? Just some cryptic, there is so much more. So here's how I responded to this one. And I suggest writing something of your own if you have a YouTube account or X or anything where you engage with other people and you encounter this. And I know that lots of my followers who came from my early days on YouTube, when I was looking at video gamers, have their own channels where they post clips or they look for cheaters, and they tend to encounter a lot of this. All right, so here's what I responded. Naivete is having a simplistic and uninformed view of complex matters. Proposing the most likely scenario after nearly 20 hours of analysis is the exact opposite. I'm uncertain about the point you're trying to make, and your choice of words seems to suggest you might be as well. All right, so once again, I'm not engaging in mockery. I'm just pointing it out as I see it. Right? They've not used the word naive correctly, and they don't seem to understand what point they're making, so I'm not going to try to understand it myself. All right, then we get this one, which is the attack, where someone attacks you. If it's face-to-face, they might physically try to attack you. But if it's over email or here on social media, the attack basically consists of trying to ruin your channel or trying to dox you. Here's an example I have from this guy, Peter Martin 5030 on YouTube. And he says, trial by YouTube when you have clearly already chosen an outcome. Grotesquely inappropriate. So he left this on one of my McCann's videos. And I replied, you're watching the 17th video in a series. The things I say in this video aren't said lightly. I suggest starting at the beginning to see how we got here. And he says, reported to YouTube. And there's really nothing else you can say to that, right? Once someone goes on the attack, the conversation's over. And now you either need to block them or you need to win that, right? If someone's challenging you face to face and they attack you, then you better be willing to fight and knock them out. So I think he ended his little attack here, but if I do see him pop up again, there will be severe consequences for him, right? So never take an attack lightly. All right, then finally we have our first logical fallacy. So when people debate you, sometimes they'll rely on arguments that are just wrong on their face, right? They're just based on a fallacy. And if you can't spot the type of fallacy they're using, you might actually be convinced of it, or you might think, hey, they've got a good argument, so I should back down and leave it. So I want to point out two here. The first is anecdotal evidence. So here we have this guy who commented on my video, what does an embedded confession look like? And he commented on that video about my Bigfoot video where I said that Bob Gimlin was hoaxing when he said that he got a video of Bigfoot. And he starts telling me an anecdote about how he spoke with Bob Gimlin, right? I have personally met and talked with Bob Gimlin directly 2 times. And he said what you're saying is false, and he got very detailed. So that's anecdotal evidence, right? That's like someone saying, well, I have a friend whose mailman's sister saw a UFO. It doesn't prove anything to me, right? I want to hear it from the source, which is another reason I also analyze as direct to the source as I can. So when I'm looking at the death of John Benet Ramsey, I don't look at hearsay from the neighbors or, a news report if I can help it, right? If the case facts are simple enough. If the case facts are simple enough, I just look at the words of the people involved, the parents, the brother. Or in the case of the McCanns, I look at the parents' own words. I don't look at, second and third level evidence, right? Because once you start getting into that, you start getting into hearsay and anecdotal evidence. All right, and then there is a bonus low-tier manipulation tactic, which is the appeal to authority. And in this case, we have this guy saying that, he says in another comment, apparently you're not aware that there's a whole new documentary movie coming out where he explains everything in detail, and they recreate it and blah, blah, blah. The point here is that I don't care what an expert says or what a study says or what some government says or some researcher or somebody who has even more credentials than I do, right? I trust my own ears. So if someone wants to tell me, hey, this lawyer who could beat your ass in court and is way smarter than you and has an IQ of XYZ and has 1 million followers, he says this, right? Behavior panel says that the wells aren't necessarily involved, and they also say that Kate and Gerry McCann are innocent, that means nothing to me. I don't care what authority you cite. If I'm listening to the parents myself, I'm going to trust my own ears. And I encourage everyone in my audience to do the same. There's a reason I do my videos the way I do. I play it right alongside you, and I tell you my thoughts as I think them, and you are welcome to agree with me or challenge me or agree with me but still come to a different conclusion. Right? That's the whole point of my channel, is to teach you how to spot deception, and the thinking critically part is something you've got to do on your own. All right, so those are some low-level manipulation tactics. Please do let me know in the comments if you found those useful. They are mockery, cynicism, attack, anecdotal evidence, and appeal to authority. All right, now let's look at some mid-tier manipulation tactics. So these ones are a little bit more sophisticated and a little bit harder to recognize, and also, depending on who you are, may be a little bit more effective at shutting you up or shutting you down or scaring you off a topic. And they are, the first one is superstition. So I see these superstitious comments a lot on my McCann's videos, on my Summer Wells videos, and on my John Benet Ramsey videos. Basically, any video I do about a little girl who is missing or dead, you see lots of these comments pop up trying to shut down the conversation about it. So I'll read you this one that is from one of my McCann's videos. The commenter says, "I do hope no one commenting will ever have a child abducted. I hope they will never know the anguish or the conspiracies. I find myself wondering if it is the fact that the McCanns are professionals who have a lot of support, which makes people determined not to believe their pain. Perhaps karma works with our other thoughts as well as our actions. So perhaps beware what you project onto other people and be very sure of your facts before you judge." Ooh. Right, so this is appealing to superstition. Right, be careful about talking about this. The boogeyman might get you. You better be 100% certain before you say a single word about this. Right, so it's another tactic to shut down conversation. And oddly, it's a mid-tier one. It's not low tier because it does work on some people. And here's my response. Feel free to take this or make your own version of it if you're seeing these sorts of comments on your videos or your social media, or even encountering them in your own life, right? If you have a relative who tries to shut you down with superstitious nonsense. And here's what I said. This is the exact superstitious nonsense the McCanns exploit when they present visions of Madeleine being abducted as if it were proof. Ignore the voodoo, listen to what they say, and importantly, what they don't. Right, so I'm not going to challenge their beliefs in mysticism. I'm just trying to simply redirect them to the facts at hand. Right, focus on the evidence, not the fear, not the ghosts and the boogeymen. All right, next up is another tactic that never works on me, but I have some people tell me that it does work on them. All right, so this is an important one. Shame. So lots of comments I get are people saying, well, how dare you talk about this little girl? How dare you profit and make money on YouTube off of talking about this? Right, you're making money, like this comment here. You're making money out of someone's grief. It's shameful, don't you think? And all these comments are so similar that when I reply to them, at this point, I literally just send them a link to this post on X so they can see how unoriginal their comment is. And my reply to this sort of comment is and has always been, I only care about two things: the truth and teaching people how to spot it before misinformation becomes too powerful. I can't be shamed, I can't be bought, and I can't be blackmailed. Capiche? And that seems to be very effective. And I've had quite a few comments of people telling me that they use that on their own channels. So do feel free to take it or make your own version of it. But it is a good response to shut down the shame tactic, right? The manipulation tactic of trying to shame you for seeking the truth. In reality, if you are looking for the truth, nothing you're doing is shameful. All right, the next up is something I'm starting to see more and more often now on my channel, which is whataboutism. Right, so these are arguments that aren't based on the facts, they're pure hypotheticals, and they're designed to make you have a hypothetical debate. So whataboutism is a manipulation tactic that's trying to get you to challenge your beliefs based on stuff that someone just made up, totally one-sided. And here's an illustrative example from one of my Madeleine McCann videos. The comment is, if Madeleine was found next week alive, having been kidnapped, how would you describe all the things you said? And my response was, I'd ask for a DNA test. Right? Nothing about some hypothetical situation has any impact on my actual analysis, because none of the things I do here are hypothetical. Right? I'm listening to actual words and I'm giving you my actual thoughts on those words. So if someone's trying to engage in whataboutism, for example, if you're having an argument with a significant other and they say, well, what about if you cheated on me, then what? Or what about if I moved out? Well, okay, is that purely hypothetical or are you threatening me? Or are we playing the what about game? Or are we in reality and actually having a real conversation? So just recognize that one, whataboutism, because people use it more and more, I see. Another one I see is a false dichotomy. So where someone acts like two things are mutually exclusive, like they cannot exist together, and you have to pick one or the other. And we see this all the time with social situations, or I'm not going to mention them here because I don't want to open up any cans of worms that distract from the actual point of this video. But just be aware that if there are two binary things, you don't have to pick one, right? I rarely do on my channel, right? There's many things about wider society that you have no idea what my opinion is. And I have no idea what your opinion is because it doesn't matter, because I don't have to make a choice. So a false dichotomy is when someone presents, and we see the media do this, governments do this, people in your own life probably do this, right? You need to pick him or me, or something along those lines, right? Well, one of you is in trouble, so it's either you or you. False dichotomies are manipulative because they don't present the truth, right? If you don't have to make a decision, then there is no dichotomy. You just simply can ignore it. So here is an illustrative example from one of my McCann's videos. And the person says, "Dear DD, these people are grieving. They have lost their daughter. It's been going on for many years. I do not believe they are deceiving. I think they are ground down, institutionalized, yet grieving." So did you spot the false dichotomy there? Here's what I replied. I also believe that they are genuinely grieving the loss of their daughter. However, I also believe they are lying. Right? Someone can be lying and grieving at the same time. And this person replies, grieving and lying? Right? It never occurred to them that they're not mutually exclusive, right? It had to be one or the other. They're either grieving and innocent, or they're pretending to grieve because they killed her. Well, if you accidentally kill someone, you can 100% be grieving. You can be sad about that. Even if you kill someone on purpose, you can be grieving about it. Maybe you regret it. You regret your decision. You did it in the heat of the moment. Now you feel bad. But you don't want to go to prison for it, so you're going to lie about it. Right? So when people present false dichotomies, it's either because they're manipulative or there's just a lack of imagination. They can't understand how two seemingly different things can both happen at the same time. And my response to that was, grieving and lying are not mutually exclusive actions. The loss of their daughter is a tragedy, regardless of whether they were involved in her death and cover-up. So let me know if you want me to do more in this series. Right, there are definitely more sophisticated manipulation tactics, and I pointed some of those out in my video about Alan Dershowitz responding to the Epstein files. So if you haven't seen that video, I recommend watching that one because he is a top-level defense attorney. He uses manipulative tactics that might not work on you or me, but would work on 99% of the population. And then if you have any other tactics you'd like me to put into a list, do drop them in the comments below. And I've had plenty of honorable mentions, which I will include on another list if you guys want me to do more like this, from Rock Chick on X, like, gaslighting, which I've looked at in my Jada Pinkett Smith videos, or torrencing, which is one that I've never heard of. And there's even another one called sealing, which I posted an example of on X, which I will include, or sea lianing, which I'd never heard of before. I just learned about today, but I posted an example of that on X. So please do let me know if you'd like me to do more examples of manipulation tactics that you're likely to encounter in life. And just to recap, we've looked at 5 low-tier ones, as well as 4 mid-tier ones, and there's definitely levels above that. Also, this concludes this interview with the McCanns about their fund. Do let me know if you want me to continue a deep dive into the Madeleine McCann fund. I've seen in the comments that there's plenty more to dig into, but I've also found some other really good interviews of the McCanns that I want to analyze, where they discuss other topics that are very revealing. And I think the fascination with McCann, Madeleine McCann, John Benet Ramsey, Summer Wells, is that the parents do so many interviews and people can sense the deception. And if we listen close enough to what they say, if we parse the words, if we listen to them answer the right questions from the right interviewers, it's as if we can piece what happened together purely from their words, from their leakage, by what they avoid talking about, by what they do talk about. And that is, in essence, the fascination of the mystery. I do believe the answer is right there in front of us if we listen close enough. And that's what we try to do on the channel. And so far, whenever one of the cases I looked at has actually come to a resolution, like the ones I pointed out earlier, we've been proven correct. Is there any evidence that Madeleine McCann was sedated? I'm Deception Detective. I'm an attorney trained in statement analysis, and this channel exists to expose lies and manipulation. Before we proceed, please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell. In today's video, we're going to challenge an assumption I've had since the beginning of my McCann's series. So as you know, this is my 20th video about the McCanns. I've developed a pretty detailed idea of what happened on the night that she was allegedly abducted, all based on the words of Kate and Gerry McCann in interviews, right? So based on pure statement analysis, trying to avoid any outside evidence or information that could taint my analysis. But now that we're 20 videos in, I want to see if there's any evidence of something that I've detected in the language, but have never actually looked for evidence of. And that is the idea that Madeleine was sedated, that her parents administered sedatives to her. Because I think that is, in all likelihood, the thing that killed her, because I do not think the parents deliberately murdered their daughter. I think it was a tragic accident due to administering sedatives to get her to sleep so they could enjoy their holiday, and then a cover-up in order to preserve their status as doctors, to avoid Portuguese prison, and out of a twisted sense of family loyalty, right? We can't save Madeleine, but we can at least save the twins and make sure that we don't go to prison and have them taken away from us. So I developed a very detailed theory based on their words, but I've never actually looked for outside evidence. So today, let's watch this recent video by YouTuber True Crime Rocket Science. I've given him a follow. I suggest checking out his channel as well, where he actually looks for evidence of sedation. Let's listen.
How well do you know the Madeleine McCann case? Well, let's test that right now. You can answer in the comments. 3 simple questions, see if you know the answers. And all of these are yes or no questions. Number 1, did Kate McCann and Madeleine's siblings do a toxicology test? 2, Did the McCanns take a polygraph test? 3. Did the McCanns participate in a reenactment?
So if you followed my channel for a while, or you followed my series, right, this DDX Madeleine McCann playlist, you know that I do not know the answers to any of these questions. So this is as far as I've seen into his video. I watched the first minute just to make sure it was good. And I'm curious if there is evidence of any of these things. Like I've said, I detected the sedatives theory in the language of the McCanns based on everything they say, the way they say it, the things they bring up on their own that they're defensive about. I do believe they accidentally murdered their daughter with over-sedation. And right, she could have been sedated and then climbed onto a couch and fallen and died of positional asphyxia, like some people claim. And I think that even if she died of positional asphyxia, the sedative is the reason for the cover-up, right? So if they came back to the room, they found their daughter behind the couch, crumpled up, dead or dying. If they had not done anything wrong besides just leave their kids alone in a bedroom, I don't see the reason for a cover-up, right? You could still call the emergency line, call the police, report it. You might get some negligence charge lodged against you, but the chance of getting leniency or getting it dismissed is very high, right? We don't put people in prison for life for leaving their kids alone in a bedroom, even if you believe that it is not the right thing to do, especially with children that young. So I do think that even if that idea were true, there must be some additional evidence that they did something wrong. There was something they were afraid of, a toxicology report finding, and I believe it would have been sedatives or opioids. Actually sedatives, right? Sedatives beyond something that was appropriate to give to a little kid. So let's listen.
To the first question, yes, Kate McCann made herself available for toxicology testing because she was accused of cracking under the pressure, being unstable, I guess, while she was a mother of 3 young children. And perhaps because she was depressed, well, this was the theory, she turned to some or other substance, some other medication that compromised her in some way. According to an article in the Liverpool Echo published in November 2007, quote, one line of inquiry reportedly pursued by Portuguese police was that the qualified GP who grew up in Anfield and Allerton killed Madeleine, now 4, because she was struggling to cope. But her lawyer, Edward Smethurst, said that the results of toxicology tests on Mrs. McCann's hair, taken in September, show no evidence of drugs in the mum of 3's body over the past 8 months.
So one reason I think that lots of my subscribers have sent me True Crime Rocket Science's videos through my submission form at deceptiondeck.com is because he takes a different approach than I do. So whereas I look at the words that people say, he will actually look up, news reports, police reports, filings, so hard evidence. And I think the combination of those things is great. But the order in which we do them is how, at least I, avoid confirmation bias. So avoiding confirmation bias is almost impossible, right? Confirmation bias is the concept that if you believe something, anything you hear or see, right, any evidence you come across that supports your theory, you will listen to and take very seriously. And anything that disproves your theory, you will ignore or minimize or doubt. And that's one reason, like I say, I try to go into each and every case that I cover on this channel, knowing as little about it as possible while still knowing the gist of it, in order not to go in completely blind, which allows me to actually listen to what people say. And then if I say something in a video that turns out to be correct or my analysis is on point, people in the comments will point it out to me. Or like we're doing here, I've already come up with my theory about the McCanns over 20 videos, and now we're getting the hard evidence that either backs it up or disproves it, which is why I'm watching this video now instead of watching it earlier in the series. And there was actually a great recent example of this in my last video before this one, how to interrogate a suspect. I looked at an interview with Nicole Kessinger, the mistress of Chris Watts, who murdered his daughters and his wife. And in that interview I watched, I could tell that she was lying to the police about potentially using another way to talk with Chris besides phone calls and text messages. I said that the police should have included other apps, other ways of communication in their affidavit that they had her sign, right, or the request that they gave her, right, to cooperate and let them search her phone. And lo and behold, in the comments, people told me that she used a calculator app, some secret app that people use to communicate with each other, to communicate with Chris, right? So I've not confirmed that evidence, but I've seen so many comments about it that it's great to see that my analysis is on point, right? So that's how it should work, right? You hear the words, come up with your theory, and then if there's evidence that supports it, that's great, right? Instead of looking for evidence and then looking for words that support it.
He said, there were various stories circulating that Kate might somehow be unstable and might be depressed and whatever, but the test demonstrated that the kind of drug she might be on did not show up, end quote.
So let's just listen to this report again. So, right, what I wanted was a toxicology report on maybe the twins, because if the twins had been sedated, it's more likely that Madeleine was also sedated, right? So part of the bedtime routine would have been to sedate all the children so they sleep and stay still while the parents go out, right? So they don't do things like get up and go climb on the couch and look out the window and potentially fall and get injured. But so in this one, we're seeing that there was a toxicology report done on Kate. But I heard something about 8 months, so I don't know how useful this is. So let's listen to that. Let's see if this report is useful at all.
Reportedly pursued by Portuguese police was that the qualified GP who grew up in Anfield and Allerton killed Madeleine, now 4, because she was struggling to cope. But her lawyer, Edward Smith...
Okay, so this is one theory, that Kate deliberately killed Madeleine because of the stress of having Madeleine, who they said was admittedly a very loud child, on top of newborn twins, right? So 2 more children at once. It can compound lots of stress. Both parents are working. Personally, like I said, I don't see the language of deliberate murder. The way they talk about Madeleine, the way they describe the night does not sound like Kate lashed out at Madeleine, bonked her on the head, or killed her in a rage, or even premeditated.
Smethist said that the results of toxicology...
And one way they're testing for that theory, right, the police, was to do a toxicology report on Kate's hair, a hair follicle test, to see if she was taking any hard medications, right, let's say like a antidepressant, I'm assuming, or antipsychotic, which might suggest that she was in a psychotic state of mind around the time that Madeleine died or was allegedly abducted, which might lend more credence to the idea that she deliberately killed Madeleine. And like I said, I don't see that in the language. But it is a good illustration. What if we came across this evidence first, right? What if we came across a toxicology report that showed that Kate was on antidepressants while she was in Portugal, or antipsychotic? So we had that evidence, and then we go listen to what they say. With selective hearing and with confirmation bias, we might hear more evidence that goes along those lines. Right, so for example, one reason I think that Kate administered the sedative to Madeleine that killed her is because whenever Kate claims guilt for what happened to Madeleine, she always says I, right? So the McCanns always talk in the plural we, right? We went on vacation, we put Madeleine to bed, we did, toilet, teeth, pajamas or whatever, we. But whenever she talks about regret or guilt, she switches to I. And I think that's because she cannot share the guilt of giving that sedative to Madeleine with Gerry, because she knows she did it herself and she takes that guilt personally. But if we had studies, toxicology report that showed she was an antipsychotic, we might interpret that to match up with that evidence, right? So I hope I'm not belaboring the point here. The way we did it is the right way to do it. We listen to the language, come up with our theory based on what they say in multiple interviews, the words they choose, how they talk about it. And now is the appropriate time, once we're pretty solid on our theory, to see if there's evidence that supports or disproves it. And the thing is, in my early videos, it was great to get confirmation because I wasn't doing cold cases, right? So when I looked at Liver King and I said, hey, based on the way he talks, it sounds like he's using steroids and he's lying about it. A few weeks later, he came out and said he was on steroids, right? So it was a nice, great, easy confirmation. Or when I said that the video gamer Nadia Amine cheated on video games, right, in tournaments, what she didn't deserve to be in there, that she was cheating when she was playing. And then later she was banned by the game. So it was a nice confirmation that I was on point. Or like I just said earlier with Nicole Kessinger, I said it sounded like she was working really hard with the way she was talking to the police, the way she was answering their questions, the way she was omitting words to exclude other apps from the search. And it was confirmed in the comments that she did have other apps. But in cases like the Ramseys or the McCanns, there's only so much confirmation I can get on my theory until there's actually physical evidence to support it, right? So it's a little bit more frustrating.
Tests on Mrs. McCann's hair taken in September show no evidence of drugs in the mum of three's body over the past 8 months.
So one thing I want to do more of is talking about how science and studies and graphs and statistics can be misleading, right? So lots of times when people see science or a study or DNA, logic goes out the window. And I'll show you a recent example of that, and I'll talk about how it applies to this test that they did on Kate here. So for example, I have this comment that I posted on X yesterday. It's from my Ramsey series, my John Benet Ramsey series. And the commenter said, the Ramseys were exonerated in 2008 or 2009. There was an unknown male DNA evidence that was found on the underwear John Benet had on. The entire family was tested for a match, and all were ruled out. And I see lots of comments like this, right, where they found someone else's DNA on John Benet, so the family's ruled out. Well, that's not how deduction works. Right, but because there's DNA and there's testing and there's forensics, people forget about logic and they say, hey, DNA said this, so it must be true. And here's what I replied to that comment. DNA is useful for confirming a suspect, but not for ruling them out. Just because we find someone's DNA on a body doesn't mean that others are off the hook. It's like saying if I taste carrots in my soup, it can't contain potatoes, right? Deduction isn't that simple. It doesn't work like that. And I actually workshopped this analogy on my X account with subscribers. So thank you for everyone for helping me with that analogy. I think it's a great illustration how people forget how formal logic works as soon as science is involved. Right. So how does that apply to Kate? In this case, it looks like she had a hair follicle test done 8 months after Madeleine went missing, and there was no evidence of any antipsychotics or antidepressants in the hair follicle. Does that mean that she couldn't have shaved her head or cut her hair, or that the hair just grew out past that? I don't know exactly how hair follicle tests work. But I feel like these sorts of tests are similar to DNA tests, right? Just at first glance, what I'm seeing right now. It might be useful for confirming if someone was taking a medication, but just because you don't see it in the hair follicle test does not mean you can rule it out. So I feel like these sorts of tests are great for confirmation, but not for ruling anything out. But this is the first I've seen it. I'm just seeing this clip here, so I don't want to go too deep into that. Also, let's say Kate was on antipsychotics or antidepressants. I still stick to my theory. That's the beauty of coming up with the theory based on the actual words that people say before looking at outside evidence or editorialized takes from experts or detectives. Even if she was on all that, she could have been on antipsychotics, antidepressants. She could have had a rage. But I still stick with my theory that Madeleine died from an oversedation by a mistake. because of the way they talk, the words they've used, right? People always speak based on everything they know. That's why statement analysis is so powerful. That's why the deception detection we do on the channel is so powerful. And speaking of the power of deception detection, as you may know, I've compiled my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation in the Deception Deck. It is on pre-sale right now at deceptiondeck.com. And thank you to everyone who has pre-ordered. And if you have pre-ordered, I have a surprise for you right now. I just got the first pack from the printers. The rest are printing right now and will be shipping soon. So if you've not pre-ordered, please do so at deceptiondeck.com so you can take advantage of the sale that's going on right now, which will end soon once I have all the decks printed and ready to ship. All right, back to our analysis. So if you're just listening on podcast mode, you didn't see my magic trick. If you're watching, let me know if you want me to show you how I did that in another video.
He said, there were various stories circulating that Kate might somehow be unstable and might be depressed and whatever, but the test demonstrated that the kind of drug she might be on did not show up, end quote.
Right, so once again, here's the problem with science. We can't be that conclusive about it. I don't know how reliable that test was, if it was done 8 months later, if it can be cheated, if it was even looking for the medicines I think it was. Right, all these panel tests require you to input what you're actually searching for. And then even if it did show that she was on the medications they were looking for, it still does not make our theory that we have on this channel about what happened implausible.
It seems the police in the McCann case had the same oversimplistic views as those in the JonBenet Ramsey case, that a young child did something and an overstressed mother overreacted and then did something.
So I'm glad True Crime said this, right? I see lots of parallels. It's interesting, the cases I choose to cover come from requests, right? So I never set out to do a true crime channel. When I first started my channel, I actually wanted to avoid true crime just because of how heavy the material is. Right? Some of this stuff is depressing. But the way I determine how I pick videos is I see requests in the comments. So lately I've seen tons of requests for Keely Rodini. So she might be on the next community poll. Or the Memphis 3 or Dior Kuntz. So I look at all the requests that come in and then I put them on community polls. And then based on who wins the community poll, that's the next video I make. And over time, the cases that have risen to the top include Madeleine McCann, JonBenet Ramsey, Summer Wells. And I don't think it's a coincidence that these ones always seem to rise, that these ones have risen to the top. Because these are almost like little whodunit cases. And they are more subtle than just someone lashing out and murdering someone, in my opinion. I think that they are more complicated than just an overstressed mother lashing out and whacking her child on the head. And in all three cases, in my playlist that I have about JonBenet, Madeleine, Summer Wells, I do the same thing. I listen to the words of the parents, and then I come up with a theory based on what they say, how they respond to questions, and only then do I go outside and look for other evidence. And in Summer Wells and JonBenet, I haven't even looked at any other videos like this where they actually look at physical evidence. In those ones, we're still developing our theories based on the words of the parents.
And this is a sign of not really knowing the true family dynamics, the true complexity of what's going on in the home situation.
So I think I'm on the same wavelength with true crime rocket science here. I think that these cases are more nuanced and subtle and complicated. And in the case of the Wells case, I think it's more disturbing, actually, than a simple, straightforward crime, which is why they've gone unsolved for so long and why there's still so much fascination with these cases years later.
I have to say, I never believed either of the mothers in these cases deliberately killed their daughters. And I think it's because the truth in this case is so subtle, and true crime is often rotten when it comes to subtlety. How many videos today often have got the word shocking in it? The whole thing with shock value coverage is that it's unsubtle. And people seem to like that, which is why we are so bad at things that are so subtle. I find subtlety very interesting, very intriguing, very mysterious. The truth is here, it's like a signal hidden in the noise. And this is why I think after 17 years, so many people still can't figure out what happened, because they're not very good at subtlety. Most people seem to repeat the same obvious but untrue myths over and over again, without thinking critically, without going down a few additional layers and working through the subtleties systematically. You're forced to do that. When you write a book, you're forced.
So this is, I didn't want to pause him there because I agree with almost everything he said there. I think it was well put. And I think the fascination with McCann, Madeleine McCann, John Benet Ramsey, Summer Wells, is that the parents do so many interviews and people can sense the deception. And if we listen close enough to what they say, if we parse the words, if we listen to them answer the right questions from the right interviewers, it's as if we can piece what happened together purely from their words, from their leakage, by what they avoid talking about, by what they do talk about. And that is, in essence, the fascination of the mystery. I do believe the answer is right there in front of us if we listen close enough. And that's what we try to do on the channel. And so far, whenever one of the cases I looked at has actually come to a resolution, like the ones I pointed out earlier, we've been proven correct. But in true crime, it can take years, in the case of the McCanns, decades, to be proven correct. And that's the frustrating part about it. And that's the reason we're checking in on the evidence now, this deep into the case, to see if we're on the right track with our analysis so far in this series.
To do that, tie the narrative together in a lot of subtle ways that you wouldn't do in a 10-minute video or an hour-long video or even 2 hours long. You've got to link together your narrative in a way that's cohesive, and then you realize start seeing those subtleties. Now, the interesting thing is there were questions of sedation surrounding Madeleine's siblings as well. Do you know whether they also submitted samples for toxicology testing?
All right, this could be useful. If the other children were sedated, like I said, it's more likely that Madeleine was also sedated. As we know from the parents' own words, Madeleine was particularly loud. She was particularly rambunctious. So if they sedated the twins, it's not unreasonable to infer that they also sedated Madeleine, which would back up the theory that we have, right? That Madeleine died of oversedation, or even just from being sedated with the normal amount of sedative, right? So I've said this many times on the channel. It doesn't have to be that they gave her too much sedative, or that Kate gave her sedative and then Gerry gave her a second dose and she died from an overdose of sedative, right? They were on vacation. They said, in their own words, Madeleine was out playing on the beach that day, out in the sun, taking the same medication when you're more dehydrated or even have different food in your stomach than normal, or go to bed a little bit later than usual. It can hit you differently, right? And this was a 3-year-old little girl. It doesn't take that much dehydration or that much of a different scenario for a medication to hit her stronger than normal. And if the parents weren't around to mitigate it, then the sedative could have killed her. The parents could have realized it was due to their negligence or their basically negligent, unreasonable giving of a sedative to a child to just get them to sleep. And that could be the impetus for them to cover up the crime because they didn't want to be even face the potential of being put into a Portuguese prison and have their children taken away from them, lose their medical licenses, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you know? And do you know what the results were? Before we get to that, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. Thank you to those who have subscribed. By the way, I'll be going live in around about 2 hours after this video is posted, where we'll be talking just...
This is an old video of his, so he's not going live after this. But like I said, I do recommend subscribing to his channel.
That Madeleine may have died of an accidental overdose was part of what the investigators officially believed, certainly at one time. And it's not an irrational thought.
Actually, let me just correct myself. This video of his is from 1 day ago.
The notion that Madeleine may have died of an accidental overdose was part of what the investigators officially believed, certainly at one time. And it's not an irrational thought. There was a preponderance of doctors in the group, 2 of them anesthetists, and it wasn't just one of Madeleine's parents that was a doctor, but both.
And I see lots of comments of people saying, hey, the parents were doctors. How could they have made a mistake with the dosage of a sedative? In my experience with doctors, there's 2 types of doctors, right? So there's one type of doctor that goes to med school, learns everything, learns how reliable unreliable medications can be sometimes, takes the side effects very seriously, and is actually very prudent, is more cautious than the average person about administering medication, right? About writing a script or something. And then on the other hand, you have the second type of doctor, where they go to med school, they learn about all the medicines, they see how, people typically don't experience side effects, 99% of the time, and they become very flippant with administering and prescribing medications, right? So you have 2 polar types of doctors, right, and everything in between. And if it's the case that the McCanns were the flippant type of doctor, the one who has access to meds, believes that they're all pretty reasonably safe, and that they can overcome any side effect or solve any problem that it might cause, they might just be the type of doctor who causes more harm than good, right? By accident, by being flippant with medication, by being negligent.
According to the Evening Standard, quote, the Polizia...
It's sort of the way that people get desensitized to stuff, right? So doctors can also get desensitized to just how powerful the medications they are prescribing and administering to people are, because they don't typically see the fallout that might follow, right? So a doctor might prescribe you something, you have adverse side effects, you get addicted, you get sick from it. They don't necessarily see all that. They just know that they prescribed this 100 times in the past week, and no one's come back to them with a complaint.
Judiciara have suggested Madeleine died as a result of an accidental drugs overdose, and that the McCanns, both doctors, covered up the death to protect their careers.
Wow. That is basically a theory we've come up with based on their own words. And I actually gave them even more of a benefit of the doubt than that. I don't think they would have covered up just to protect their careers. I think they would have covered it up to protect the twins, to make sure that the twins weren't taken from them and put into foster care while they went to prison, if they went to prison, right? So people can justify just about anything. So in the case of the McCanns, I can see Gerry thinking he is heroic in his own mind by going to great lengths to cover up, to hide his dead little daughter in order to protect the rest of his family, right? There's nothing we can do for Madeleine now. We have to hide her. We have to cover up the crime. Kate, this is the story we're going to tell. You're going to stick to it, and we're going to keep the twins with us. And then if we're going to pretend we're innocent, and if we ever raise money in the future, we'll use that money to raise awareness about children, missing children in general. We'll use it to help support the twins and to honor Madeleine's memory. Right? You can justify anything. You can justify covering up a crime. You can justify taking money from people under false pretenses. Right? We're using this money to honor Madeleine. Same with the John Benet Ramsey case. I can picture them saying, I can picture, in particular, John Ramsey saying, look, because I believe that Burke killed JonBenet, whether deliberately or by accident, killed her, and the parents covered up the crime. And I can envision John saying, look, Burke is going to have the stigma of killing his sister for the rest of his life unless we cover this up. And even if he is narcissistic, like some people say, right? Even if he's a narcissist, he can still justify it that way, right? I will not have my son be known as a murderer for the rest of his life and have this follow him. So there's nothing we can do for JonBenet now. Patsy, go upstairs, get ready to write a ransom note. We're going to cover this up, put Burke in his bedroom. And I, to protect my family and to protect my son, or if he's a narcissist, to protect my reputation, will tie a garrote around her neck to make it look like a psychopathic kidnapper killed her in the basement. So people can go to great lengths, and they can justify great lengths, morbid things, if you didn't know the context. Right, so I see lots of people say, well, I can't imagine the parents tying the garrote around JonBenet's neck. You know, that's too much. What would you not do for your kid? Right? What would a parent not do out of love for the remaining child? If you knew that tying a garrote around your dead kid's neck would save your other kid, it's not really much of a Sophie's choice. You only have one kid left. You would do anything to protect them. Right? And don't get me wrong here. I'm not excusing anything that any of these people have done. I always believe that honesty is the best policy. I believe that even if they had accidentally killed Madeleine in the McCann's case through an overdose of sedative, they would have been given leniency by any jury, because we've already seen how much leniency they get from the press, right? It's almost taboo to question them, even though I do believe that all the signs are there. Same with the Ramseys. If Burke killed his sister, if they had just called the police and mentioned it and talked about it, I'm sure Burke was 9 years old. They could have had it so his name wouldn't be in the press, and the stigma would not have followed Burke for the rest of his life. So that's part of the reason I think that they might be a little bit narcissistic in that case, in that they also did not want their own reputation ruined. But that's a different topic, different series. Check out my JonBenet series if you haven't seen it yet.
Yes. Now, obviously, this is a very dated article in the Evening Standard going right back to around about 2007. More specifically, the 20th of October 2007, which was around about 6 weeks, just less than 2 months after they were first officially called Arguidos in this case, which happened in early September. And so within 6 weeks, they were very involved. They were doing a lot of their own investigations, I guess, on themselves, their own testing. They'd hired lawyers and, people to a forensic team to address certain questions. And so by the end of that period, at the end of 6 weeks, they said in the media, made quite a big deal about it, that they'd gathered irrefutable proof that the children were never drugged. And so the Standard goes on to write,
once again, when it comes to science, even if they did not find any sign of sedative, that does not necessarily mean they were not sedated. Right? Science is great for confirming things, but it's not great for ruling out things. So let's say that they had administered some sort of sedative that wasn't indicated on the panel. It wouldn't have shown up. So I don't like using tests, DNA, blood test, hair follicle test, any sort of test to rule something out, although it is great for confirming something. And then once again, even if they had not sedated the twins, that does not mean they did not sedate Madeleine. So I already questioned science, but even if the science is correct, it still doesn't prove anything about Madeleine. And what I'm doing now is not necessarily statement analysis, but just critical thinking, the way you should be thinking, basically thinking like an attorney, right? How we're trained to think, especially in the criminal defense side. Just because something is proven, does it logically mean that the thing we care about is proven or not? And if not, then we don't really necessarily care about it at all. If the twins were sedated, that would suggest that Madeleine was also sedated. It would help us. It wouldn't confirm, wouldn't mean 100% that she was. but the twins not being sedated similarly does not mean that Madeleine was not sedated. Right? It's formal logic. And sometimes what happens is people mistake possibility with likelihood. So I see lots of comments saying, well, DD, it's so unlikely that these doctors would have over-sedated their daughter. They're doctors after all. Well, A, just because something's unlikely doesn't mean it's impossible. Doctors make mistakes all the time. And then B, I don't even agree with the premise of that comment. There are some doctors who are super conservative and very good, but there are also doctors who are very flippant with medications and very lax with them. They're desensitized to the power of a medicine, to the power of a sedative or an opioid. So even if I agree with the premise of it, it still doesn't prove anything, and I don't agree with the premise of it to begin with. The fact that there are doctors actually suggests my scenario, makes it more likely because it would mean that they have better access to sedatives, and if they are paying for the tests, they are more educated and informed on deciding which ones not to include on the panel so as to have the panel show up showing that the children were not sedated.
We understand that samples of hair were given to a forensic team hired by the McCann's lawyers for analysis.
All right, so these forensic teams are hired by the McCann's attorneys. Automatically, we have bias in the study. So anything that comes out of that study is going to be, needs to be rigorously analyzed and needs to be met with prima facie skepticism.
The toxicology tests performed on the hair are understood to show no traces of sedatives. The test results are part of a dossier of evidence compiled by the McCann's legal team at law firm Kingsley Napley.
So just coming back to the theme of this video, how to defeat cognitive bias. Imagine you had seen that study first. You would be biased to think, hey, there are no sedatives involved here, right? There was no evidence that the twins were sedated, so Madeleine must not have been sedated. This analysis, these scientists found no sedatives. So DD, you're wrong. Your sedation theory is wrong. And that's the power of cognitive bias, right? So scientific studies are very biasing. They seem infallible. Right? It's proof. This is scientists. A scientist did this. A medical person did this. Which is why I try to avoid physical evidence like this or research or news reports until I've analyzed the words of the people involved. Nothing that this report showed so far has shaken the theory that we have here on the channel. But if you had not developed that theory in the first place, you could get shaken very easily, right? You'd be predisposed to disbelieve anything I say because I'm talking about sedatives, and you've seen that there was a study that showed there were no sedatives. When in reality, this study was paid for by their attorneys, so sent to a lab that their attorneys contracted with. They could have run 1,000 tests and only picked the one that showed the right thing, right? Only picked the one hair follicle that didn't register anything. Or more likely what they do is they select what they are going to test for, the specific compounds and chemicals that will not show the type of sedative that they used if they did administer a sedative to the children.
To show they were not involved in their daughter's disappearance from their Algarve holiday apartment, that's apartment 5A, on 3 May. The article goes on to note, as well as dismissing the drug theory, the lawyers have evidence to disprove allegations that Mr. McCann is not the biological father of Madeleine, a claim which is significant because the McCanns are arguing that DNA evidence in the boot of their hire car comes from the twins rather than the missing child. A source close to the couple said, "It would be logical for tests to be carried out on the twins to show they have never been given sedatives." Let's just be clear about the language there. they have never been given sedatives. It would be right to say those tests show no evidence of sedatives in their systems. It backs up Kate and Gerry's claims. They have never sedated the children and explains why they are so certain they can prove the allegation is just police smear.
So I wonder, is there any test that could be done to show that you have never had a sedative? Is there any test that could possibly be done? Does it exist in science to show that the twins had never been sedated? I don't know. But that's also why I like to listen to what people say, because there is no filter. I can judge what people say. And if you've pre-ordered the Deception deck, you have 52 words, phrases, cues, and concepts that liars use to deceive. So you have 52 ways to spot when someone's being deceptive. And then it's up to you to use critical thinking to figure out why they're being deceptive. Whereas when it comes to tests and science, I don't know does that test exist now? Does it even exist? Did it even exist back then? Also, how long does a sedative stay in one's system? What if they waited 3 days and then tested the twins, or even 24 hours? Would it be out of the system? And that's the problem when it comes to complicated things, when it comes to chemistry, biology, technology. It's constantly changing, and there are so many layers of so-called experts who are like the shamans of our modern age. Right? We take everything they say as if it's infallible, when in reality, everything must be scrutinized. Even what I say here, right? I encourage you guys to scrutinize it. That's why I don't just make a pronouncement. Hey, the McCanns over-sedated their daughter. Right? That's why I spend 20 videos, almost 20 hours now, explaining my thinking with you in real time, so that you can listen to my thoughts, compare it with your thoughts, come to your own conclusion. And I also listen to your comments, right? So some of my analysis has been influenced by comments you guys leave me in the comments, right? So it's collaborative. But everything has to start with yourself. In my case, it starts with me, and then I look at the comments.
End quote. And you would imagine this sort of thing published in the media would probably change quite a few hearts and minds. Wow, so they actually did tests, and the tests show that they're innocent. And Kate McCann actually brings up the same issue of sedation 9 separate times in her book, and points out that the toxicology on the twins came back negative. Now, remember, Kate's book was published in 2011, which was essentially 4 years after all of these events. But what is really interesting is the level of detail she goes into when she talks about the sedation. I mean, even she acknowledges in her book that she suspected all 3 of the children may have been sedated based on their demeanor. The fact that the twins were sleeping so soundly despite everything that was going on. So Kate herself made this essentially the same suggestion that law enforcement made. And so,
wow, that is interesting. So basically, let me just rewind here. So TCRS, so True Crime Rocket Science, has shown an excerpt from Kate's book, and I need to read this book at some point. So let me know in the comments if you want me to actually analyze Kate's book. And the beauty of analyzing text is that people can really pick their words on it, so you can really hold them to what they say. And even if she used a ghostwriter, or consulted with her attorneys or a PR person in writing the book, the truth still shines through if she has told those people the truth. So that's another interesting concept with statement analysis, that even if it's something has been filtered through an attorney, PR person, ghostwriter, we can still spot the deception. Because at the end of the day, the person whose name is on the book has to sign off on every last word that's used. And Kate actually says that in the book She said, "We had always suspected that all 3 children might have been sedated by the abductor. We mentioned this to the police that night and several more times in the following weeks, but no testing of urine, blood, or hair which could have revealed the presence had ever been done." Very interesting. So it's almost as if they were trying to get ahead of the sedative, and they were already trying to pin it on the abductor. Also, like I said, I don't believe that the studies paid for by the contracted out by their attorneys were done in a way that would actually show every single type of sedative. Any sort of test can be gamed, especially when you're running the test to disprove something. All it would take is for them to not check off one box on one type of compound that appeared in the sedative that they gave the children. And one thing I pointed out in another video, and you guys have also caught in the comments, is how unlikely it is, if they really believed an abductor took Madeleine, for them to leave the twins in the room while they went out to go search for Madeleine. If you actually believe there was a kidnapper in the area, or even a kidnapping ring, surely you would take your remaining children with you and hold them so tight because you've already lost one. But instead what they did is they left the twins in the room, which A, suggests that they knew there was no kidnapper, that it was a hoax. And B, raises the question of why did they not even think to take the twins, right? Surely if you're going to pretend that you think there's a kidnapper, you would at least take the twins just to make it appear that you believe there's a kidnapper. And one reason not to take the twins would be that people would see just how sedated the twins are. Right? Instead of being alert and woken up by their parents holding them, running around, they would be limp like rag dolls. That would surely attract people's attention and make it and actually provide some witnesses who say, hey, look, the twins looked sedated. So leaving the twins in the room, A, might have just been an oversight because lying is hard. Putting yourself in character in a position of something that you're not actually in is very difficult. So they might not have acted like the parents of an abducted child because they weren't. Or B, even if they knew it looked like a plot hole in their story, it wasn't worth the risk of taking the twins with them because it would reveal that the twins were sedated by how limp and non-responsive they were. And it seems like the latter is more likely because in the book, Kate is trying to get ahead of it. Right, so she probably was trying to get ahead of it at the time. Right, the twins seem awfully sedated, don't you think, officer? That's weird. Did the abductor sedate them? Because we didn't.
Sleeping so soundly despite everything that was going on. So Kate herself made this essentially the same suggestion that law enforcement made. And so isn't there some merit to that question? Well, the obvious unsubtle answer is no. How can there be? There's no evidence. But what happens when we dig a little bit deeper and we look at the question and the analysis in a more subtle way? So first I want to refer to what Kate McCann writes in her book. She says, I felt angry that the children had to go through this further insult. As for me, I looked as if I had alopecia, though I cursed the abductor and the Polizia Judiciaria.
That is also strange. I looked as if I had alopecia. That's something I said earlier when they were talking about her hair follicle test. The hair follicle test was done 8 months later. There's no point at which she could have shaved her hair to get rid of all the hair follicles. Is that how hair follicle tests work? So it's interesting that she also gets ahead of this, the alopecia. Because maybe if someone said, hey, if accused her, hey, you shaved your head, that's where the hair follicle test didn't show the antipsychotics you were on. She can say, well, I was pulling out my hair because I was so stressed. As I said in the book, it looked like I had alopecia. The more I see of these excerpts, the more I feel like I need to read this book. As much as I don't want to give them money because I know that any money I give them will potentially be used against me at some point because they sue everyone who talks about them. But I do need to read this book because from what I'm seeing here is lots of the stuff they bring up in the book they bring up defensively to get ahead of things. So it would be curious to see what else they bring up on their own.
To go through this further insult. As for me, I looked as if I had alopecia. Though I cursed the abductor and the Polizia Judiciaria, I had bigger things to worry about. And then, this is the important part, all the hair samples produced negative results. While this didn't totally exclude the possibility that the children had been sedated, that's such an important point that she's making there. She herself is saying, even though there were negative results, this didn't totally exclude the possibility.
Now, just like I said, that's how these studies work. They're great for confirming things, very weak for disproving things. A test showing no sign of sedative does not mean there was no sedative. A test showing sedative does mean there was sedative. Right? So it doesn't work both ways. It's great for proving, it's very weak for disproving.
And she also says why. Because of the time that had elapsed, but then she says what it also meant was nobody else could prove otherwise. In other words, the law and the media could not prove that they'd been sedated. And I do think they took some publications to court for saying in a sort of unambiguous way that they were certainly, definitively, definitely sedated. Kate also writes, it's sadder still that such tests weren't carried out at the time. Now, it is very sad, it is very unfortunate. They were doctors, did they not think about that themselves, if they were being accused of it? Why?
Like I said, A, the tests are not great for disproving, and B, because they are doctors, it makes it much more likely that they were able to game and cheat any tests that they did select. For example, if you knew what sedative you gave someone, you knew what compounds it had, you could have your lawyer run a test, right? We tested for 200 different types of sedatives and didn't find any sedatives. Well, A, what if there were 200 types of sedatives and you didn't test for that last one deliberately? Or B, what if you waited to run those tests, because I think they did run these tests quite late, much later, until you knew for a fact that all the sedatives had left the system. Also, it's not like they're under a duty to report every test they run, because I don't think they were ever formally defendants or anything, right? They could run a test every day until the test shows up negative. And that's the problem with people treating scientific studies or DNA, stuff like that, as if it's gospel. Just like anything, it can be gamified. As soon as you involve a human in the selection of the sample or interpreting the sample or writing up the result, you allow the possibility of human error, manipulation, deception, manipulation.
Why wait to provide these samples? Why wait?
I didn't want to do this because I consider foreign detective Bernt Stellander and myself on the same team against Kate and Gerry McCann, who are trying to deceive everyone. However, some of the things he said here do give me some pause. So in the interest of full disclosure, I'm just going to go through them before we keep listening. And then 8 months ago, I speculated what would happen if someone tailed the McCanns on their annual trip to Playa de Luge. I even proposed setting up a well search just to see how the McCanns would react. Apparently, foreign detective Bernt Stellander had the same idea and claims it even revealed Madeleine McCann's burial site. Today, let's watch his interview with James English to determine if he's just another conspiracy theorist or if he's actually onto something. I've not listened to this yet. I wanted to do that with all of you, so let's go ahead and listen.
And boom, we're on. And today's guest, we've got Bernt Stellander. Bernt, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming all the way over.
Well, that invitation is not something you say no to.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Your book, The Sudden Impulse, about the Madeleine McCann case. you dive right into a lot of territory that people don't. I think you've been pretty fair also, and I think it's important to understand there is a lot out there about this case. This child is, well, not a child anymore, but then it's probably the biggest missing person in the world ever. It has been for the last, 17 years now? What was it, 3rd of May 2007? In your book, which we'll get into, you think it was the 2nd, and dates change, and you kind of contradict and look into the contradictions of the statements. There's a lot out there about this case. It's very, still a lot of question marks unanswered. I think their interviews, what they've gave, didn't do them any justice, but that doesn't mean they're not. That doesn't mean they're guilty either of any misdoing. And
Off the bat, I'm happy to see that Bernt is basing his analysis on the parents' statements and their interviews, because that's what I've done over the course of my 22 videos analyzing the McCanns, and I've linked my entire playlist in the description below. That said, I'm not sure if Bernt and I are going to agree on everything, so I'm curious to see what the nitty-gritty of his theory is. A, because of the title of his book, The Sudden Impulse. If that's how he thinks Madeleine was killed, I think we're going to slightly disagree on that. Personally, I think it was an accident. I think Kate administered a sedative that they administered to her every night because she was loud. And on this particular occasion, perhaps because she had heat stroke, because she'd been out in the sun all day, or simply just because it wasn't part of her normal routine, it hit her differently, and she ended up dying. And then the parents, as doctors, had to make a tough decision in an extreme situation. Do we call the police and potentially get found out for being negligent in the way we administered sedative to her? Or do we hide her in order to keep our medical licenses and our other 2 children? They had a pair of twins. And I think they did what I also think the Ramseys did, was decide to stage a kidnapping in order to keep the rest of their family unit together, and they've had to lie ever since.
But yeah, people are still very interested in this topic. But first and foremost, how are you?
I'm very good. This is very exciting, of course. I'm not a person that seek attention in something. I'd rather be invisible on an island, Madeira, for example. But there comes a point in time where you actually get onto something that is worth writing about, especially because it's a big case for many people. There's a lot of people that hope before they die, they get to know what happened to Maddie. And for me, it was opportunity and time, because I moved to southern Portugal December 2016. And the only knowledge I had about the case was there started to pop up forums on the internet and Facebook pages. So I had some knowledge about the forensics and the police files. And I was not active on any of these forums and social media. And I think it's a good thing, because I started off with blank sheets 10 years in. So this was right before the 10th anniversary. And it's a strange thing, but I lived almost 6 months in the Algarve before I took a look. I was a little bored, and I went to look at the town.
Counterintuitively, I count this as a point in Bernt's favor, that he didn't have an agenda when he went into this case. He had not been involved in it from day one, and that he went into it with a fresh mind, with a blank slate. And this is something I spoke about in my video, How to Avoid Confirmation Bias, 6 months ago, where the more exposed you were to the press about the McCann case, one way or the other, the more likely you were to see them as these villainous murderers who killed their daughter as part of some cult with red shoes and the Illuminati. Or you did the opposite and saw them as these pair of lovable, innocent parents who are being attacked and did nothing wrong, and they're the victims of a kidnapping, and everyone should be rallying around them. And my opinion is the truth is somewhere in the middle. They don't appear to be psychopaths. They seem to be parents who did something reckless by administering a sedative to their daughter that they probably shouldn't have, and she died. And then their real original sin was to hide the body and lie to the police. And then it's snowballed ever since then. For example, the fact that they raise money, if they know for a fact their daughter was not kidnapped, is inexcusable. And I've spoken about that in my videos, How to Spot a Grift and How to Spot a Charity Scam. Those videos are particularly risky to make because they do explain how the McCann money machine works, why they are so litigious. In order to keep their fund going, they have to sue people like me, or Bernt, or Pat Brown, or Peter Hyatt, or Sonia Polton. Even if I don't end up agreeing with Bernt on all the points he's making, I do credit him for going into a fresh mind and for even talking about it at all.
Actually, I showed my daughter it on March 1, 2017. And then 17 days later, 18th of March, 2017, I went to town and I walked around and I was very curious about taking things in, you know. And then I went up on the hillside and then I remembered Kate's turning point dream, the alleged dream that she called to Paiva, the liaison, when Gerry was in Washington, D.C., about Maddie being hidden on a hillside overlooking a beach in Praia da Luz. And I thought, hey, what is this? Are you trying to, you know, have the police find her? And then Gerry's response when he came back, he was in court in Lisbon, then he was alone on camera. And he said, it's not true that Kate had a dream that she was buried somewhere. He used that word. And then I thought, wow, he's kind of confirming that that hillside might be very interesting. And I went up that hillside and I had this revelation about their jogging. You know, it was made fun of them. You know, you're a sportsman, you know how it's important to work out and you want to do that. But when you lose a child, you can't eat, you can't sleep, and you definitely can't play tennis or go for a jog. That's just my opinion. But the point was that they were jogging on the hillside and they made sure that everybody knew by that photo. They had a photo shoot, I think on May 19th, 7 a.m. in the morning, where you see the backdrop, you see the church, so everybody knows where they're jogging. And then I thought, this is brilliant. If they hid her there, in the future, they could always go back and nobody would suspect anything why they were there. And then something peculiar was written by Gerry on the blog, his blog. He talked about the jog from apartment 5A, where they ran to the top of the hillside, to the landmark, and he called it a 19 minutes and they didn't stop. And then I thought, well, that's peculiar. Nobody cares how much time it takes to run there.
Bernt might be onto something here. Whenever someone tells you something didn't happen unprompted, you have to ask yourself, why did they feel the need to persuade me of that fact? Gerry said it took 19 minutes, and then he added that was without stopping, which obviously makes me wonder, why did he feel the need to say that if he didn't actually stop? And then I think I see Bert's thought process here. If he did stop, why did he stop? Where did he stop? Could that possibly be where Maddie is buried? Which I like. I like that form of thinking. Personally, if you followed my series, you'll know that I think the McCanns accidentally killed Madeleine and then they hid her in a well. And one of the ways we came up with the well theory together on the channel and in the DD forum is through the McCann's leakage. Leakage is such an important concept in statement analysis that's actually a card in my deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. And basically the premise is that liars can unintentionally reveal the truth through their choice of words. And that's because it's challenging to suppress real memories while telling falsehoods. In other words, your memory is stronger than your imagination. So sometimes when you're trying to lie to someone based on something you imagined, some of the truth from your memory slips through, even if it's just in the phrases you use or a particular word that you use. A final caveat to that is that leakage is cumulative. You need lots of examples of it in order to make any firm opinions based on it. In our case, we've been tracking all the nautical references the McCanns make whenever they speak about Madeleine, and there are quite a few. So after watching this video, I recommend watching my entire Madeleine McCann series, and if you watch it in order, you'll be able to see how we just picked up one or two words here and there, and then developed an entire theory based on signs of deception and signs of leakage. Of course, we still do have lingering questions like when precisely would Madeleine have died, even if the mode of death we have is correct. and hopefully Bernt can plug in those gaps.
And then I actually wanted to check for myself. I was kind of bad shape, overweight, but I did it in less than 12 minutes. So I thought that was strange, because they would beat me on anything past a half a mile. And I was walking on the steep parts, but they are runners, And so there was something about that hillside that really stuck out. So I decided to do a methodical survey on the hill. Where would I do it, given I was jogging there or playing golf? And this fits also, this hillside theory, with Mark Harrison, the former Scotland Yard superstar. He was there for a week with Mr. Amaral, the first detective. And I think maybe his job was to figure out where would somebody hide something in the area. And that was between the golf course on top of that cliff and the town. So, and then you had the South African there with the device, and he also marked that area. So, but I started with clean sheets, and I found some certain areas there that could be plausible. And I had a really extreme approach, really, because I was looking for a grave. And this has to do with profiling of a mother losing a child, and especially if potentially there is SA involved, and whether she knew or not, but what could she do after the child has passed is maybe giving her a more beautiful grave than we could dream of. That was my insane approach. And when you have a spot or a grave on that hillside, and the mother returning so many times per year alone, I thought that it would be plausible to think that she would romanticize this in a way by placing symbols there. So I was looking for very subtle symbols there, like a heart, pink flowers, the letter M. And the weird thing was that in this area 2, I found all of the above, and then I put up a camera there, and then boom, here comes Gerry McCann past. What are the chances?
What we were planning to do over here was set up some sort of well search with fundraising, even if not a single dollar was raised, just to see how the McCanns would react. Because no matter what they did, it would be revealing. If they contributed to the well search with all the funds from their charity, it might suggest that they are innocent. After all, we are volunteering to go out there to search wells for their daughter. But if I were to bet on it, I've always said that they would try to shut it down, or discredit me, or call me a scammer. And that's because I think they're guilty. We never went about doing it, but I'm glad to see that Bernt set up some sort of trail cam where he thinks Madeleine was buried. And I also wonder, is there a well on that hill, or a crevasse, or some sort of cave? Because all the leakage we've seen suggests something cold, dark, and deep.
So I had tried to get in contact with Amaral for about 8 months before that. But after I had this camera, this recording of this person walking past this spot 1, I call it, with the symbols, I knew that I could go solo and do this on my own by starting a cat and mouse game with anonymous emails to them. Not about where, but that it might have been discovered, just to create some stormy waters and sleepless nights, to have them come back and narrow down the area. So I put up several cameras there, and eventually a friend of his showed up. So, and after that, I have both of them showing up, and I waited a week. I tried to have actually him come and remove the remains, but they didn't. But they showed up later, and I have some recordings there that are very interesting. Yeah.
Was that the start of it all for you?
That was the start of all, and my idea was that there would never be a book unless I had a find, and it's dangerous to program yourself, telling yourself something, because it becomes like concrete, But then friends of mine told me about that this story is something you have to tell. I mean, even if you make it like a fiction or something. But and I was going to move to Spain, and I even considered Italy. But then I actually, very strangely, 2 days later, I bought an apartment in Praia da Luz.
I didn't want to do this because I consider foreign detective Bernt Stellander and myself on the same team against Kate and Gerry McCann, who are trying to deceive everyone. However, some of the things he said here do give me some pause. So in the interest of full disclosure, I'm just going to go through them before we keep listening, and then we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. The first is how vague he was about the people who showed up to Site 1 on camera. If you've followed my channel for a while, you'll know that vagueness is a way for people to avoid giving details, whether it's incriminating details or just details that could be fact-checked and found to be false. So when he said this person was caught on camera, I would prefer if he had said a name. Or when he said a friend of his, I'd prefer that person's name, or at least for Bernt to say a friend of Gerry McCann, or a friend of Kate McCann, or a friend of that friend, right? It's vague who this friend is. Similarly, it's vague when he says both of them showed up. Who is both of them? Is that Kate and Gerry McCann? Or is it this friend and their friend? It's unclear, and that's no bueno. If you have Kate and Gerry McCann showing up to where you think Madeleine is buried, I would expect you to say that directly. There's no reason not to. I also didn't like how he said this is a cat and mouse game. A cat and mouse game implies that there's no ending, that nothing will actually be found, and that nothing has been found yet. I also don't like how he called the recording interesting. Once again, that's a vague word. An interesting video could be anything. If he had them on camera looking for a body or digging it up or dropping trinkets next to a headstone, that would be incriminating. That would be a much better, more definitive word. I don't like how he said that his book was contingent on making a find, because that sets up the wrong motivations. If you're not going to publish years of work unless you find a body, well then you are incentivized to make up a body if you can't find one, or interpret something that's very dubious as a body, even if you're not doing it deliberately, because you want to have the find so you can publish your book. That's one reason on my channel I've never made any of the cases I cover contingent on getting a final answer. We are just pursuing the truth wherever it takes us, and we're practicing spotting liars. Finally, I don't like how he said, well, I'll publish the book even if it's fiction, and that the fact that he called it a story. This all implies that what he's saying might not necessarily be true. He's given himself that out. Well, you interpret it as truth, but to me it's just fiction. Typically, when we're talking about made-up things, we call them stories. When someone's publishing something about an investigation, I would expect them to call it an investigation. For example, even on my own Madeleine McCann compilation video, I called it an investigation, not a story, because to me, that's what it was. I was investigating the truth. I wasn't fabricating stories. Of course, I don't think Bernt is a native English speaker, so we have to give him that benefit of the doubt. And he might just be calling this fiction or a story in order to protect himself from the McCanns, who are extremely litigious. So just know that if you picked up on things that made you feel uneasy, they've not been lost on me either. I'm just not in the habit of trying to take down other truth seekers.
Didn't want to be that crazy guy, going and digging and stuff. Even though the police, the PJ, Policia Judiciaria, the criminal police, they actually said it would be easier if you went and checked. So I started a little check digging, and this is what I saw some reaction to that, and on the video by Gerry, and I thought I could play on that, and that's why I started this game of trying to narrow it down and get some reactions. And so it's very strange for me, because if she wasn't there, they didn't put her there, why would they come? Why would they react? They would tell Operation Grange, Scotland Yard, and they would tell Policia Judiciaria, and then they would tell me. Did you send more emails? And so that didn't happen. And instead they sent friends, probably because of fear of maybe being trapped, because I confused them with those emails. I can tell you that.
So the emails, did you message Gerry?
Yeah, well, he showed up. I put a camera where I had the symbols, and after he noticed something had been done there, basically me test drilling, and the police didn't want to meet me. So I thought, what would I do? And then I suggested to my lawyer, say, hey, maybe I should send some emails and try to trick him to come and dig up the body.
I just wanted to point out that he said that he put the symbols there, not the McCanns. So he put symbols there and then he enticed Gerry to come to gauge Gerry's reaction. Not sure if earlier, I'd have to go back and listen, he said that the symbols and the trinkets and the letter M were placed by the McCanns. And if that's the case, then this isn't looking good. Regarding his technique of emailing them anonymously, I actually like that a lot if that's what he did. In fact, that is an FBI technique in order to get suspects to trip themselves up. So as long as he's confident that he thinks the parents are guilty, the same way I think they are, I wouldn't even hold it against him if he called them in the middle of the night and said, you know what you did to me. I'm still here. As far as I'm concerned, getting to the truth could be worth that. I would never do it. I would never expect any of my subscribers to do it, but I don't actually hold that against him. People go about getting to the truth different ways. And as you know, my channel is not about actually solving true crimes. It's just about teaching my subscribers how to spot liars and manipulators, and the best way to do that is using examples from true crime, current events, headlines, celebrities, etc.
In the remains. So I did. And the first email was basically just read carefully. It was kind of cryptic, but it was, as you noticed, it's about to be discovered. We can delay them a week, and that's it. And then I was hoping he would panic and come and try to remove it. And I waited for him in the bush for a week, in the night, in the dark, with the whole shabam, night vision, different gear.
Did Gerry show up at night time?
No, he didn't. But they did show up 2 weeks later. He and Kate.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Also, you've sent Gerry McCann an email to say it's about to be discovered.
Yeah.
And
Because I had to play on that.
And he showed up to the spot where you think Madeleine's buried.
Yeah. And after that, when they showed up, I had to put up more cameras because I saw they had interest higher up. They were rushing by spot one. And then I had to, try to narrow down the area because I knew she was in the area. Even in the presentation to the PJ, I said that if she's not at spot one, it had become a memorial. Maybe it was their first choice, Kate's choice, when she was running on the hill with her crumbled photo of Maddie in her hands, and she felt relieved when she got back home. She had found the spot. That's my interpretation of that in her diary and book. So it kept going with this game, and it succeeded because, of course, I scared them off, and who wouldn't be scared? But they sent friends, and I think the first Mr. Nugget, I call him, his behavior was very strange, bizarre, but not when you understand that he might have been under the instruction by Gerry to, under a white lie, that the PJ is doing something there. Could you please check? Make sure nobody sees you. That's exactly how he behaves in my interpretation. But then a few months later, his wife shows up higher up. And that's when things turn because she obviously looks like she's in the know and they shouldn't be there. It's too close to the final spots. So it's very interesting. And that's where I cut you off earlier because I said that I didn't want to number how many videos I had.
I'm going to be frank with all of you. This is concerning me now. The vagueness, the nicknames, the final spot, it's all too vague for me to put my own reputation behind it. I'm going to continue giving him the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if these videos are available anywhere, but if the videos are not available and there's no proof of what he's saying, that does concern me because years of work to get photos of Kate and Gerry at somewhere where you called your shot, where you said this is where she must be buried, and they show up there, I would expect him to at least have sold that to the tabloids, if not make his own YouTube channel about it, or post it on his own social media accounts.
Because, of course, this is a sort of a game of pressure. And, of course, I want them to crack to avoid creating problems for the Nuggets, which seem like nice people. The way they treated their dog, very nice. And they are not involved in any way or shape or form or what happened back then. but they are involved by having gone to check for the McCanns. And that's their problem. That's my trump card. And I'm going to play my cards slowly making moves. The media doesn't want to play, but I just want people to read the way I put it together of why it happened the night before and how I can prove that there was no abduction. And that ends it all, right?
How does he know the Nuggets weren't involved? Who are the Nuggets? How does he know they weren't at least involved in helping the McCanns fabricate their story or write their book? Some of the things he's saying are too conclusive for me. Also, he almost just slipped up and said, all I want people to do is read my book. He didn't say it in so few words, but that was the takeaway. And I don't begrudge him selling his book. As you know, I have the deception deck. I think people should be making money for value they provide. But he started off this interview saying that he didn't care about fame or money. But now he's basically saying that these nuggets are the reason you should read the book. I think I have some more to say about it, but I don't want to be too critical. We've only watched 13 minutes and 45 seconds of this. And like I said, I'm not here to tear down someone else who's trying to pursue the same thing I am. I think lots of what he's done here is very outside the box thinking, very creative. I would just prefer if you were more upfront with the proof.
It's not about taking them down, it's taking the lie down. And that's what I'm all in for.
The whole thing is messy. Seeing their interviews on the TV just doesn't look right. Now, I've interviewed many people who have lost kids, loved ones, and they're still distraught 10, 15, 20 years later when they speak about it. People who have got kids missing, their face, they just look distraught. Now, it doesn't mean everybody reacts the same, so we've got to stay open-minded to that. And plus, they're doctors, maybe they've seen a lot of cold stuff, but they just seem it always seemed as if they were justifying for me. Now, I'm not a detective, and I could be wrong, and if I ever do get it wrong and they weren't involved, I'll be the first to apologise as well. But just the interviews that they've done, the dates, the kind of, first of all, leaving your kids at 2 years old, twins, and 3 years old is neglect anyway. They should never have done that. They're babies. They're not kids at 12 and 13. The friends that they were with, and then out jogging, playing tennis 2 or 3 days later, washing the daughter's teddy bear. The dogs have sniffed blood in the room. They've sniffed out the dead body in their car, I think 20 odd days later. It seems, and I've got to be honest, I feel as if they know a lot more. And there seems a bit of a cover-up. I know the Portuguese police, they were suspects also for Madeleine's disappearance at the start. Is that correct?
They were the whole time and still are.
Yeah. So, first of all, your book, The Sudden Impulse, this photo here, is this where you believe Madeleine is hidden?
It's actually the area there on the hillside. So it's
And where can people buy your book?
Well, they are in Portugal. You can buy it off the website. If you go on foreigndetective.com or thesuddenimpulse.com, you will find a link to WOOC in Portugal. Okay. But it will be a digital version very soon.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not prepared.
That's okay. That's perfect. We can leave the link for people to check this book out. It is a long read, but there's so much information in it. It's important to read and listen, make up your own mind. But before we get into everything, I always like to go back to the start with my guest, Bernt. Just kind of where you grew up and how it all began.
Yeah, well, I was born in Austria when my father from northern Norway studied medicine there, and he met my mother in Austria at the university. When I was 2.5 years old, we moved to northern Norway, land of the midnight sun above the Arctic, and did the normal stuff. And then the army, we have mandatory duty. I did 12 months in the army military police. And after that, we applied for UN forces. It's very popular. So I did a tour there as a military police as well. And been a foreign exchange student in St. Louis a year after that. Several colleges, different engineering, optometry, business school. I hurt my neck playing football, like you did.
What position did you play?
Left wing in 4-3-3 or striker at 4-4-2.
You must be about, what, 6'2", 6'3"? Height?
6'1", not
6'1".
Yeah. but I had a rocket of a left leg that could have reached far. But I hurt my neck, and I had to retrain from optometry.
Since there is a little break in the action here, I just want to say that I have linked James' full podcast below. Hopefully he's okay with us reacting to it. I recommend subscribing to his channel. I just did. And potentially, once Bernt Stellander's book is available on Kindle, maybe I'll pick it up and give it a read. I'm currently reading Madeleine by Kate McCann. If you want me to do a video about that, let me know in the comments below.
Optometry to the business school, and then I had this, I was sitting with a coin, and I had this funny idea about alignment system for putters. So I patented the first alignment system for putters, and then, you know, a few years later, I had a whole brand and everything. I was just going to sell the idea. And yeah, even TaylorMade Adidas Golf wanted to buy it all, but I was loyal to my friends. An idiot, you would say. I mean, loyalty is, you shouldn't put a price on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's coincidences, which I don't believe in. So I'm actually glad it didn't happen. Being in San Diego working for TaylorMade Adidas Golf would be okay, but I'd rather be in Portugal and do this. And not just because of the excitement, it's just because it has meaning and it's important. And it's a good feeling to crack a code. And of course, that was the problem for the Portuguese police. That was the timeline, because they couldn't convince the state attorneys to prosecute based on the evidence they had. You know, the cadaver scent, the cadaver dogs, the blood found in the rental car, you know, over 3 weeks later, because they didn't think they could conspire and agree on the statements in such a short time and clean the apartment in that time. And that also became a guideline for me in terms of my big discovery. Of course, if we find her there at my findings in my area, at the spots, that would be, of course, insane. But for me, it's more important about the timeline, because it changes everything, and it's revealed by the evidence and by their words. They're guiding me to the night before in so many ways. And it wasn't like me wanting to try to fit that timeline. It was just being aware of statement and statement analysis. And when you have Kate talking about the night before as the night of all nights, you should maybe start to take a closer look, right? If you have a mother who lost her child being abducted the next night, why would you call the day before the night of all nights? And she talked about the unprecedented move that she loathed even to mention, that she slept in that bedroom the night before, okay? So, but she felt she needed to put that on record, because there had to be someone that having slept on that bed by the window, because they knew that if there was an abductor going in or out that window, they would have to step on that bed. So somebody had to mess that up. But she slept there for a different reason, of course. It was to take care of the twins when the chaos erupted after the accident the night before. For me, it started with, I wanted to find her if she was on the hill, and I was convinced she was on the hill, okay?
I think he's about to get into his theory about the timeline. That and why the British government were so adamant about protecting the McCanns are the two big puzzle pieces left open in this case.
Started to read the statements really thoroughly, and then things start to pop out, and everything made sense once I discovered the timeline. And of course, they had some mistakes when they speak on video and everything, but also in their written statements, it's a multiple angle pointing to this timeline that I discovered. There has been suggestions of earlier that week, which makes sense because of that last photo that put the police totally in the tunnel in terms of tunnel vision, because that last photo was taken most likely on the Sunday before. And they said it was taken on Thursday. So then everything changes, the whole game. But there was a lot of these photos that they had on cameras. They were blackened and messed with, and they were in the hands of the McCanns and the team McCann up to 3 weeks, especially this last photo. It wasn't even delivered with the other photos, so it wouldn't have any value in court anyways as an evidence. And the metadata on the digital photo stamp was also updated twice. So it's been messed with. It could be any date. So that just opened up the book in terms of finding. But if you had more time, there would be less mistakes. But there was a crying incident, a big one, that Mrs. Fenn upstairs from there, an 80-year-old lady, she heard a child cry, not a toddler, and so she thought it was Madeleine. It cried 75 minutes on the Tuesday. That's May 1st. And of course, this famous comment by Maddie that they said, why didn't you come when we cried last night? That points to that being on the 2nd of May, right? But they used it, the McCanns said it was on the morning of the 3rd to make us believe that she was alive on the 3rd. But when Gerry then says that she only cried one night, then it all falls apart. Then of course, that comment, if it ever was made by Maddie, was on the morning before, on the May 2nd. So,
So see Kate and Gerry, is there any background reports on them before this with their kids or neglect or anything?
This is also the big question that I don't dig too deep into, speculations and theories about why the cover-up of this, because Gerry McCann, there is a CATS file, 19039 something.
Regarding the reason for the cover-up, I think it's as simple as parents being in an extreme situation, a fight or flight situation, and deciding, hey, it's not worth risking sedatives being found in our daughter's body because those sedatives likely contributed to her death, and we could be found guilty of neglect or negligence or medical malpractice or recklessness. Remember, these are two physicians. They are held to a higher standard than someone else who might have just given their kid Calpol without knowing how drowsy it would make them. And they don't even have to have had given her more sedative than they normally gave her. As I've pointed out in other videos, the same medications and the same doses can hit you a lot stronger when different variables change. For example, you're in somewhere that's not your home, or you're more tired than you usually are, or you take it later than you usually do back in the UK, or you're just more dehydrated. Remember, Madeleine was 3 years old. She was a toddler. She had allegedly been out on a boat on the water all day, in the sun, sweating, potentially getting heat stroke, and then takes a sedative in the evening. At least that's my theory. I also think that Kate is the one who administered the sedative, which I've discussed in other videos. Because whenever they're talking about that night, they say we, they speak as a unit, but Kate always switches to I when she talks about regretting a decision that was made. And I think that's because she's the one who administered the sedatives. Regarding Bert's timeline, saying that Madeleine died before, lots of people seem to have that theory. I personally don't think it's necessary. You'd be surprised how creative people can be when they're in an extreme situation. When it's life or death, people do things that you can't even imagine to protect themselves. So I don't think the point that people make about, well, there's not enough time between Kate going up there and her running down to the tapas bar, it's just not persuasive to me. They could have stashed the body somewhere and moved it later.
Use file, but there's nothing on it. It's just on his name. I think actually it's on both parents' names, this CATS file. So if you think about why would somebody help these families, well, you could say there are many doctor families, upper middle class, they're abroad, and somebody knows Gordon Brown's brother or in the neighborhood or something, and he's on his way up. And of course, anybody would help, right? But the big question is why the Gold Steering Group was established, I think only 8 days after this.
And what's that?
It's like an emergency group set up by the government to control things. And I think that's part of why Clarence Mitchell, the spokesperson, was sent down there to control what comes out in the media. That's his words. Well, if there's a file on somebody and you have 4 families and they suspect possible SA, within that group, maybe it's worth protecting something. I don't know. Embarrassment. I don't know. I don't dwell into those things. But 12 days after this, I think the 15th or 16th of May, Dr. Catherine Gaspar and her husband went to Leicestershire Police and gave a statement. And this is the big one that points to the SA. Because it would be easier for her to let it go away, but they actually stepped up to the police, and they had been on holiday 2 years prior in 2005 in Mallorca with them. And then she had, Catherine Gaspar, she had witnessed David, Payne, and Gerry talk about Maddie in a sexual manner, that she likes this, and doing certain gestures. And it happened twice. So her husband also noticed these things, but he didn't catch it that it was about Madeleine. But that's not the point. The point is you have somebody actually taking that risk, going to the police and giving that statement, but it was kept from the investigation, this insinuation of SA, which gives a better image of why would they help them out of this trouble. So somebody knew something was going on.
You talking a paedophile ring?
I don't talk about ring. It could be just, inter-friends, Yeah, we're talking about the P thing, of course.
So we go right back. So what date did Kate and Gerry arrive in Portugal?
Oh, they were on April 28th.
And they were only supposed to be there for 1 week holiday.
Yeah.
And their friends, 7 friends, 3 couples and 1 mother.
Before they move on, that Gaspar statement is something I've heard about on X and in my comments, but I've never actually seen the video or the transcript. I would have to analyze the statement for its veracity, and maybe that's something, since they're getting into new information, I want to be fresh and I want to lock in. So let's wrap up this. McCann's routinely sedated Madeleine, and that's not just based on things we've seen them say in their interviews, but also the subtext of Kate's book Madeleine, which takes great pains to point out just how loud Madeleine was, almost as if Kate is trying to convince herself that sedating Madeleine was justified. Is that your ween? Gerry's sister asked on hearing the 200 decibel screeching in the background. Madeleine was testing the extremities of her vocal range. She cried for the best part of each day for the first 4 months of her life. And here's the final, most concerning quote. A few days ago, I reacted to part of foreign detective Bernt Stellander's interview with James English. I liked a lot of what Bernt said, but his vagueness about actually capturing Kate and Gerry McCann on camera at Maddie's alleged burial site concerns me. So today, let's keep watching to determine if Bernt has actually solved the case of Madeleine McCann, or is just being provocative to sell more copies of his book, The Sudden Impulse. I've not watched this yet. I wanted to do that with all of you, so let's go ahead and listen.
So we go right back. So what date did Kate and Gerry arrive in Portugal?
Oh, they were on April 28th.
And they were only supposed to be there for 1 week holiday.
Yeah.
And their friends, 7 friends, 3 couples and 1 mother. Is that correct?
Mother of, yeah.
And how many other kids were in the group?
2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 3, I don't know, yeah.
Why is none of those people ever gave interviews?
Well, they had this meeting, of course, and they call it the Pact of Silence. But it comes, this is the biggest question I get when even from big media guys, Germany, Bild guy, is that they cannot understand why they would lie for them. And this has also tells you about the timing of things, the timeline. How far back can you pull it? Not just all the mistakes that were done and that points to it being pretty close up to the alleged disappearance, but it has to come a point of no return very quickly, right? For people not to turn on them, you get part of it. And that's occulting the body, you moving the body, get the body out of the apartment before, cadaver scent starts to develop, they thought. I'll get into that later, maybe.
If you're not aware, this is my 23rd video analyzing the case of Madeleine McCann. And across all those videos, I've had 4 big questions, 2 of which I am interested in answering myself, and 2 of which I think are very simple to explain with basic human motivations. The first 2 are, if Madeleine died the same day they reported her missing, how did the parents have time to hide her and orchestrate their story? The second is, why was the British government so quick to send official liaisons to Portugal to protect these otherwise very average middle-class parents? So I am open to hearing what Bernt has to say about those. When it comes to the other 2 questions, though, I think people tend to gravitate towards the salacious explanations rather than explanations that are just purely based on average human motivations. The first is, did Christian Brueckner kidnap Madeleine McCann? The German government and German prosecutors really seem to think so. And personally, I think the reason they're so adamant about that is kind of just like Bernt and anyone else who analyzes this case. They want to be the ones to crack the case. And finally, we have this question. If the McCann's friends even had a small suspicion that they might have had a hand in her death or disappearance, why have they not come forward? And I think that can also be explained by human motivations. Coming forward against the McCanns has 0 upside. If you say they did it, you open yourself up to litigation. Moreover, their friends also open themselves up to potential charges if the McCanns are found guilty. They shared the duty of checking on the children every 30 minutes. And if they were derelict in that duty because they were all drinking and weren't actually checking as often as they said they were, they just put themselves into a position where they could also be charged with neglect. In other words, I don't think the McCann's friends have turned on them because there's no upside to doing it. The same way I think the German government has tried to pin the kidnapping on Christian B because there's only upsides to doing it. In other words, as long as Occam's razor can explain something, that's what I prefer to go with. There's no grand conspiracy, or Red Shoes Club, or abuser ring, or anything else required.
Maybe if you pull it up. If I was their friend, and tragic thing happens, and then they risk losing the custody of the twins and their house and their jobs, I would lie for them, and I hate lying more than anything. But of course, not if SA is involved. I make a joke about it in the book. Then I would have been in Portuguese jail if somebody did that in my surroundings. But joke aside, but this is the thing, but it comes also a point of no return where it's not about throwing the McCanns under the bus. I mean, seeing from the friends' point of view, they started to lie for them, and then why haven't they turned? This is what I'm being asked all the time. Would these friends lie for them? And then you have the cover-up, So now you're not throwing the McCanns under the bus. You're looking up at the government that want to protect the cover-up, and that is the big thing. So they can keep you in check very easily, these friends. And they haven't spoken. So they had a meeting. It's called the secret meeting in Rothley, Pact of Silence. I think David Payne may have used those words to the media. And it's easier to sit still in the bus and let this. But they had no clue this was going so big, But in the night, you have a few glasses of wine. You have one of the children in one of the locked apartments fall behind the sofa, cracks her head. And one family is the lucky one. And that is where the chief in command, and he convinces everybody else that they're in the same boat and they got to help out. But they have already basically taken part, not all of them, of course, a few of them knowingly helping to get rid of the body. And then for me, I found that the place was the cemetery. And this was based on Kate's words. And
The fascinating thing about this analysis is that many of my and Bert's disagreements aren't incompatible. For example, he says that the McCanns and their friends had this secret meeting in Rothley where they all decided not to turn on each other. Personally, I do believe there was omerta, but I don't believe that they required some secret clandestine meeting in Rothley. If we just look at it as people acting in their own self-interest, it makes sense. Friends typically don't turn on their other friends in a time of need, especially if there's no proof. And if they were drinking, like he said, everyone was drinking wine. So if you start accusing the McCanns of being negligent, the police might start inquiring as to what you were doing to watch your own toddlers. Another quote-unquote disagreement that Bernt and I and many of my commenters seem to have is how Madeleine died. I say that the parents sedated her, and that's why they hid the body, because they didn't want an autopsy done and have sedatives found in their daughter, because that could open them up to charges negligent homicide, murder one even. Meanwhile, Bernt and many other analysts seem to think that Madeleine died by climbing up on the couch while she was looking for her parents, since they left her, a 3-year-old, alone in the room at night, and fell behind the couch, cracked her head, and died of positional asphyxia. And these are not actually mutually exclusive. Madeleine could very well have climbed up on the couch and died of positional asphyxia, and the parents then came in, discovered her that way, and determined that they need to hide the body because if they call the police and an autopsy is done, the sedatives will be found in her system and could potentially be determined to have contributed to the death, opening them up once again to charges of homicide, neglect, negligence, recklessness, any number of things. What I really want to listen to Bernt talk about is the government protecting the McCanns, because I am not blind. I also agree that it's very peculiar how quickly they sent officials like Clarence Mitchell to help the McCanns protect themselves in Portugal. In fact, I've done an entire video about Clarence Mitchell and just how qualified he was. That said, it does not mean there's some sort of global conspiracy. It could just be something as simple as the case was already getting a lot of attention in the press, and the British government didn't want a negative outcome, so they sent someone to help them.
Yeah, because if there's a child goes missing, you're going to be screaming it from the rooftops. You're going to be coming forward, and everybody's going to be speaking out, doing as many interviews as you can, pleading for help.
Yes.
That's where the question, that's why I think it's becoming so, it's not even conspiracy theories, it's people are just so intrigued by it because it's so many question marks unanswered. The doctors, the kind of well-to-do people, but I'm going off course, but if you look at kind of Prince Andrew, you look at Epstein's an own fucking paedophile. Prince Andrew was still going to meet him. Why? Did they have something over him? It's the same as these people. If you're not coming forward and you're trying to do secret agreements and silent this and silence that, then what do they have over each other? And that's the questions, and I could be wrong as well, but it's just the way it looks. It looks very suspicious. So we're there in Portugal, because even the videos though, and like I say, you've got to give Kate and Gerry credit as well, because even their videos of their kids and in their home, there seems to be lots of toys. The kids seem to be having fun. Like, they don't seem like bad parents. Obviously, they neglected their kids, obviously, but when you look at the interviews, Gerry's asked the question about, do you feel bad for leaving your daughter? And he's saying, yeah, but millions of people have messaged me saying they do the same thing. And it's like, justifying. You left your daughter, admit you should never have done it. 2 years old and 3 years old, there's kids in that room, should never be left alone at that age, because they can wake up any minute, any time. You could have put them in the pram and had them sit next to you. There's, like I say, we'll get into everything, but just seems messy. So you're saying the first of May, holidays going great. Was there any suspicions from any other of the tourists with their behaviour or anything odd?
You mean after that?
No, during the holiday.
It's actually, they don't speak about that, but that's because the media machine of the McCanns, and Clarence Mitchell in charge of that, of course, is to speak only about what happened from May 3rd and onwards. Never look back. And this is basically Kate, she did it herself. She said she had to be like a detective, and making sure to fill all the gaps from May 3, right? Don't look back to May 2. But then again, she did a big mistake in my opinion, because a mother, having read to her child, a bedtime story in that book, If You're Happy, whatever, and you have a chance to go back in time, what would you do? Every mother in the world would say that, I wish I was there in the bed reading for her, and just I didn't go for dinner that night, because then she wouldn't have been taken. But what does Kate do? She wants to go back to the day before, only for 1 hour.
We've actually analyzed the exact statement Bernt appears to be talking about in my video, What Does an Embedded Confession Look Like? And my opinion is that almost everything Kate said about that evening after saying she and Madeleine did toilet teeth is made up, and that includes the song Happy and You Know It. And this was actually caught by one of my eagle-eared subscribers, Karma Candle 49, who pointed out that that is the last song a parent would want their kids to sing right before they tuck them into bed, because the next lyrics after that verse are, if you're happy you know it, clap your hands. In other words, it's not a bedtime song. It's actually a very energized song. Could Kate and 3-year-old Madeleine and the 2-year-old twins have all sang that in the same room and then immediately gone to bed? Possibly. It could happen. But it either suggests that the kids were sedated, which is why they were able to fall asleep after such a raucous song, or that Kate made up that part of the story because she was concealing what actually happened. So when Bernt said that he thinks Kate is being deceptive about what happened on that evening, I agree with him. I don't think she's telling the full story.
And take notes and watch them watching them, you see? So her priority is to convince us that somebody was looking to abduct a child instead of trying to avoid the abduction itself. Isn't that strange?
Yeah.
It shows the priority, it's self-preservation and conviction, convincing us that there was someone had been watching them days ahead.
Mm-hmm. Because the thing that breaks my heart, I think it was the 2nd of May, well, they say it's the 2nd of May, Madeleine was crying for over 1 hour. Kate and Gerry's admitted that the night before.
Yeah,
why?
Two nights earlier.
2 nights earlier. Yeah.
On Tuesday, May 1st. Yeah.
Madeline's crying for over 1 hour.
Yeah.
Kate and Gerry's admitted that. Why did you leave me? Why didn't you come when I called? But yet the same night they've done the same again.
There is a interesting phone call from Kate to a friend back home. I think she was a pathologist. And my interpretation of that information is that when Mrs. Fenn upstairs had heard the crying increasingly for 75 minutes on the Tuesday, May 1st, that the next day, these phone calls, that Kate wanted to increase the dosages, right? And it's been speculated about overdose. And of course, it affects a child climbing a sofa, standing a meter away from the window because there's a big drop outside. It's like a safety precaution that she probably reached. And, we might get into those technical things later. But that the dosage thing, and also the liquid in the rental car that was found was said by Amaral to contain very high dosage of sedatives.
So if the kids, so they said they were checking on the kids every half hour. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, but there's so many stories, and they changed their stories about this thing because there was an interviewer suggesting to Gerry that they checked every 15 minutes, and then he says, "Whoa, hey, wait a minute! It's purported that we're checking every 30 minutes, and they only checked on their own, and all of a sudden they have friends checking on them." We'll get into that too, but. On this is interesting about the May 2nd, is that Russell listened outside of the bedroom window. This is one of the big ones that catches it for me. He's listening 11 p.m. on May 2nd, and he and then Kate and Gerry, actually Gerry had been watching football, the Champions League match with Manchester United, Milan. And Kate had been moaning, and she probably gave a comment or something by the dinner table. So he ran off, and she followed him by 5 minutes. This is their story, okay? They arrived at the apartment 11:45, so 45 minutes after Russell had checked. And then Kate also said that they didn't check for 45 minutes. And then she said if she could only for 1 hour go back and to avoid the she had this statement in the video presentation you've probably seen.
Regarding Kate expressing regret, that's also something we've picked up on in the interviews that we've analyzed of her. And it's one reason I think that she's the one who administered the sedatives that ended up killing Madeleine. Whereas the McCanns constantly speak in the plural we about everything, Kate always switches to I when she's expressing a regret about something, a decision that was made that evening. And I think that's because she can't put that blame onto Gerry. It's her own. I also think that's the reason she stopped practicing medicine after this incident, and Gerry didn't, and why Gerry seems to be the one who took charge in hiding the body and fabricating the story. Kate was despondent, and Gerry had to go into fight mode, so he didn't really have time to be sad and distraught the same way Kate was.
But the interesting thing is that Russell, when he goes and gives a statement to Leicestershire a year after, and he's reading over his own statement, he says the following: I would like to remove the word too. It was too well when he checked on 11 p.m. because it sounded ominous about something is about to happen, right? But why would he care about his check the day before if she was snatched the day after? You see? So he's very self-aware about not leading up to and telling, because he knows that if it was too well, it can never be too well. It's either quiet or it's not, right? When you're checking on the children. So there's so many fascinating aspects that of course, you know, the book is very thick, but the way there's been a lot of interesting people that has written books, done the analysis. They haven't seen all the things that I see, but it's about how you put it together, and then you put the puzzles there in the right places and everything makes sense. And this is the amazing thing about The Night Before. Everything makes sense based on that. But I didn't decide that time and then make everything fit. It was more a surprise that everything was pointing to this. And of course, when I was aware of that, basically from a comment of Jane Tanner, then all of a sudden it appears. This is the thing about it. When you have a lot of material, it's very hard to find something, but when you look for something, you actually see it. And this is one of these things. And Jane Tanner's comment was, of course, about the football. They were doing this reconstruction video.
Who is she?
Jane Tanner, the friend who saw the abductor.
She said she'd seen someone carry a child at 9:15.
Yes. And then she said...
That's the girl, was it the tapas 7 they call them? The 7 friends who were at the tapas?
Yeah. So
just
Jane Tanner,
from the room.
Yeah. So she allegedly walks past Jez Wilkins and Gerry around 9:15, you know, and she sees the abductor. But then she, in the reconstruction video, she says that if you would have been looking at me, she's talking to Gerry, I would have said something like, Kate's been moaning since you've been gone a long time watching football. But there was no football then. There had been 2 Champions League on May 1st and the 2nd. And so Jane basically put me on, hey, let's look at the football. There was no football. There was some Europa League, Sevilla against somebody else. But then when you have Liverpool playing on the 1st and then Manchester United on the 2nd, you bet Gerry's been watching those 2, right? So that's what started it with me. That was Jane's comment. And then when you see that reconstruction video, Gerry's reaction to that is like, whoa. That was something that didn't, and then she's crying after, but she's looking down at Gerry because she knew she stepped in the salad, you know.
So the 3rd of May is when Kate and Gerry says Madeleine was abducted. Again, something sticks out as with when Kate went back to the room, as soon as Madeleine wasn't there, she just started screaming, my daughter's been abducted. Now, bear in mind, the window's still open. She's still got her twins in the room. She's ran straight out and said Madeleine's been abducted. Like, how can you just come to that conclusion straight away? Like, that doesn't stick out. Plus, you've got your other kids in the room.
What James is saying here is the crux of this case and every hoax we've analyzed on the channel. People who fabricate a hoax know more than they should if their story were true. For example, Kate said that immediately she knew Madeleine had been abducted, which just isn't the case. If your kid's missing, you don't know if they're hiding or if the friend who checked on the room right beforehand took her out of bed and put her in with his kid because she was crying and forgot to mention it, or she wandered out the open door looking for her mom. And then you have all the issues of plot holes. The same way Kate said they were singing Happy If You Know It before she put them to bed. Remember, even Hollywood blockbusters with unlimited budgets, scriptwriters, time, proofreads still have plot holes. And the fact that Kate says she ran out of the room knowing her daughter was kidnapped, yet left her other 2 children alone in the room, is a plot hole. If someone's actually in that situation, we could expect them to think about their other 2 children before they ran out of the room. Finally, we've actually analyzed this statement in one of my previous videos in my McCann series. And Kate didn't say, like James is saying here, that she started screaming immediately. She only started screaming once she got to the tapas bar. In other words, she only started screaming once she had an audience. And that's not typically how parents who are actually in shock act. They start screaming out of shock. And typically, I would expect them to start screaming for Madeleine. Madeleine, where are you? Not, my daughter's been kidnapped. If you've ever lost your kid in a supermarket or at the mall, you'll know that the first thing you scream is their name. You don't run up to the food court and then announce to an audience of people that your kid has been kidnapped. If you're not aware, I've compiled my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation into the deception deck. And on your screen right now is the card for spotting hoaxes. And besides the conclusiveness, which I've already gone over, there are a few other things that hoaxers have in common, like reticence. In other words, hoaxers are unwilling to be upfront with all their evidence because they don't actually have it, whereas people who are telling the truth present their evidence freely. And vagueness. In other words, hoaxers are typically very vague about the proof of what they're claiming because they don't want to be pinned down to details which can be fact-checked. Or they just haven't gone through all the effort of thinking up all the details. The irony is, these are my 2 big problems with Bernt's claim that he's found Madeleine's burial site.
You would make sure they were protected, and even you would look about the room or the hotel for Madeleine's missing. You would never come to the conclusion straight away that she's been abducted, so that stinks straight away. So is she saying she went to the room, the window was open, Madeleine wasn't there? Is this what Kate's saying?
Yeah, and then she went down to the restaurant and said, they've taken her. So who are they? And taken, instead of saying Mellingo. But she left the twins, this is the thing, without shutting and closing and locking the window first, which was cold. But so she left the twins and went down. But, you know, this is the thing. It's so absurd that it only makes sense when you know the truth, you know, that they faked the abduction the next day. I mean, on the 3rd. And that Maddie had the accident on the late night of evening of May 2nd.
So when you talk about the accident, are you saying Kate and Gerry's possibly drugged their kids to make them sleep so they can go and party? Because I know people have says Madeleine's fell off the couch or the sofa, banged her head and passed away. Is that correct?
Well, based on the forensic finding of the liquid in the rental car, but also how the twins were treated. You know, they've slept through the whole thing, the commotion of everything, with people coming into the bedroom, and people have seen Gerry and Kate actually shaking the twins. But also, I think Fiona and Russell were sent to the bedroom to check if the twins were breathing. So why wouldn't you take them to the doctor then to check if they suspected an abductor having sedated them? No, it's because they probably gave them more from after the crying on the May 1st. That they were afraid that somebody would discover that they were drugged, right? But the police took note of that they didn't. And of course, the parents suggested a drug test later after it was out of the system, weeks later, instead of doing it right away. So all the behavior, like you said, it doesn't match anything. And people say, oh, but you don't know how it is to lose a child. But it's nonsense. You have the instinct. You close the window, you lock it. You go on the patio if you want to leave the room, the bedroom, just to shout across the pool, Gerry, or something. Just scream, Gerry, come. Right?
See, for drugging the kids, is that so they can drink and party, or is there a possibility they were drugging the kids and abusing them also?
I don't speculate what's going on, and you know, it's irrelevant for me. It was like I only wanted to find the remains, And then I had the timeline, and that changes everything, because it's all about the impossible abduction. And Jane wasn't even there to see the Tenorman and how much weight they put on their own abductor.
I think the McCanns routinely sedated Madeleine, and that's not just based on things we've seen them say in their interviews, but also the subtext of Kate's book Madeleine, which takes great pains to point out just how loud Madeleine was, almost as if Kate is trying to convince herself that sedating Madeleine was justified. Here's a couple quotes I posted in the forum. Upon Madeleine's birth, she screamed straight away, something we get used to over the next 6 months. Is that your ween? Gerry's sister asked on hearing the 200 decibel screeching in the background. Madeleine was testing the extremities of her vocal range for a large part of it. She cried for the best part of each day for the first 4 months of her life. Unfortunately for Madeleine, colic could strike at any time. I remember feeling so helpless as I tried everything I could think of to ease her pain. Kate includes a long list of things she tried, but I wonder if she omitted sedation. And here's the final, most concerning quote. Madeleine seemed to have an aversion to sleep. It still astonishes us that she could survive on so little. How does one go on a vacation with a child like that? Regarding the allegations of abuse of a sexual nature, I take the same position that Bernt does about the frequency of sedation. It's irrelevant. Committing a crime and lying to the public about it, and then going on to raise money based on that lie, is enough to put you in my crosshairs, regardless of what else might have been going on.
What do you need if you fake an abduction? You need somebody seeing someone carrying a child. It's ABC, right? These are not criminals, but that's what anybody could come up with. And that was the thing. And they kept the nonsense of the Tenorman, even though Jane wasn't even there.
Was there cameras at the hotel in this year, 2007?
No.
Why not?
It's Portugal. They don't have CCTV, and it's illegal to film the street, the public areas. You could have on the internal hallways and stuff, and maybe even there was somewhere, some places on the more modern facilities, but you're not allowed to have like street view where anybody can be seen, I think.
But that's a perfect
Yeah.
spot then for paedophiles and criminals then.
Yeah.
Because that area not a kind of hot zone for predators?
Nah,
Or is that just fabricated?
Yeah, no, I mean, in history, there were some cases about this, but the thing about the rumors that the law wasn't protecting children enough there and stuff, I don't know. I'm sure there were. I haven't done research on all that, but I know what's been said about pedophile rings operating there. It's like in any lower development countries, like pre-EU Portugal, probably. But I don't speculate too much about these things.
What about, so she screamed abduction, but there's apparently phone calls. Instead of phoning the police or the hospital, she's contacted the media in the UK. How true is that?
Well, what they did, they went to the bedroom and they didn't even search physically themselves. And they were deleting text messages, and especially from the day before, I heard, from May 2nd.
But surely they can be,
and early.
They can still be searched if they've deleted them or not.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's all sorted. But what the point is, if your parents, first of all, the initial search, you had Gerry pretending to search in the playground area at the hotel, even though they said Jane hadn't said that she saw someone carrying a child away on the backside. But that's the only direction they would search, right? But then Jane said that they didn't tell about her observation until 1 a.m., which is absurd, right? They're looking and she's missing and she saw something. And then her story, I mean, Jane told Russell, her man, that she had never been more certain of anything in her life. So why wouldn't she say that right away then? It doesn't make sense. But this is fiction. That she saw someone take Madeleine away, right? Mm-hmm. So it's absurd.
So do you believe that's made up?
Yeah. The problem was the timeline. She was supposed likely to go, because they had 2 written timelines, which was a rehearsal for the next day. It wasn't to help the police. And Matt had an inside check, allegedly, and it was on the first written timeline, but it was removed on the second written timeline. It was like open space. So I think he hesitated to go and check and not look around the corner to see if Maddie was there. It didn't make sense to him. But they wanted somebody, a third person, check between the father and the mother, right? Before the alarm. But it was also, I think, implemented to push the alarm half hour later to 10 p.m. because they were searching around 9:30 p.m.
A quick note about this guy, Matt. If your kid goes missing right after another adult who's unrelated to your kid checked the room, that would be suspect number one. No matter how awkward it might be between you, you would at least confront them about it. The McCanns never did that, which goes right back to conclusiveness. They never suspected Matt of taking Madeleine because they knew Matt didn't take Madeleine. If you've seen my video, What Do Innocent Parents Look Like?, you'll have a good reference point for just how curious and suspicious actual innocent parents are, whereas hoaxers don't have that same level of curiosity, even if they're trying to pretend they do, because it's just not there. They know what happened.
They adjusted this very strangely. And this is why Matt, I think, is a weak link here. I mean, he's active part of the lie, of course. But he didn't want. But they convinced him during the next night, I mean, the May 3rd night, to go to the police on the 4th and say that he actually did that inside check, which he didn't. And I can prove it.
What time did they report it to the police?
Yeah, it was like 10:41.
And do you believe the incident happened on the Tuesday? The day before?
Accident, yes.
Do you believe she was dead the day before?
Yes.
And they've cleaned it up?
Yes.
Nobody can verify that they never seen her on the 3rd? Or, you know what I'm saying? If they're saying she was there on the 3rd, she was abducted on...
That's the only thing, it's the last photo.
No one ever came forward to say she wasn't playing it. There must have been a play part. There must have been other families.
This is the nanny story, and this is what... So here's what happened. When Christian Brueckner, the German suspect, was pulled out of the hat, I sent an anonymous email to the prosecutor, the state attorney in Germany, and to his defense lawyer, Friedrich Filscher. And Friedrich responded, and he came down, and he was in my mezzanine reading my first draft of the book, 4 days. And then he said, if they charge him, I want you next to me in court in Germany, and we'll take these people in for questioning, the Tapas 9. And they have to answer, sit alone in the center and answer a German judge. And the German prosecutor, he didn't respond, Wolters. So I lost my thread.
Yeah, you were talking about the German man, and you showed him your draft of the book, and the Tapas 9 could have been charged. We spoke about, did anybody see Madeleine on the 3rd playing at the park or anything?
Yeah. Well, okay. Back to the last photo, which wasn't the last photo. The poolside photo, which is called the last photo, the poolside photo with Gerry and Maddie and one of her siblings. So that was likely taken on the Sunday. So the only, well, okay, this is about Friedrich Filscher. So the biggest bomb for him was what I did with the nanny, breaking that down, because she was, of course, the witness that said that we were on the beach with Maddie on the Thursday, okay? But she did something, and this is also very interesting in terms of statement analysis, because Kat Baker, the nanny, she said that I and Maddie and 4 or 5 other lobster children went down to the beach. Why would she be uncertain if there were 5 or 6 total children going down to the beach? You're a nanny. You do a head count. You know exactly. And you've been the whole week with them. And there were 6 children signed in. So why would she be uncertain to being 5 or 6? That was a big lead for me. And then I saw chronologically what she claimed have happened at the beach. And this is interesting because the first time she was asked on May 6th, she said that Maddie never cried or showed discontent with anything, okay? And this is very interesting. So this is May 6th.
All right, now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of his timeline. Like I said, I personally think they don't need to have had an extra day. Madeleine could have died on the evening that they reported her missing, because in extreme situations, people can be extremely creative. If it's life or death, you could shove your daughter's body into a freezer. And I've seen plenty of comments of people saying that the freezer in the room had to be replaced so they could have stashed her and could have moved her away at a different point in time. That said, I've not analyzed the nanny's statements, so I think Bernt is going to break it down for us. The hubris of the criminal who thinks they can fool the police without getting caught is the same as the parent who thinks they can neglect their toddler without an accident. It's also the same as the hubris of a doctor who believes they can use off-label medicine without side effects. Has foreign detective Bernt Stellander actually located Madeleine McCann, or is he just making that claim to promote his book, The Sudden Impulse? Let's watch his interview with James English to find out. I've not seen this segment of the interview yet. I wanted to react to it with all of you, so let's go ahead and listen.
So when the police get called, the police come out, what are they thinking straight away? Are they obviously backing the McCanns?
Yeah, they actually were puzzled by the window that was supposed to be jimmied and broken open, and they couldn't find anything there. So I think they were already onto them. But it was the behavior of the McCanns that they found strange too. That when they arrived, the first police arrived, you had Kate and Gerry, very controlled person, falling to their feet, crying with their face to the ground. But that's probably to hide that that's crying without tears. I have a chapter on that in the book. And they did the same thing in the bedroom where the cadaver dog marked. The parents' bedroom, when the police entered there, they used the words like praying Arabs. Actually, this was the police description of it, like face down on the bed. I don't know if they were kneeling next to the bed, but crying to keep the police out of there. And then later you have a cadaver positive marking by the cabinet there. So
because the young waiter, he gave a statement and says everybody else was more distraught than Kate and Gerry. Now, like we spoke earlier, people react to things differently. Not everyone's the same, but he says they never showed much emotion. And the fact that he said they were playing tennis 2 days later, they were out running 3 days later. Now, I've actually asked people who were on this podcast, and I messaged them and says, look, I said, I'm sorry for asking, but after your son went missing, or your daughter went missing, did you ever do any sort of fitness training instantly or a week later? They says, no, not for like months later. So this wasn't just 1 or 2 people. This was like 5, 6 people I messaged, just to get a rough understanding, to see the sort of movements after a kind of... This is the worst thing that any parent can ask for. So like you say, they're doctors as well, and it's to understand them and try to look at it from all angles. But the way they were acting to then washing the teddy bear, now that's your daughter's teddy bear who you think's been abducted. The last thing you ever want to do is wash that, because some of these people who I've interviewed, they've never changed the bedrooms of their kids, ever. 10 years later, 20 years later. I know a girl who had a miscarriage. She's got a shrine of her baby photos and scan photos in her living room of that baby, and she's 4 or 5 years later, she still feels distraught. So it just doesn't sit well with as a parent myself, the reaction. But again, to look at it from their point of view, their doctors are cold. Maybe they've seen dead bodies, deaths their whole life with the medical industry they're in, but it just doesn't sit right.
Well, if you followed my channel for a while, you'll know I don't put any stock into body language. I think it's extremely dangerous because psychopaths are very good at faking their body language, which is why the behavior panel and I disagree so often. And innocent people might not react the way you might react or expect them to, in which case you consider them guilty because they didn't cry enough. But the real reason I don't put much stock into body language is that it wouldn't have changed my mind anyway. If the McCanns had cried to my satisfaction, that wouldn't make me think they're innocent. The same way them not crying doesn't convince me they're guilty. I think they're guilty because of the words they use and the inconsistencies in their story. The second thing James said here is that the McCanns are doctors, which might explain why they're so stoic and level-headed. This is actually something I wrote about over in the DD forum. And the gist of my article, Bayesian Basics, is that stereotypes like someone's profession or age might provide quick and good enough predictions for common crimes like DUIs. If someone's going to drive drunk, they're probably an alcoholic or they've driven drunk in the past. But they fall short in assessing uncommon crimes, like a kidnapping or manslaughter or murder. I illustrated that point with 2 polls that I ran on my X account, and I'm just going to scroll through them here You can pause this video later if you want to read the polls and the results. The main takeaway is more information isn't always a good thing, especially if it can lead you astray. For example, if you're dealing with a psychopath, body language can lead you astray. And if you're dealing with an innocent person, it's so subjective that you might think they're guilty even if they aren't. By the same token, stereotypes based on superficial but attention-grabbing things, like the fact that the parents are doctors, can also lead you astray because as humans, we tend to read too much into it. That's why I believe so deeply in statement analysis. Lying is very difficult for honest people to do, and coming up with credible hoaxes and storylines is very difficult for psychopaths to do. In other words, everyone is vulnerable to it.
It makes totally sense if you are aware of you have hidden the body and that there's cadaver scent possibly or some other scent you don't want the police to discover when you hear that the dogs are underway, which they knew, and that's why she washed it. So it makes completely sense that she washed it.
And what
It doesn't make sense when you...
And what about the dogs that came straight away? When did they come?
Yeah, these dogs, they came in July, end of July. And
So May,
beginning of
June,
August.
so 3 months later?
Yes.
So if someone's been abducted, surely they're going to call dogs in straight away to follow the scent, no?
Yeah, they used that. And they had the scent dogs, on the clothes, but no cadaver.
Never lead
type
anywhere?
of dog. No, they said that some traces stopped at the Baptista right below down the street, which is normal. They probably walk there every day. So, yeah, nothing. I think even they actually, checked the cemetery as well with these dogs for clothes if she was hidden there. And that's where she was, actually. What I was going to tell you, the inconsistencies, one important thing you said about neglect, about locking children in. So you have 4 families, and the story was that the other 3 families, they locked their apartments, right? But keep in mind, the first statement by Gerry was that he and Kate used the key to the front door when they went and checked, okay? He's questioned on May 4th, 2-3 hours before Kate. But then he discovers that if he sticks to that story and the shutters are open, then Kate, to get to the front door, would discover that the bedroom window shutters were open. She has to walk right past it. So he's thinking, oh my goodness, right? So she changes the story. So she, 2-3 hours later, she says that they used the patio door. And she says that was unlocked the whole week. But then Gerry later, he says they opened the patio doors. Unlocked the back patio doors from the Wednesday, May 2nd, in case friends were to check. Okay, are you following me? But then he said, I think David went to check. And David says he didn't check. So they opened, according to Gerry, they unlocked the back patio doors in case friends were to check from the Wednesday. Why was that important? Because he knew that police had discovered there was no point of entry or exit in the bedroom window that they said was broken open. So he was adapting his story to them. They needed a new point of entry and exit for an abductor. So that's when he said. So they totally, they didn't align at all. She said they were unlocked the whole week, and he said they opened them, unlocked it on the Wednesday.
If you've seen my full Madeleine McCann series, you'll know that there are many inconsistencies in Kate and Gerry's story. So instead of focusing on the McCann's inconsistencies, I did want to point out an inconsistency that one of my eagle-eared subscribers spotted within Bernt's own theory. And when I point this out, it's not to dunk on Bernt or discredit him. I've not read his book. He might have a perfectly valid explanation for it. So what is the inconsistency in Bernt's theory? Many of my subscribers caught it, but I think Jimmy Alley is the first one to have caught it. And Jimmy Alley said, if the McCanns had sedated Maddie on the 2nd and she passed away, and then staged the kidnapping on the 3rd, why would they have sedated the twins that night? If you saw my last video in this series, How Details Expose Lies, you'll know that he thinks that Madeleine died the day before she was reported missing, whereas I think she just died the day she was reported missing. Hiding a body for an entire day is much more difficult than hiding it for a couple minutes or a couple hours until you're in the clear to move it somewhere else. Jimmy continues, surely they would have been too scared to touch sedation with a barge pole. And I think that's a great point. If they sedated their elder daughter to death, I doubt they would have administered sedatives to their younger children the very next day. In fact, we know that Kate McCann, an anesthetist, never practiced medicine again after this event. And I think that's because she's the one who administered the sedative that killed Madeleine, and she did not trust herself to ever administer a sedative again. If you have read The Sudden Impulse, please let me know if Bernt provides an explanation for this. Also, if you've read the book, Bernt said something early on in this last clip about Madeleine being in the graveyard. I'm assuming part of his theory is that she was taken to the graveyard and then moved over to this hill where he believes she's located. But if you'd be so kind, please just confirm that in the comments if I'm understanding that correctly.
With Madeleine going missing, there's kids go missing every couple of minutes all around the world. Why did it get so much media coverage?
Well, they paid for it.
But surely they wouldn't have wanted that because it would have been easier to fly under the radar, no?
Well, actually, I think it's because actually Sky News, they caught the story immediately. Oh, she was kidnapped on the morning. Very early morning, you had the big news. That helps. But to continue that, they actually, they were complaining during the Levison hearing, which maybe we should also say that Gerry gave us the green light to purport theories about this because he's a defender of freedom of speech. He said that during that inquiry. And they were complaining about the media attention. But then, of course, was it Bell Pottinger, the owner? He said that the McCanns, he didn't care because they paid him £500,000 to be on the papers, on the front papers every day for a year. So how can you complain of being in the media if you pay £500,000 of
Gerry was
donated money?
Were they getting paid money?
No, they paid Bell Pottinger, the Madeleine Fund, the search fund, which was never a fund. It was a limited company, you know, because if it was a real fund, the money donated would have to be used on all missing children or several, not only on the Madeleine case, even though they probably spent 12-15% maximum on this, hiring dubious investigators from Barcelona and what have you to appear to be looking for their daughter.
How much has actually been funded into the Madeleine McCann case?
I don't have a clue and I don't care, you know.
You're talking 30-40 million, people are saying?
Yeah. How much?
30 and 40 million.
I have no clue. I didn't think it was that much. But the government has funded the Operation Grange and all that money. That's probably close to 14 million now. And I don't think that money went to the Madeleine Fund, but that's private donations go there. You have the access to see the numbers, but I don't care about those things.
So what are the police saying?
Which police?
The Portuguese police.
Yeah, they.
What are they saying the next day? When did they start raising alarms? Because I know I've got it written down here.
Yeah, Amaral, he was on the window.
The senior detective, Amaral, he believes that they covered it up. Kate and Gerry McCann, and they have always been suspects in Portugal. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
even the final conclusion by de Almeida, it was basically same as Amaral. You know, that the body was hidden by the parents.
And who is Amaral?
He was the chief detective, the first one on the case.
Bernt explained that the McCanns allegedly paid to be in the press. But that doesn't answer James' question of why they would want that. And this is one of the most common questions I get in my comment section. If the McCanns are guilty, why not stay silent and fly under the radar? Why do so many interviews and be so public? And I think the answer to that is very simple. Early on, the Portuguese police, specifically Detective Amaral, who they're about to discuss, thought that they were guilty. So the best thing they could do was try to control the narrative. They already had news reporters there, and they decided to take advantage of it. And I think this is the same situation that the Ramseys are in. Because they were the primary suspects for the police and the public, they also had to go on the offensive. In other words, I think both families do so much press and both have written books because they are petrified of losing control of the narrative. It's also why they're both so litigious.
When did the alarm bell start?
Well, actually, he was
Portuguese police.
Yeah, he was onto them, not officially, but I think within 48 hours, he knew that something was off with them. And even you had diplomat's office actually sent to the Home Office a letter. I don't know if I think it was the diplomat himself. I'm not sure. But this, I mention it in the book because it leaked to a Belgian newspaper. But he was worried about, are you sure we're going to help them and with everything they would need, because they're not cooperating with the police. That was the letter of worry from the diplomat, from the ambassador to Portugal.
That's what I'll read out, because when you said they're not cooperating with the police,
yeah,
it's so, listen, if you've lost a daughter or abducted, apparently, you're going to be, like I says earlier, screaming from the rooftops, doing everything you can. You've clearly got nothing to hide. And I understand the police might have made them suspects, so they might have been told by their lawyers, listen, don't say anything. But there was 48 questions that Kate McCann didn't answer about the disappearance of her daughter, Madeleine McCann. One, on May 3rd, 2007, around 10 o'clock, you entered the apartment. What did you see? What did you do? Where did you look? What did you touch? Again, never answered. So all these questions she never answered. The second, did you search inside the master bedroom wardrobe? What were your exact words? 3, shown 2 photographs of her bedroom wardrobe. Can you describe its contents? 4, why was the curtain by the sofa near the side window tampered with? Did someone go behind the sofa? 5, how long did your search of the apartment take after you detected Madeleine's disappearance? 6, why did you say Madeleine had been abducted? 7, assuming Madeleine was abducted, why did you leave the twins to go to the tapas and raise the alarm? The supposed abductor could still be in the apartment. 8, why didn't you ask the twins then what happened to their sister, or why didn't you ask them later on? 9, when you raised the alarm at the tapas, what exactly did you say? What were your exact words? 10, what happened after you raised the alarm there? 11, why did you go and warn your friends instead of shouting from the veranda? 12, who contacted the authorities? In fact, I'll not even read out the numbers, but I'll just read the questions that she never asked. Who took part in the searches? Did anyone outside the group learn of her disappearance in those following minutes? Did any neighbour offer you help? What does "we let her down" mean? Did Jane Tanner tell you the night she'd seen a man with a child?
Yeah.
How are the authorities contacted and which police force were alerted? During the searches with the police there, where did you search for Maddie? How and what way? Why did the twins not wake up during the search or when they were taken upstairs? Who did you phone after the occurrence? Did you call Sky News? Did you know the danger of calling the media because it could influence the abductor? Did you ask for a priest? By what means did you divulge Madeleine's features, by photographs or by any other means? Is it true that during the searches you remained seated on Maddie's bed without moving? What was your behaviour that night? Did you manage to sleep? Before travelling to Portugal, did you make any comment about the foreboding or bad feeling or a bad feeling? What was Madeleine's behaviour like? Did Maddie suffer from any illness or take any medication? What was Madeleine's relationship like with her brother and sister? What was Madeleine's relationship like with her brother and sister, friends and schoolmates? As for your professional life and how many and which hospitals have you worked? What is your medical speciality? Have you ever done shift work in any emergency services or other services? Did you work every day? At a certain point you stopped working. Why? Are the twins difficult to sleep? Are they restless, and does this cause you unease? Is it true sometimes you despaired at your children's behaviour and it left you feeling very uneasy? Is it true in England you even considered handing Madeleine over to custody to a relative? In England, did you medicate your children? What type of medication did you use? In the case files where you were shown canine forensic testing films, after watching them, did you say couldn't explain any more than you already had? When the sniffer dog also marked human blood behind sofa, did you say you couldn't explain any more than you already had? When the sniffer dog marked the scent of a corpse coming from the vehicle you hired a month after the disappearance, did you say you couldn't explain any more than you already had? When human blood was marked on the boot of the vehicle, did you say you couldn't explain any more than you already had? When confronted with the results of Maddie's DNA carried out in a British lab, collected from behind the sofa and boot of the vehicle, did you say you couldn't explain any more than you already had? Did you have any responsibility or intervention in your daughter's disappearance? Now, she never answered any of those questions, which is so important for your kid's background.
Exactly.
Rather than saying, if that were my kid, I would have cooperated, I prefer to analyze what the McCanns said and what they didn't say. In this case, the giant red flag is that the McCanns are the ones who solicited help from the police. But when the police finally arrived, they became very reticent. In other words, there's an inconsistency between what the McCanns said they wanted, which was police help, and their silence once the police actually arrived to help them. On your screen now is a spotting hoaxes card from my deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. And the way the McCanns acted meets all the criteria on the card. They were overly conclusive by stating definitively that Madeleine had been kidnapped, when there's no way they could have known that. It still hasn't been determined 17 years later. Secondly, they were reticent. They were reluctant to cooperate with the police when they were asked anything besides questions about a kidnapper. Their emotionality was off. There was a mismatch between their displayed emotions, panicked and crying and running around frantically, and the emotions that were actually reported in their words. An actual frantic parent would have answered all those questions, even if they thought it would only help one iota. And fourth, the McCanns were vague. In fact, they were vague in the extreme. In my video, How to Analyze an Emergency, we watched their very first press conference from the evening of Madeleine's disappearance. And you might be shocked at just how little information they gave in that press conference. All the seemingly scripted details about the billowing curtain weren't present in that very first press conference. So it's no surprise at all that they didn't answer the police's more granular, easy to fact check questions.
Where she was before, previous, and just, it doesn't make sense now to not answer those questions. Now, I understand they became suspects, so they've got to be careful because they could be getting charged with murder. But if you've got nothing to hide,
You don't
you're
care.
answering
You don't
every
care
one
about
of
the
those
risk.
questions.
Exactly. You
So-
don't care about the risk at all.
Yeah,
If you're
and
innocent.
some of those questions
Yeah.
are quite in depth. Of did you medicate your
Yeah.
child? And there's talks of her giving Madeleine away.
But there's a big problem with that. Makes completely sense. Keep in mind the first statements. Gerry was sitting behind her during the questioning and squeezing her shoulder and having bodily contact. That was the first questioning where she was alone. This was when they were made arguidos, like suspects.
Mhm.
And of course, Clarence Mitchell, he said that it was advised, not to incriminate yourself. But who cares? If you're a mother, you don't give, you would be on top of the shoulders. Ask me more questions. You would just answer anything, just get on with it. And any parents in a situation where a small child has been missing, that over 80%, it's near family.
Mhm.
You want to be excluded as soon as possible so they can put the resources in finding her, right? So of course you're spot on. But for me, it was she couldn't answer those things because then more of the incongruence between she and Gerry would be visible. On the other ones, you could see the statements, the first statements, they have certain paragraphs that are almost identical, like rehearsed. So, which they were, of course.
But they stayed in Portugal for another 4 months. That must go good for them, though, as well, that they stayed there, because they could have went home, no?
Well, yes, but they said immediately we're going to stay until we find her. And then, of course, the Friday they were made arguidos. They already had a flight on Monday, the next Monday, gone.
Mhm.
And hiring extradition lawyers,
But surely, like we can speculate, but if they did drug their child, that Madeleine's passed away, to get rid of the body, for everybody to lie for them for 17 years, and you've got to go, well, possibly we could get it wrong as well. Like, we could be wrong. It's not everything 100% we are saying. We're only going by what we're reading, information we have, statements, interviews that we can watch. But it just seems, why the big lie? Why the big cover up with it? Why?
Well, first of all, let's look at the forensics. Obviously there was a dead body in apartment 5A, and the sofa. When you look at the thing that got Amaral onto this also in very few days was that there was staging involved about the beds. The sofa, for instance, in the living room was pushed up against the window, which is a huge hazard. If you have a little air opening in the window and the child climbs the sofa, it can fall. There's a big drop on the outside. So they had a safety precaution. That sofa was normally 75 centimeters to a meter away from the window. And that's likely why she actually had the accident there and died, because normally in a home you're in your grandparents, you climb the sofa and basically you're in the window, you can almost touch the window, right? And then she leaned over. But in terms of Maddie being sedated, you can fall off a sofa without the sedation. So those things for me are also not relevant, because you can be scared, you climb the sofa and you fall anyways.
Bernt seems to think that Madeleine died by climbing up on the sofa, falling, and either cracking her head or dying of positional asphyxia. If you followed my channel for a while, you'll know that I think she died from over-sedation, specifically a sedative that Kate routinely administered to her at bedtime to get her to be quiet and fall asleep. And these two theories aren't mutually exclusive. For example, if Madeleine did die by falling behind the couch, the parents, being doctors, could still have a reason for covering up the body rather than calling an ambulance. For example, they might be worried that an autopsy would reveal that they were giving their daughter off-label sedatives, opening them up to manslaughter charges at the very least. And even if they weren't worried about sedatives being found, they might be worried about neglect charges, or if they're narcissistic enough, having the reputation of being parents who were out drinking with their buddies while their kid died of an accident alone in the hotel room. And it's not like any of this doesn't have precedent. Parents who leave their kids alone in a hot car get charged when those kids die. And if the kid doesn't actually die, they still get charged with neglect. In fact, I'm sure there are plenty of cases where a reckless parent, the kind to just leave their toddler alone in a hotel room at night or in a hot car, comes back to find their kid dead and smashes a window and pretends that the kid had been kidnapped rather than call the ambulance and potentially be brought up on neglect charges. The hubris of the criminal who thinks they can fool the police without getting caught is the same as the parent who thinks they can neglect their toddler without an accident. It's also the same as the hubris of a doctor who believes they can use off-label medicine without side effects.
Of course, it's a factor. For example, if you're not sedated, you could catch yourself with the arms better. You have a low lighting condition in that living room. Imagine the sofa being almost a meter away. You're climbing up the sofa and you're leaning over. You're hearing something in the street because there probably was a gap in that window for air. And then you lean over, and then if you're sedated, you can't catch yourself. And then I think, because normally a child shouldn't die from that height of fall down on hard tiles. They're pretty bouncy, these small children. I saw statistics of that. You normally survive that. But my interpretation of that, there being a little blood on the windowsill and stuff, that maybe she got limp. I mean, she was unconscious from hitting her head on the windowsill, the granite, the marble sill, and then was limp on the next 90 centimeters down to the ground. And she could have been in a position where she can't breathe, and you could speculate. But the point was that the cadaver dog marked there, and also Keela, the blood sniffing dog, human blood sniffing dog, and they found blood underneath the tile. And it's very curious that you have a family of doctors, and there were only 2 toothbrushes, and there were 3 children. And for me, that's kind of obvious. They used Maddie's toothbrush to clean between the grut with bleach, right? And blood was found under the tiles with 15 out of 19 markers, which in some countries is enough for a conviction. But yeah, so there's no doubt that the forensics tell us that there was an accident behind that sofa.
How did they know that was Madeleine's blood?
15 out of 19 markers of Madeleine's DNA was on that blood.
Yeah. When did the British police get involved?
Yeah, I think they were around pretty quickly, and Clarence Mitchell, he was there fairly shortly. And there was Amaral, he says there was MI5, MI6 around. They're always around for different reasons, you know, in the area.
Why?
There was something in Alvor, I don't know, it had something Northern Ireland thing going on. Still, I don't know. That's not my territory at all, but that's what I read, that there was something going on in Alvor about weapons, smuggling and stuff like that. So that was not a surprise.
So the two dogs that were involved was some of the best dogs in the world.
Yes.
Was it, Eddie and Keela?
Eddie and Keela, yeah.
So Eddie was for the corpse that could smell dead bodies. Keela could smell blood.
Human blood, yeah.
And blood was found in the room and the car. So the way it looks then, if they have smelt a corpse in the car 25 days later after Madeleine possibly dead in the room. If there's blood, they've got rid of the body. See, the only thing is, surely they must have still been getting surveillanced or watched to then get a car, go and pick up the body again, put the body in the back of the car, and then take it somewhere else. It does seem a bit far-fetched.
But if you had some surveillance GPS, well, all you would see is, you know, after my theory is that they rented the car to move her from the cemetery up to the final place they had prepared on the hill. Yeah.
So why was there never a conviction of blood in the room and a corpse in the car?
This is the thing, that the story based on these findings that PJ presented to the state attorney is that it couldn't have been done in such short time. Or I actually don't know what they concluded within. This is my speculation about them thinking that they couldn't have aligned their statements and keep in mind the DNA that was later, but they couldn't convince them for prosecution. But here's the thing: at that time, the big politics had already come into play. They had pushed Amaral out of the case because he was onto them.
I don't think the timing is that big of an issue. Stashing Madeleine somewhere where people weren't likely to look and then moving her later is totally plausible. And like I mentioned earlier, in their first press conference, they were very sparse on details. They had the entire evening later and the next day to script their story. As far as putting Madeleine in the car and driving her somewhere else, that's also totally plausible. I personally think she was dropped somewhere cold, dark, and deep, like a well or a deep crevasse or the ocean. That doesn't preclude them putting her in the car and driving her out to one that's far away. Regarding the dogs, one of the most frequent comments I get on my videos is dogs don't lie. The dogs actually support my theory that Madeleine died in the room, so I'm fine with that sentiment. However, dogs can be mistaken, and just like all physical evidence, I think people can argue both sides of it, which is why I prefer to just get it straight from the horse's mouth. All my theories have come directly from the McCann's own statements.
He would have finished it, but he wasn't allowed to finish the job. So he was transferred to the main office in Faro, in the Algarve main office, which he later resigned to write the book, The Truth of the Lie. And they went after him, of course.
So he wrote the book, but did they not sue him?
They sued him, yeah. And then he lost in the first one, and then he appealed. And then they appealed his appeal win to the Supreme Court, and they lost, the McCanns. And then they went against Portugal in the Human Rights Court and lost there as well, of course. Yeah.
In his book, then, he basically exposed them by saying they were suspects.
He basically, actually, what we've been talking about, the findings behind the sofa, the blood, the DNA, and especially the findings in the rental car. I didn't read his book, actually, but I've seen documentaries. I know what he's talking about. And that the body was removed, and that the friends are part of the cover-up by knowing and lying in the statements. There was a rumor that the PJ, they were very clever, if this is correct. They were trying to charge the friends, Jane, Matt, Russell, and Dave, for lying, because they had their statements. So they knew if you have 4 statements that don't align, you have to decide who lied about what, right? And that's an impossibility to sort that out. So all lied. And in November, the rumor was that they were going to 2007 to charge those friends or lying about the case, or taking part of the occult, the moving of the body, or I don't know what the charges would have been. I'm not a legal expert in any way. But they didn't want to play that game, the state attorney, because that would have solved everything. They wouldn't have lied under oath, and it would have been exposed, the lie between these four friends. And this is also why Kate couldn't answer the 48 question without Gerry there, because they could never align their statements about these details, especially about what did you see, what did you do, about the history. And back home, they were normal husband and wife. They would answer the same thing, I guess, about her medical condition and stuff. But they refused to hand over her medical papers to the Portuguese prosecution, Maddie's
Why?
files. I don't know. The media, they talk about her eye defect, The parents are actually honest. They say that she had a fleck on the iris, but the media used coloboma.
Regarding what Bernt said about the friends lying and being involved, those aren't the same thing. Just because someone's lying doesn't mean they were involved in the crime or cover-up. As I pointed out in my last video in this series, How Details Expose Lies, the friends of the McCanns had plenty of reasons not to cooperate fully with the police. For example, if their buddies the McCanns had been found to be negligent, well, they were also out there drinking on the patio while their toddlers were alone in their rooms. Also, without any proof that their buddies the McCanns actually did what they were accused of, who could expect them to turn on them in their time of need? I think the police definitely could have intimidated them with perjury charges, or if they have some equivalent of lying to a federal officer, if that was the case. But I don't know how much more that would have gotten out of them, since I don't think the friends need to have been involved at all in the cover-up. Indeed, the more people involved in a conspiracy, the more likely it is to be exposed. So my personal opinion is that the friends had their own reasons to lie, and were definitely not aware of what actually happened to Madeleine. A, because it's unnecessary for my theory based on the McCann statements to be true, and B, kind of like Madeleine dying the day before rather than the day she was reported missing, is just unnecessarily complicated. And the more complicated something is, the more likely it is to fall apart. The best sort of cover-up is one where there's as few co-conspirators as possible, which is why I think the John Bonet case has still been unsolved, as well as many of the other missing children cases we've analyzed on the channel, like Summer Wells, William Turrell, Sebastian Rogers, and Madeleine Soto.
I've studied optometry, so I know the difference. And if you have a slit in the pupil, you would need sunglasses because you can't shut the light out. You would be highly light sensitive. But anyways, I don't know why they didn't want to.
What about the German paedophile who was in the area in 2007 who had previous of these crimes? Christian Brueckner.
Yeah.
Like, because obviously he's never been charged. 2020 he became prime suspect, but he was in the area at 2007. I think he had a camper van and stuff as well.
Yeah.
What's the story with him?
Well, he was basically checked out by the PJ, by Amaral. I mean, they didn't go through everything, but they sorted him out. But Friedrich Fulcher, his lawyer, who came down and visited me, I took him to Faro, to the courts there, because he has an alibi, basically. Let's call it a semi-alibi. He had a girlfriend at that time. That week, he was driving to Carguero, like a 40-minute drive, and meeting his girlfriend, who was with her parents. She was 18 years old, a German girl. But the reason she hasn't stepped forward is that she's married today and has a child with the guy she was cheating on in Germany. So we tried to go to the courts to find out who she was, because she was caught with a pepper spray when she returned. So she will eventually, I mean, if he would have been charged, which he won't be, because Wolters now has read the book and he knows that that's, it will create enough doubt, and that's a hurdle he cannot surpass, so charging him. So that's going to fall apart. But this young lady, she had this So he went before midnight. He was in Carwero with his van every night. So imagine if he took Madeleine around 9:30 or 9:15, 20, and then he goes and have sex with his girlfriend that he had the whole week, and she didn't notice there was something with him, or that doesn't make sense. So, and you have the time, you could probably narrow it down to that being a very good alibi, actually, even though it's a semi-alibi, because he could have stuck her away, hidden her somewhere, and you can speculate if he had taken her. But the German prosecution, they obviously didn't know the police files at all, but they were handed by Operation Grange. This was a setup. And Amaral, he was in a podcast in Australia with Mark Sonokonoko. And he said a year and a half before that, he said, there is a German guy, they've pinpointed him out as the patsy, and they're going to bring him out. And they did. But I'm not going to say the Germans are naive, but they're like Norwegians naive. You assume also that if he's the last man standing, he's got to be the one, right? So Operation Grange, they served him to the Germans, and they took him hook, line, and sinker, and pole, and boat, and ocean, and everything. And he was convinced it was him. And he did a mistake on Wolters, the German district state attorney. He went on a podcast in the second round of Mark Sonokonoko's podcasts from Australia. And then he got caught with his pants on his ankles, because he asked him, was there a mobile phone mast at the resort, at the Ocean Club? Because here's the thing about resort. You have the American term and the British term. So Praia da Luz is a resort in English, right? It wouldn't be that in American language, right? And this is a German guy with, so he thought when they said there was a mobile antenna at the resort, they were thinking Praia da Luz. He thought it was the Ocean Club.
Christian B is a convenient fall guy, and people who don't read past headlines tend to fall for the gimmick. I've broken this down in my video, How to Spot a Cover-Up and How to Spot Fake News. Here, James asked Bernt a very simple question. You dug up this spot where you said Madeleine is buried. What did you find? Bernt gave a response, but he didn't answer the question. And for me, that's an issue. Ever since Madeleine McCann mysteriously disappeared, people have theorized about what happened. But is foreign detective Bernt Stellander the closest to the truth? Let's watch his interview with James English to find out. I've not seen this segment yet. I wanted to react to it with all of you.
Who were the main suspects in 2007? How many suspects has there actually been in the Madeleine McCann disappearance?
Yeah, here's the thing, that after the McCanns were in the scope of the investigation, they turned on Robert Murat, he's a British-Portuguese bilingual, and he was living right in the neighborhood. And so he was a translator, and they turned on him and tried to frame him, actually. Jane Tanner said that it was him. They put him in a car with the glass window thing, and she pointed him out. And and there have been some shady people, but I don't think Robert Murat was an Arguido officially based on that. I just think he was investigated. But like you said, they've been looking for it. There was a Polish couple that had been on some videos. They were excluded pretty quickly. So that's a good question. It basically was they turned on Murat, he was out, and then they found the guy, the perfect suspect, Christian Brueckner. But he has an alibi, I would say, and obviously they have zero evidence against him. That's zero, because Helge Busching, the type of person he is, and his credentials, and asking for payments for these statements, and they caught him in a lie, I think now. So actually, I think Friedrich Fulcher are actually going up against him, actually. For him, there's...
What's the main standout for you in this case, in Madeleine McCann's kind of disappearance? What's the one thing that stands out to you that's 100% proven, that just makes everything fall into piece?
Regarding the suspect that Bernt mentioned, the German who allegedly kidnapped Madeleine, I've actually done 2 videos about him. His name is Christian Brueckner, and the summary of those 2 videos, How to Spot a Cover-Up and How to Spot Fake News, is that this is a convenient fall guy. and a textbook example of an overzealous prosecution. But you don't need to take my word for it. I'll link these 2 videos at the end of this one so you can check them out next if you haven't already.
Oh, number one, Jane wasn't there to see anybody. Matt wasn't inside the apartment to check. That's enough.
Is that
There's no
proven?
abduction.
Is this proven?
I make a really good case for that. Yes, forensically. I mean, you could hold in court that he wasn't inside apartment 5A.
So why they not charged with lying?
This is the thing. The PJ, they have let me basically broken the law for 7 years. You know, illegal surveillance, digging in national parks, harassing people. They know about my emails. I updated them. I had a one contact person that I trusted because I knew that as soon as there was some information from the PJ to Operation Grange, then I wouldn't get any juice on the camera in the bush on the hillside. So that was a big problem for me. I actually wanted to solve this very easily in the beginning. I tried to get in contact with Amaral, and I knew that if he could get me 2-3 people that we could trust, and we get the intelligence when Kate lands in the Algarve, then we would be waiting there for her to show us where it is, where she visits. Because this is my theory, you know, that she come back all these times. It's emotional. And imagine your worst nightmare. You're a mother, your firstborn child, IVF treatment, hallelujah. You get your biggest dream and you lose her. And the biggest nightmare, she's taken. And then you go back to your worst nightmare like 8 times a year. That doesn't make sense, right? Unless it's to control something and now we're getting into something that I'm surprised about the tabloid media. And this is also about why nobody speaks about this book. There seems to be some kind of injunction or something about this, because other books about the Madeleine McCann case have been touched and, ridiculed. I'm just waiting for ridicule, because I'm very confident about the timeline. I'm very confident. And mathematically about these things that I discovered on the Hill and what's on the video and the context of me emailing, playing this game, it's almost mathematically impossible that this is not connected, everything, and that she's there.
Regarding the McCanns coming after Bernt and ridiculing him, I fully expect that to happen if he's on the right path. If they continue ignoring him, it might suggest that he's not actually on the right path regarding Madeleine's burial site. Also, if you're not aware, this is my 4th video analyzing Bernt's interview with James English. And I just want to make it abundantly clear that I think we are on the same team against Kate and Gerry McCann, who are attempting to fool everyone. And so far, the points on which we disagree are not deal breakers. Most of them aren't actually mutually exclusive. For example, he and I both think that the parents had something to do with Madeleine's death. Personally, I think Madeleine died alone in the room on the night she was reported missing, partially because they over-sedated her, which I believe was something they routinely did. Hence the need to cover it up rather than just call an ambulance the way most parents would have done if they came into their room and found their daughter either dying in bed or behind a couch with her head cracked open. Second, Bernt believes that Madeleine is buried on a hill somewhere, whereas I think the parents stashed her somewhere for a couple hours until the heat died off and then moved her somewhere cold, dark, and deep, like a well, a crevasse, or the ocean itself. That is to say, from what I've seen so far in this interview, we agree a lot more than we disagree, and that's a good thing. The statement analysis I do here on the channel is part art and part science, and it's always nice when my findings can be replicated, like I've done across many other cases I've analyzed, and reproduced, like Bernt seems to be doing with my analysis of the McCanns.
Let's talk about that
Yeah.
then. So when you started looking into the case, you got involved with it, you set up cameras, and because did they not go back every year? This is the first year they've never went back in 17 years, is that correct?
Who they?
Madeleine and Gerry. Kate and Gerry.
No, Kate's been every year. She said even in the interviews that she's down to twice per year now. But I can tell you, since I started this, she haven't been that many times back there. The first 10 years, they were, several times per year.
And what made you pick this spot? Why do you think Madeleine is buried here?
This was the thing about, like I said, I was convinced about the hill, number one. Number two, I did a methodical search about where I would have done it and where it's possible to dig that deep, because it's very hard terrain. And then I had these 3 main areas. I went through the first area, and then the third area was too close to people, to a resort. And then when I started to look at the second area, I noticed there was a pink flower there that didn't belong there. It was plucked somewhere else and didn't belong on the hillside. And it was put on this stone. It was very weird. But it was very close to a main track. And I have a very creative mind. And I thought, could this be that she's here? This was right before the 10th anniversary. This is when I started this. I started 18th of March. This pink flower was April 5th. And that was right when I started to scan the area 2, where I found everything. And this pink flower was on the bottom between area 2 and 3. And I went downtown, I got a drink, and then I'm sitting below the church with the palms, and then I see this pink flower. That's where they are. They're on the foot of that palm. And then I could imagine that she's been by the church, and she goes to her rock on the beach. This is her words. And maybe she plucked that one and went up there and left it there. And I probably missed her, if that was her, by 2-3 hours on that Sunday. So that started thing. And then I had this thing I told you about. I looked for a grave in the area, symbols, romanticizing a grave out of guilt, kid going back. And then I looked for the letter M, pink flowers, and a heart symbols. And I found all of these things, not right away, because these were so subtle. I mean, it wasn't like I was so in love with my theory that I looked in, you look at the clouds, you see Mickey Mouse and Pluto there, every day, if you really want to.
If you look for it.
Yeah, exactly. But this was more like I couldn't even see it. So I took a camera, lifted it up from the ground. And then when I came home and zoomed in and looked at it, said, hey, wait, what is this? Or it was hidden partially because of the gloves were up at that time. So it wasn't something I discovered like that, even when I was looking for it. So these were extremely subtle things. And some of the symbols were a little distorted by someone kicking one of the rocks. But I found these hand-placed rocks, because that was the fourth thing I looked at, things that were hand ornamented or some place in nature made special for like a memorial or something. And then this spot 1 was right at the bottom of the lower part of area 2. And I decided because I went to the police again, try to get in contact with Amara, and then they say, well, it would be easier for us if you check for yourself, because I didn't want to be the guy that digs for a body in the night.
I think Bernt said it best when he said it's extremely difficult to dig in that area of Portugal, which is one reason I do not think the McCanns buried Madeleine. It's far more expedient to just toss the body down the well or down a gutter or into the ocean when no one's looking. I also think it's far easier and more expedient to hide a little body somewhere for a couple hours and then move it when the police aren't searching than it is to hide a body for an entire day without anyone noticing that your daughter hasn't appeared anywhere for 24 hours. In other words, I think that my theory is more plausible than Bernt's when it comes to Madeleine's death and her final resting place. My other issue with what Bernt said here, it's the same mistake I think the German prosecutors made when they were coming up with Christian B as their suspect for kidnapping Madeleine. If you already decide what you want to find before you even start searching, then given enough area, which is what Bernt was searching, or in the case of the prosecutors, number of people in a given area around a certain time, you're going to find what you want. Here's how I explained it in my video about Christian Brueckner. With enough data dredging and gathering, they could find a verified pedophile sadist in the area that Madeleine was at the time she went missing. But that doesn't mean he did it. It's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. The way a detective or a researcher or anyone trying to test a theory should do it is to paint the target first, to get a suspect first, and then you shoot your theories at it and your potential evidence at the target and see if you hit your target. You don't just fire a bunch of shots and see where there was a cluster and then go paint the target. And that seems to be what happened here. A true detective, someone who actually wants to get to the truth, should come up with their theory first. All that said, Bernt has already demonstrated that he's a clever guy willing to use proactive outside-the-box techniques to develop leads, so he might not be telling the complete truth about how he developed this location for Madeleine's alleged burial site. However, if he is, he virtually guaranteed he was going to find a burial site, whether it was a burial site for Madeleine Or a goat named Maria that a shepherd buried and put a little headstone over?
And I did. And I started one area, and then it's something, I just got this thing, hey, this is not the place. And I stopped. So I had like a little bump in the ground right next to one of these symbols. It was actually another symbol on top of that one. So I changed my mind inside this cave-like structure under the tree. But anyway, so this is what I put up a camera there instead.
How many miles away from the hotel?
Oh, this is 1 kilometer exactly.
Not that far?
No.
Surely if you're getting rid of a body, they're not that, like I say, they're intelligent people. You go further, no?
Well, here's the thing, the genius about that. This is also about the paranoia. Like you said, if you have a car, you think about the tracking. But keep in mind, if they are being seen somewhere else, right, in the region, in the future, if you show up somewhere, people will always think, what are they doing there, right? Anywhere else, if they see them there, but not on the hill, because they made sure on that photo shoot, look, we run here, nothing to see here. Even mentioning how many minutes they spend to run to the hilltop, everything, right? And that was a lie, because I did it 7 minutes faster, and they'll beat me by 2 minutes for sure. They'll do it in 10, that stretch. So it was a brilliant place, even though maybe they didn't have much choice, but it was a genius place, because in the future, they could always visit her grave with nobody having any suspicion, even if they saw them there, not sitting by the grave. So it has to be hidden. And my spot 5 is like almost like if you wrote a novel and found it for this purpose, it would be perfect.
So what happens when you're digging then? Were you given the green light by the police to do this?
Yes.
Why?
Because of media and because of the political pressure. This is why, that's why I lost my track earlier. The PJ, why aren't they communicating with me? Because they know I will check it myself if they just don't contact me. But it's political. Because the chief of Policia Judiciaria, PJ, the criminal police, he has a book. He got it in hand, well, not in hand, but it was an agreement to deliver the book to him at the office. His assistant received it from the publisher. So why the silence? Because it's a headache. They want it to go away. Even Amaral, before he moved, he got a phone call. It doesn't matter if this one gets shelved, right? But he knew the truth, and he didn't want to give up. I don't know if he lost his pension to write the book, but it was like a fair deal. He probably came out even, and he could have made another $1 million if he pushed it to here.
So you're digging so you're looking for the body?
Yes, remains.
And what did you find?
The first spot, I finally got a meeting with the PJ after 8 months. It was the Norwegian consul who set this up with a CSI contact they had. And that was interesting for me, because I finally got to present this was early stage of this. This was spot 1 area. I had the Gerry on camera, and I had these symbols. And
how long did you set the cameras up for?
Things like this are why I say that I'm on the same team as Bernt, but I would never put my reputation behind him. Throughout the 3 videos I've done on him, and in this one now, the 4th, I've seen too many signs of deception. Whether it's because he's trying to build up hype for his book so he doesn't want to give away the goods, or because he actually doesn't have anything and he's trying to grift, or because he's trying to bluff the McCanns to get them to proactively do something and lead him to where Madeleine's actually buried. Right here, James asked Bernt a very simple question. You dug up this spot where you said Madeleine is buried. What did you find? Bernt gave a response, but he didn't answer the question. And for me, that's an issue. If you own a copy of the Deception deck, you'll know that long prologues are often a sign of deception. And here's the rule from the card. Liars often spend a lot of time on the lead up to the fabricated part of their story. This is usually a subconscious effort to delay the stress that comes with lying. Here, Bernt's preamble was so long that James, as the host of the interview, gave up on getting a response and actually asked another follow-up question. That's not a good sign. If you've got the goods, you put them right out there. And while I'm on a rant, I will point out that writing a book is just about the only medium for conveying information which would preclude him including the videos he allegedly has of Kate and Gerry McCann going to the burial site. If he'd done a documentary, a YouTube channel, a podcast, he could have included the videos.
Did you have the cameras there?
5 years. Going in the night,
That's a lot of footage.
memory sticks, battery change in the dark.
And how many times did you see Kate and Gerry?
I don't want to go into details. I write in the book that I have them.
Why not?
No, it's nice that they don't know everything, because this is, of course, a game of chess.
But could they be back just, like I say, to show the love just every year, just the anniversary, maybe a quiet spot, maybe a peaceful spot?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that would be their only. But the reason.
Or do you think there's more to the madness?
Well, the point is, if that was true, if they knew, for example, if they had hit her elsewhere, okay, why wouldn't they now promote getting that dug up? Because then my book will drown, right? It will drown, and my timeline would disappear with the book, right? Which is the jackpot here, is the timeline. Keep in mind, this is an impossible find, let's be honest, right? And you have a small body in a bag in the ground, 17 years, what's left, all these things. Even if you're right, you may not find anything, right? A zipper, you're in a slope, you have gravity, you have water. It can be, it could be 100% correct and there's nothing there. So why wouldn't they push this? They could say to Operation Grange, hey, why don't you go and dig up the whole hillside?
Why not take the dogs back out? Because I read that
I was going to do it.
A corpse, they can move a corpse body. They've done a blind test with a corpse, 40 years old.
Yep.
Moved the corpse and the dog still found the corpse.
Yep.
So there's clearly still scent there for dogs, and this has only been 17 years.
The thing is that the context of this cat and mouse game and who showed up and that they got so scared to a point where they actually sent friends that nobody knows who is. I call them the nuggets, the golden nuggets. They know who they are when they read this book. And that's probably a joker, in this card game. It's not a game, for me, it was about getting her remains back home for a proper burial. That's all. Not selling books, because I would be an idiot writing 850 pages and doing this 7 years to make money. That's impossible, right? Unless you find it, right? But so that doesn't matter to me at all. But the truth matters to me. And that's the thing. It's the timeline. She died the last hour before midnight. The last hour of May 2nd. And yeah. Oh, about moving the body, digging. Yeah, I was going,
One of the first things Bernt said when he sat down with James English to start this interview was that he doesn't care about fame. Now he's telling us he doesn't care about selling books. The implication, of course, is that he cares deeply about getting fame and credit for his work, and cares deeply about selling his book. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't begrudge people getting compensation for the value they provide. As you know, I don't give out these deception decks for free, even though I do include all the lessons and cards from it in my videos. However, it is disingenuous to say you only care about finding Madeleine when you're not releasing the locations where you think she's buried. If you were to give out those locations rather than burying them in an 800-page book, people would be able to go out there and try to dig up the sites at their own peril. In other words, they'd be doing his job for him. But that's not what he's done. Frankly, at this point, I think the best case scenario is that Bernt thinks he knows where Madeleine is, but isn't sure, and he's bluffing the McCanns by putting it out there that he does know, hoping that they will fly out there to check if the place where they've buried her has been disturbed, thereby leading him to where she actually is. The worst case scenario, he's an opportunist who saw that this case has a huge cult following, and he decided to cash in on the hype. Nevertheless, his theory is the closest to my own, and I do respect his bravery in taking on the McCanns head on. As you know, they are extremely litigious. Ever since this interview was first sent to me in the DD forum, I've noticed this peak over in the YouTube scrubber, so I want to see what he says here. Let's pay close attention.
The police, they had this, I was allowed to present this to these investigators. I had two of them. They were actually on the case when I was there, CSI guys, both. And then all of a sudden there were 3, and then there were 4, and then there were 5, and they were like, they couldn't believe it, right? So they wanted to meet there in the afternoon to show them, these 2 guys. in civil. And I went to Valencia that Christmas 2017 for a week, and they took the ground penetrating radar from the geology department in Lisbon to check out my spot one, and he said it was only rocks there, but I had a video of Kate and Gerry hasting by to an area higher up. So when I came back from Valencia, I found everything I needed to know there, even though I'm in the area, there were several things there. And the interesting thing about people say, oh, what if they moved the body? Yeah, but then they wouldn't show up there and show fear. They would just ignore it. If somebody's getting close to something that it actually was there or something, they would never show up in this context of this game. It's not to be too technical. You have to read it to get the whole story, but it's a wild story.
Could they always be shown up to make sure maybe they're not going to start a new project, build new houses, maybe dig up the land?
Who?
Kate and Gerry.
Well, it's about when you have, your whole life basically depends on something not being found. It's about control, fear. And in 2014, actually, when the new dogs were coming in, actually to do a new survey, they didn't know where, but they did it on the west side of town. There's a little hillside there, ridiculous, right in front of the condos. So instead of the hillside, but they didn't know that. But they had so many flights down there with family, and in 2014, it was like ridiculous. You wouldn't even believe it if I told you. It was on Mail Online. Actually, you can find it very easily. So it's about control, and if something is about to be discovered, you get fear. And also, why didn't they tell Operation Grange, which they would have told PJ, and PJ would have told me, that they're being harassed with emails if they were innocent, right? That makes sense. Why would you show up instead? And Mail Online actually said that they'd been there in 2017 in March and May, which matches my work there. But I have them in November, December. Why would they go unofficially, right? So that's interesting. They're on camera when they're not supposed to be there. So all these things is a contextual thing, right? And again, I had the philosophy of it doesn't matter if she's there or not, because of the timeline is so important. And when you see how they reveal it through evidence,
So what does that mean then? If they're saying,
yes,
what does it mean?
Well, if the police don't do their jobs,
Even if they go back, what does that mean?
To the
Kate and Gerry, yeah, if they're going back to Portugal, maybe pay their respects. Like, what does it mean if they're saying, yeah, we went there May?
Yeah, Kate was there with
September, but they were there another 2 months. What would that
Kate was there with her daughter observed in Luge last year, and
with one of the twins.
Yep, and
did they ever have any more kids?
No.
So Kate was there with one of the daughters.
Yep, with the only one alive of the two they had. Maddie's dead. So yeah, so she was there, and the interesting thing is that one of these spots, there's been some gardening service done there, which is that was surprising to me. I didn't have a camera there. This is spot 5. People are speculating if I'm playing with people's minds there. Of course I have surveillance there, but there was some areas there that were problematic.
There was some gardening there. That's passive voice, and people use passive voice when they're trying to hide the identity of who did what. In this case, Bernt seems to be implying that the McCanns paid for the gardening or did it themselves. But that's not what he said. It was in the passive voice. Anyone could have paid for that gardening, even himself. And then he kind of teases that he is the one who did that. I think I called what Bernt is doing in my very first video about him, that he's bluffing, hoping to provoke some sort of reaction from the McCanns that might crack the case, which is why he calls it a cat and mouse game, because a cat and mouse game implies that it's not over yet, that he hasn't actually found anything, and also doesn't ever expect to actually find anything. In other words, I think he's a bit pessimistic. And I would be too, because the notion that they buried their daughter a kilometer away from the hotel in hard-to-dig dirt is very unlikely. That said, I wish Bernt all the best. Hopefully his strategy pays off if that is what he's doing. This interview has 1 million views. The McCanns surely are aware of it. And since the twins were brought up, I just want to address them. I get lots of comments from people saying, hey, Dee, maybe the twins will solve this. Now that they're old enough, they'll go out on their own and they'll question what their parents said and find their sister. Frankly, I think that's the least likely scenario. If anyone has been brainwashed into believing the McCann's story about what happened, it would be the twins. Rather than being the key to solving this mystery, I think they're going to be potentially even more fanatical than their parents about shutting down speculation.
2-week tree swaying in the wind, 1,000 video triggered in a windy night. You know, it's a problem with batteries and memory cards, all these technical stuffs, surveillance. But I saw that something had been done in this area, and it matches also her visit there. I don't think she brought her daughter there, but if she took I'm very surprised she actually went to the real spot, because mostly they sent their friends to spots nearby. Of course, that's their life insurance. You know, anybody can turn on you, right? And put pressure and risk something. So you never show them the real spot. You show them something nearby, right? And it got closer and closer and closer. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but I just want it to be checked. It will be checked. The PJ is waiting for me to do it on my own. I have a team in South Africa of 8 persons with dogs. I had a dog, you were asking, sorry. I had a plan during COVID. There was a black German Shepherd in southern Sweden, in the university there, archaeology dog. He was going to come, but COVID stopped that, and he died eventually. So there were plans, but then again, I thought it will be checked anyways, right? But yeah, or you just go and dig, right? And I have 2 super spots, 2 or 3. We're talking very close area, 30 by 40 meters. And then this focal area in 15 by 15 meters.
Could you not use some other technology to detect to see if
yeah, you think about a zipper in a bag, you know, metal detector, of course.
It'll just be bones now.
But yeah, well, no, I think the zipper is still alive and kicking. But it can slide in the ground. The only thing is that it gets very compact there because of the clay content in the ground. So everything gets compacted like concrete.
Yes, yeah, so it's not soil. So it's not like a grave.
No, but you have a slope, so you don't know what's happening underneath the top surface motion, but probably not so much. It gets very hard.
And this is on top of a mountain?
Well, this is on a hillside, on a slope. So yeah, so that, but again, it was about, there comes a time where you need to release that information, a book about the timeline, mainly for me, and then the rest will solve itself. People said, oh, what if somebody removes? Yeah, well, maybe they'll get caught doing it, you know. And I'm not waiting for that to happen. I'd rather have professional survey it like a crime scene, like it should. And also because you have something very small, shrinking, you know, remains in a bag under severe pressure, because it's probably deeper than 1 meter deep. I'm guessing 120-ish with rocks on top. That you want it to be aired with these stakes to make it air, and then you have cadaver dogs or archaeology dogs, and do a digging. Eventually it will be dug up. I see the social media now. People said, hey, let's go and dig it up, right?
I think the biggest critic of Bernt's own theory is Bernt. I posted this over on X a few days ago, my tiers of inconsistency. The gold standard is internally inconsistent, like the McCanns calling for police help, but then not cooperating when they arrive. Here, Bernt said that he thinks the parents carried Maddie there, dug a meter down, and left her there. In the same breath, he says that the clay is like concrete, and that's underneath rocks as well. He also said that he found this perfect burial spot with a flower and an M, but then he has 6 other sites where she might be too. So has he found the burial site, or is he just spreading his chances of potentially finding something on a hill? If I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, this is because he's bluffing the McCanns. If I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt and I'm not being generous, he's pushing the timeline because that can never be proven, and he's not digging up the spots where Madeleine might be or announcing where they are, because he knows as soon as those spots are dug up and she's not found, he will be exposed as wasting everyone's time. If you've followed my McCann series since I started it 10 months ago, you'll know that I had my own strategy of proactively getting the McCanns to react. which was to promote a seemingly well-funded well search. The difference between my proposition and Bernt's was that I involved as many people as possible because that's how you actually scare the McCanns into reacting. And if it all works out, actually have enough volunteers to actually search what you want them to search. To summarize, I think Bernt is being cagey about his burial locations because A, this is all an elaborate bluff. 2, he knows there's nothing there, and he knows that if those areas are dug up and nothing is found, he'll be exposed. Or 3rd, he genuinely believes that Madeleine is there, but he wants all the credit. He wants to be the one to dig it up, so he doesn't want to share those locations with everyone. And the latter isn't without precedent. We're about 2 hours into this interview, and I've yet to see him give credit to any of the giants whose shoulders he's standing on, like Detective Amaral, who came up with the theory that the McCanns killed their daughter. In the last part of this video we analyzed, he dismissed that book like it was nothing, saying he didn't read it. Or Richard D. Hall and Peter Hyatt, whose video did the rounds on YouTube for years, racking up millions of views, analyzing the McCann statements. Or other people who have spoken out publicly and been intimidated by the McCanns, like Pat Brown and Sonia Poulton.
I don't,
What would you do if you dug it up and you found a body?
Well, you find the remains, you call the PJ, and then everything would be
How
okay.
would you react?
Yeah. Who I would react? Well, you can imagine. Talk about adrenaline.
Was it a sense of relief? Or
Yes.
Sad? It's still a baby? It's still
Both.
an innocent young girl?
Both, because it's like, finally you can remove the clouds over prior deluge, the truth is out. People are also speculating, but how does that connect to them? Well, read my book and you'll see that it's impossible. That could be a coincidence, that it was an abductor who did that,
What? Because
that bag could not be identified, but I suspect it could be the missing bag they're talking about that was photographed the next day in the cabinet. But I believe that she was removed by these big black garbage bags in a 4 layers to the cemetery. And then when they got the car, and then there was a switch. They used, for personal reasons, like a burial casket, used not just some random bag by somebody, but it personalized it by Gerry's tennis bag, for example. It's very interesting how David Payne explains this bag, and he uses the word hide about a tennis racket. You don't use the word. You put a tennis racket in the bag, right? And he's saying it was big enough to hide a tennis racket in. So it's this is interesting statement analysis-wise, that how much they're leaking. So this is my interpretation of the facts that are presented by them. And
So you believe Madeleine died in that apartment? They've put Madeleine in a tennis bag?
Later. The tennis bag was photographed the day after. So it was there, but it was later missing.
So you can talk about when they hired the car and it was 25 days later.
That's when that bag, that probably was, or possibly was used as her final.
But that's dangerous from an intelligent couple who then still be getting surveillance, media all around the world, to be then going, picking up a dead daughter, a dead body, and then taking it somewhere else. That is very dangerous.
When you see the cemetery location, where you can park the car, how you can do that easily, but
to do it in the first 3 weeks is
4 weeks.
It's scary.
This was a month after. Full moon too, which is convenient up there on the hill.
Why?
You don't need lighting there. You have like reflective lighting. What do you call it? Spread lighting from the town up to the hill. But on full moon, it's perfect up there. Almost have to wear shades.
How connected is Gerry? Because you talk about Gordon Brown, who was a former Prime Minister. Has he got connections where he can, so powerful that he can cover something?
I agree so much, yet where we differ rests on plausibility. For example, I also agree that the McCanns probably used the car to move Madeleine, but I don't think they would have used the car to only go 1 kilometer away from the hotel to bury her under clay and rubble in a bag that would tie back to them. While that does make for the best movie or book plot because it means that eventually you will get a resolution, it's not plausible. Has foreign detective Bernt Stellander actually found Madeleine McCann? Let's watch his viral interview with James English to find out.
This is the biggest media case in history, and also the biggest missing person case. But imagine, them splitting up, because that's what normally happens when a young child disappears in a family. There's always some guilt, subconsciously something. They don't agree. You're sedating. Oh, you didn't check when you were supposed to. Whatever the story is, there's always something that will tear them apart because the joy is gone. And the memory of when they're together with the other, there's always one missing. It kind of destroys a marriage. Makes sense.
Yeah.
And
I think that's just normal for couples who do lose children. The percentage of breakup is very high.
Yes.
Not just Kate and Gerry, it's everyone. Because I've interviewed Ashley Kane, and I know he split up with his missus. They love each other, but they just couldn't take the pain of losing.
Yeah.
It was just too much.
Yeah.
And but like I say, what about, I know people can go down the conspiracy route you talk about and being a Mason. People saying it could be possibly a sacrifice.
No, that's, for me, I
far-fetched.
No, here's the thing, actually, because I saw some of them, actually, and this is the thing about how I discovered that they hid her in the cemetery. The cemetery is about half a mile from the church. And in Portugal, they have this, it looks like a casket, stone caskets, like a mausoleum above ground. You can just slid the top sideways and put it inside. She could still be there if it wasn't for the finding in the rental car, by the way. So I did a check on that, actually, with CB's lawyer, Christian Brueckner's lawyer. We did a test very honorably and respectfully to check it out if it was possible, and it was perfect. So there was a statement by Kate that she, for weeks and days and weeks, that she had a vivid slideshow of seeing Maddie on a large gray stone slab, mottled. And this is the thing also, people were seeing then a sacrificial, satanic ritual table thing. So I kind of get that, but I like to use Occam's razor, simplicity. The simplest line of thought is most often the logical and the truth and reality. So I like to stay on that path as hard as I can and as long as I can, unless you have to divert. So this her vivid dream, this was at the same time they were talking about, pedophiles been taking her and she's alive.
This is my 5th video analyzing this interview, and so far Bernt and I agree far more than we disagree. I think one reason for that is we both ascribe to Occam's razor. However, I don't think Bernt has simplified his theory enough. For example, I think Madeleine died the day she was reported missing, and I think the parents hid her body somewhere as convenient as possible because they were panicking. When people are in fight or flight mode, they don't have time for sentimentality or even processing a death. Their main focus is survival. So I personally find it a stretch that they would do something as sentimental and elaborate as taking Madeleine to a local cemetery and sticking her into a casket. I often get asked in the comments, well, DD, how could they have hidden Madeleine's body? And my explanation is the same as, well, how did I make this card come out of thin air? It wasn't magic, you just haven't thought of how I did it. And when we're considering where parents might hide their little girl, we might not consider the deepest, darkest, most reprehensible places they might have put her, including a fridge or shoving her into a duct, or even storing her in a suitcase that they were studiously made sure no one got close to. I've started reading Kate's book, Madeleine. Kate openly speculating in front of the police that the twins might have been sedated seems to be her planting the seed that if the police do find Madeleine's body somewhere and find sedatives in her system, that she will blame that on the kidnapper. In other words, the McCann's own words suggest that they hid Madeleine somewhere that was good enough, but not foolproof.
But then she had, for days and months, it wasn't like a reoccurring nightmare, for days and months, days and weeks, not months. And this is how I discovered the time they moved her exactly on the month, because of what she wrote in the diary. Everything fits together. The way she wrote about June 2 in her diary confirms this. But let's get back to the large gray stone slab, which are those. And you have one at the bottom and one at the top. I was confused about that because I thought she was laying on, but she can be on the bottom one, right? And under the top one. That's why it confused me a little bit. But you talked about the abuse. I think that's where the ritual thing came from. People saw that statement.
Mm-hmm. Because people's minds can go wild, and rightly so, because it is
But they
It's
fall in
still
the
so intriguing.
but they fall in love with that, and this is also one of the very sensitive parts, because there's a big community in the truth. They know there was no abduction. There's no doubt, and it's actually physically impossible, chronologically impossible, because you have one entry and one exit, and then they dramatize it that the abductor was there during Gerry's check. They use it like a drama instead of letting police figure out what is the window of opportunity, what happened, and what is the highest chance of finding her, So their narrative is like carved in granite with the Jane Tanner man and things like that. About the cemetery, there was Matt. He's describing to the police where he searched on the west side of town, and then he points at the street and he said, the name is Cemetery Road, and that seems like a horrible. And then he catches himself before saying the next word, and the next word is coincidence, right? And he stops himself from saying coincidence, Cemetery Road, because it aligns with death, or that she actually was there, right? So these are these things that kind of how I work with statement analysis.
What about the photo with the red shoes that people are saying it's like a cult? Is that Gerry McCann that's in that photo with the red shoes?
Yeah,
They've all get the red shoes on.
Well, for me, I looked at that photo, and for me, immediately, I can tell that is not Gerry in that photo. But it's getting into a territory that's irrelevant to the case, actually. And then you have, of course, the Podesta brothers thing, and they talk about the Freud, the grandson of Sigmund Freud, but he didn't own that villa then. I actually thought that he might, the freezer that Amaral talked about, that it was, if it was in the garage of Freud, for example, which was one of my wild ideas in the beginning, but it didn't own the apartment. And then you wouldn't need to move the body in the rental car because you could just walk up the hill, because his villa is right below the first plateau. So you could just, that would not happen. Where were we?
We're talking about the red shoes.
Yeah,
But the Podesta brothers are always mentioned.
Yeah, okay,
as well.
so
they are always mentioned.
I often get accused of being flippant when I, out of hand, dismiss theories like the Podestas kidnapping Madeleine. And it's not a matter of being flippant, it's simply a matter of being focused. I don't think Madeleine was kidnapped, so I don't care who was in the area. But beyond that, I think that most conspiracy theories stem from our natural inability to think well statistically. For example, if I were to describe a hypothetical situation of a young girl who's been missing for a month, and her stepfather has a history of domestic abuse, and didn't immediately contact the police, most respondents would say that he killed her, rather than she ran away. And they do that because they have these salacious details. But the answer changes when I omit those striking but ultimately misleading details. If I just say that a teenage girl has been missing for over a month, it is 3,000 times more likely that a young girl has run away than she's been murdered. Coming back to the McCanns, statistically, when a 3-year-old goes missing, the parents are responsible, not a stranger kidnapper. So when you're working from that statistical baseline, and on top of that, see all the weird remarks that the parents have made that suggest they're guilty, it's very easy to dismiss fantastical conspiracy theories. And I think Bernt has done the same thing.
Into the sense, this is the thing they call the Smith sighting. So here's the thing. So there's an Irish family. They were walking from the Dolphin restaurant up the street, a very dark street coming down around 10 p.m. They see a man carrying a child, okay? And Amaral was also very interested in this sighting. There's a man carrying a child, and then the story is, it's Gerry carrying her down to the sea. It's like, what? You're going down to the bars and restaurants carrying a dead child? This is on the Thursday. But here's the reason that they are so, it's become almost like, I wouldn't say a psychosis because I don't want to offend them with this theory, but I have to tell some of these people, please go back and look at his first statement of Mr. Smith. So follow this. His first statement, he said, he could not tell which clothes that person was wearing. He could not tell if that person had a mustache. He could not tell if that person had a beard. He could not tell if that person had glasses, were wearing glasses. He could not recognize that person today. And he could not recognize that person on a photo. What do you have? Nothing, okay? But then he changes that. he actually adds 5 years on a later statement. But the problem is the reason he changed his statement, that he was certain it was Gerry all of a sudden. Wow, from that start, because he saw Gerry leaving the airplane when they arrived back home in September, and he carries his son down the stairs, right? And that's really weird, because that's exactly how every man in the world will carry their child down the stairs of an airplane. So it doesn't make sense. So he's convinced himself. This is the psychology of people wanting to be in the center of some historical event or something important. It doesn't mean that he's a bad person. You know, it's psychology. It's our mind messing with us. But from his first statement, where he adds from 35 years to 40 years to match Gerry, and then he also changes that he matches his wife or daughter, saying that he had these beige pants, you know, from his first statement, he couldn't tell anything, right? So, but the point is, it doesn't serve a purpose of Gerry being there. And basically, he was up there pretending to search, because the alarm went half an hour earlier, around 9:30-ish. So he was pretending there. So 10 o'clock, technically, he could run down there and run back, whatever. But the point is, Gerry's too intelligent to walk down with a dead daughter right to the restaurants and bars. To go to the beach for what? Hoping the tide would take her away? No. She was already, of course, a day before in the cemetery. But some people are offended with the Smith sighting because it became so central. And this is also a typical called tunnel vision. It's like, wow, if we just had, you know, and there was some talk about, actually, I had an apartment in the building, and it was actually the camera into my parking garage. But again, in Portugal, you're not allowed to do to a street view on that camera. So it was, I don't know if it was Amaral's own words or somebody else said that, basically, oh, wow, the magic evidence could have been there of seeing Gerry carrying her down there. No, it wasn't him. And the worst part is actually one of the other, I can't remember if it was Mr. Smith's wife or the daughter, Iofi, or they described this man with light brown hair. And this is a very dark spot. And you would never describe Gerry's hair as light brown, not even in sunshine. So it's I don't know how it got stuck. But this is the thing about people you always want. And they have played so much. There's people spinning on this, some really good guys, good researchers, that there's some safe house. They were given keys by Murat because Gerry wouldn't deny that he knew Robert Murat. Why would they throw him under the bus if he had knowledge that could incriminate them? That's also a little insane, right?
Bernt perfectly describes here why I take every bit of physical evidence, especially an eyewitness account, with a big grain of salt. As I've always said on the channel, I prefer to get my theories straight from the horse's mouth. Right now we're analyzing Bernt's theory, which is why we're watching Bernt. When I was developing my theory about what happened to Madeleine McCann, I listened to the McCanns. All that said, I'm aware how hypocritical it would be if I didn't acknowledge that even I have a cognitive bias. If you've binge-watched my McCann series, you'll know that I think the McCanns ultimately hid Madeleine down a well or in the ocean, and that's based on their leakage, or the words they've used in their interviews when talking about Madeleine. The gist of leakage is that liars often reveal the truth through their choice of words, because it's so challenging to suppress real memories when telling imaginary made-up falsehoods. And on that note, a bit of leakage I spotted in another case has recently been confirmed. So I'll play you the statement and my assessment.
Tell me how you feel right now.
I feel like I can't breathe.
She's telling us what's on her mind when she thinks about her missing daughter. Why talk about not breathing? I'm sure that when the autopsy report is revealed, that they killed Madeleine either by strangling her or suffocating her. In other words, when she thinks about Madeleine, she thinks about breathing, probably because she's recalling something about restricting Madeleine's airway. Tragically, in that case, we now know that my assessment was correct. Her daughter Madeleine was murdered by strangulation. Coming back to the McCanns, I might be way off in my assessment of where they left Madeleine. Maybe I'm totally wrong about the leakage, but just as I did in the Madeleine Soto case, by saying it publicly, I'm putting my reputation on the line.
Never put him on the spot. He would just tell him, hey, I gave him the key to an apartment. Game over. So that's insane in a way. But it's not because these people are crazy. It's just that you get so, I don't know, it's like a psychosis. I don't know. I've gotten criticism for this because I'm very tabloid in my speaking sometimes. I say it's irrelevant. But why is it irrelevant, the Smith sighting? Because she was already dead. I did a masked interview before I came out, and I said it's irrelevant, because she was already gone. I was speaking a little bit in codes. I don't know if you saw that.
And in Portugal, was there many kids going missing that year, the last 5 years or 10 years back then?
No, there was once or twice it happened. There was one they discovered. There was in a few years, 2 years earlier. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Gerry said, it's like 1 in 100 million or whatever. It doesn't happen, And keep in mind, if you were with 4 friends, you have the corner apartment next to the street. You got 2 streets there. That's the one you keep open. I mean, unlocked? No, come on. With your wallet and camera inside? No, come on. Of course, everybody did the same. And you also have to think, how would you convince your friends to take part in the lie? Number one, you got to get to a point of no return. Under influence, a little wine, right? And the body was already hidden. So they're in a soup together, and they all locked them in. And maybe even Gerry, I would do it if I were Gerry. I would say to them, we're all in the same boat. We lock the children in. You will have child protection agency look at you will be scrutinized how you treat your children. And then if you lose your children, you could risk maybe you get a suspended medical license. I don't know. I know it's very strict. And they kind of correlate. I mean, your
Could it also be possible, though, that Kate and Gerry were in it alone, where they've then pretended the kid was abducted and then passed the story on to them, where they actually believe there's been an abduction? Or you talking all the kids were drugged, sexual abuse in every kid, they couldn't look at it, so we're already in it together anyway, where no matter whose kid died, they would have all lied for each other anyway?
Well, I'm not saying any one of them abused their kids. I'm saying that Dr. Catherine Gaspar told about something that happened between David and Gerry that indicates possible SA. That's all I know from that. We know that they locked their apartments with their kids, the 3 others. And Kate and Gerry, if you look at the first statement, because he said they used the key to the front door, he and Kate. So basically in the first statement, Gerry confirms that all of these apartments were locked.
Once again, Bernt and I disagree, and it all boils down to Occam's razor. His theory is that the McCanns covered up Madeleine's death because the autopsy would have revealed sexual abuse. But that doesn't explain why the twins seem to have been sedated the night she was reported missing, something that Kate remarked on at the time. Like I said, I think because she was worried that people would notice it because it was so obvious. The simplest explanation, they routinely sedated their children, and the simplest explanation for how it went wrong, she might have been out in the sun, was more dehydrated than usual, and her little 3-year-old body wasn't ready for it and reacted poorly. The other point we disagree on is why the friends didn't talk. Bernt paints the picture of an explicit conspiracy between the friends, where they agree that they're going to abide by omerta, like the mafia, when in reality, I don't think any explicit conversation ever needed to be had. If all the parents were leaving their children alone in their rooms, it's in their interest not to cooperate with the police, because if they found the McCanns' neglect led to their child's death, they could also be on the hook for neglect. Also, as I pointed out in other videos in this series, if something tragic befalls your friends, and there's no proof that your friends were responsible for it, it's only natural that you would come to their aid in their time of need.
4 apartments were locked with kids inside when they all were down dining. There was one night on the Wednesday, Rachel was sick on the apartment next to Maddie when she died, actually. So there was sickness and one child was sick. So the rumor was that there was always one missing from the table. But that doesn't change the main thing, their plan.
So everything, all the knowledge that you have, everything you've investigated, the book you've written, what's your whole rundown on this? What's your whole rundown from the 2nd of May to where we are now?
Well, like I said, there was a weak positive marking by the cadaver dog in the bush right outside the patio. So they're doctors. So about getting the body, first of all, getting her out of behind the sofa, and they put her in the bedroom. probably on some plastic or something to figure out what to do to package her before they get her out. And then out in the bush, when they've in the timing of finding where to hide her, you look at the map of the town. Cemetery is a good place, right? Perfect. You do a little research too, but she's in the bush there in multiple layers of plastic garbage bag, probably taped together or something, whatever you have available. Imagining that would be safe for the cadaver. The blood is not cleaned yet. Put her in the cemetery. You rent the car 3 weeks later. They have done a lot of jogging, and based on the diary of Kate and her book that she wrote later, you can see her experiences on the hill. Please don't let Maddie be buried here. She prays to God. 3 days after her disappearance, she prays that the twins don't fall and bang their heads. That's kind of concrete, because that's exactly what happened to Maddie. Things like that. And then you have the rental car. The alibi for getting that was, of course, to picking up and family from the airport, which had been coming and going already 3 weeks. The reason they needed the car was to move the body, I think, based on the findings in the car. And it makes sense in terms of the hill, because there's 2 big bumps up the road there. I think maybe there's been some spilling, because if you're in the dark, even though it's full moon, you're sliding this granite top. You have this plastic bag of a decomposing body, you know. Don't want to talk sludge and things like that, but there's Amaral said that the liquid that was found in the car seemed like it'd been a cooled or a freezer, and that could align with one of these cast granite boxes. Even they're overground, they're in contact with the ground. It was a cold May, that it was put in the final bag and zipped, but there must be some kind of spill or something. So when that bag goes in the back of the boot of the car.
Bernt and I agree so much, yet where we differ rests on plausibility. For example, I also agree that the McCanns probably used the car to move Madeleine, but I don't think they would have used the car to only go 1 kilometer away from the hotel to bury her under clay and rubble in a bag that would tie back to them. While that does make for the best movie or book plot, because it means that eventually you will get a resolution, it's not plausible. The same way it's not plausible that they took her to a cemetery and stored her in an above ground sort of tomb thing where she could have been discovered by anyone over those 3 weeks. Sadly, if we're defaulting to Occam's razor, they stashed Madeleine until they could move her with a car, and once she was in the car, they would put her somewhere where she would never be found, like dropping her down a well shaft, or if they could get all the way to the ocean, right up over a ledge where they wouldn't have to carry her too far, straight into the ocean, in a bag that doesn't tie back to them, with a couple stones. And just so there's no mistake, as I've said multiple times in this series, I believe that Bernt and I are on the same team, but that doesn't spare you from being analyzed by me.
There's something connecting to the fibers there that gives this little the finding of the cadaver dogs and Keela. And they found the DNA, 15 out of 19 markers there as well. And there you go. And then it was all about keeping it together, getting the team on board on the faked abduction the next day, pretending everything is fine and happy. And you can see even in their language, which is very interesting. They always have to remind, Fiona. She says, me and Kate and the 3 kids, and they talk about buying 5 ice creams on the 3rd. You say you buy ice creams for the kids. You don't say 5. No, because they're trying to convince us that they were all there. Madeleine too, right? This goes through the whole analysis thing. They use these numbers.
Why have they never took a polygraph test?
Well, here's the thing. That's again reverse psychology.
With all the speculation,
that's what they said.
You would think, fuck it, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, but they did. They said, oh yeah, we're going to do a polygraph test. And then people were asking for it. And they said, no, it can't be used in court. Well, they knew that up front. That's what you do when you're guilty and you want to appear innocent. First, you get the PR stunt. Oh, and somebody I saw on the paper that they are, they're willing to take a polygraph.
Yeah, you can't use it in court, but it sure puts a lot of speculation to bed.
Yeah.
Don't do 1 test, do 2 tests. And if you pass 2 tests, it's like 1 in 5 million to 1. So just end the speculation. But again, they might say, well, why should I? Which is understandable as well. You're not guilty because you don't do a test, but with so much speculation hanging over their head, they could have ended it straight away.
Yes, of course. But then the question is, why did they say that they were going to take one when they knew that was never going to happen? Of course. So, but that's just, it was a media stunt. It probably 40% of people reading it, never question why they didn't pick one.
If I were the parent of a missing child, I would have taken a polygraph so that the police could eliminate me as a suspect and allocate more resources to actually finding the person who took my kid. That's the lowest form of inconsistency. It's subjectively inconsistent. Just because I would do something or wouldn't do something doesn't mean I can infer much about someone else's decision. A much better type of inconsistency is statistical. For example, if we had a study that said most parents of missing children offer to do a polygraph and do it when the time finally comes to do it. But the gold standard of inconsistencies, in my opinion at least, is internally inconsistent, which is why I really like this exchange from James and Bernt. The same way the McCanns called the police, but then didn't cooperate when the police arrived, they're saying that they want to do a polygraph, but then not actually doing it when the time came, is an inconsistency. And it doesn't involve any subjective information like my own opinions. It is totally self-contained in their own words and actions. And unfortunately, I think we've found lots of the same internally inconsistent statements from Bernt himself about his own theory, especially in the third and fourth installments in this series, The Importance of Inconsistencies and The Importance of Believability, which is one reason that I lean towards Bernt's book and claim that he's found Madeleine being an elaborate bluff to try to get a reaction out of the McCanns, rather than a sincere claim that he knows precisely where she is. As far as him being a grifter just trying to sell a book, I don't think that's the case because there are much easier ways to make money and get attention. I won't name any names, but I don't want to put James English or Bernt in the same category as obvious hoaxers like Julia Wandelt, or even the German prosecutors who are still pushing this Christian B as the kidnapper narrative.
But if Madeleine McCann has failed and bumped her head, and they've not killed her, so why not just call an ambulance? Why not just the doctors as well? Why not just try?
Because,
because it seems a bit more far-fetched than to try and cover it up, get rid of the body, then you are done for murder. So
it's a point of no return, because the panic of them discovering sexual abuse is everything. Everything. You lose the twins, you can't follow up the mortgage, you get a suspension of your medical license, both of them, it's over. But it's not only them involved. You got the Child Protection Agency look into the other families. It would be a nightmare, and it's an embarrassment for Britain, the culture. If that was the culture, in Norway it's different. We just bring the strollers and they fall asleep 8 o'clock at the dinner table, and then you stroll back home. If one wants to go to a bar, one goes to the bar. The other one takes the kid home.
Yeah, that's what they do.
It's like everywhere.
Santa Pons, they just all just to get steaming in the pub.
Yeah.
When you look at it, it's still fucked up. Everybody's drunk and smoking, but that's the way it was back then. But they wouldn't leave us in the room in a foreign country. You would just get drunk and then you go home with your mum and dad when they were steaming. You would go get some food, back to the apartment. Or my mum would take us back. My dad would stay out, get more drunk.
But they had evening crash. This is why they kind of found Tannerman. They switched him to Dr. Julian Totman. He was one of these guys who played tennis with the Gerry. And actually, Jane had seen him play tennis that same evening with the Gerry. Anyways, but she wasn't there to
interrupt. But do you think they could be possibly running after day 2, day 3 to try and find out a new spot for a new burial?
Well, I think as soon as they started running, that's what they were looking for sure.
Okay.
Like 2 days later, I think maybe I don't know. There's a rumor, and not officially, but then it was for me, there was the May 19th, I think, Saturday morning, 7 a.m. photo shoot on top of the hill. And I don't know, that's kind of steep, that hill. Jogging there, you're in good shape. But it's like having the church, it's like showing, look, we run here, nothing to see here. And what happens after that, they had requests. Can you imagine? The best view of the town is from up there. But then the response to why wouldn't you take photos? That no, we only take photos where it's a possibility where she could be found. There was this weird answer to that.
The same way Bernt said that it was really hard to find this location where the burial might have happened, and he had to do a lot of scouting. And then even when he found it, The dirt there is really hardly compacted clay, and there's a layer of rocks. He once again says something that seems to contradict his own theory. In this case, he said that the most scenic view of the whole area is from atop that hill. So that's a perfectly reasonable alternative explanation for why the McCanns are constantly going up that hill when they visit Playa de Luge. It might just have a beautiful view. But I did want to point out this clever thought from channel member Brass Yeti, where she said, I wonder if her resting place is visible from the hillside. The parents could just be going up the hill because it looks out over the ocean or a well where they've dumped her body. It could also be symbolic, like many tombstones or locations where people scatter ashes actually are. And while I'm showing comments, check out this one, which relates back to my point about leakage. Very clever thing. There are so many mysteries surrounding the Madeleine McCann case. But the biggest questions are, if Madeleine died, how? And if it was an accident, why cover it up? Foreign Detective Bernt Stellander's summary here contains the answers to both questions. Foreign Detective Bernt Stellander says he's cracked the case of Madeleine McCann. But has he actually uncovered the truth in her parents' lies? Let's watch his viral interview with James English to find out.
So there were night crashes there until 11. So when they go and dine 8 o'clock or something, they could have just taken their 8:30 or whatever to the night crash and picking up 11, and they can do the full dining, no risk, no anything. Or they could just don't be cheap and just pay some of these girls that were taking care of their daughters and say, hey, can't you babysit 3 hours when we're out drinking?
Why didn't they?
No, I didn't know. It sounds insane because I don't know. I think
could they just be naive to it all as well? And
but they're all doctors, but they all can't be like the McCanns.
Yeah,
like sedation, drugs. I mean, I know, like I told you, I know how my father looked at drugs. He abused drugs, like uppers and downers, and he had a super career. He was like chief medical of Northern Norway before he was 40, but he was using drugs, like these enhancement drugs, and my uncle in Austria, he worked for Pfizer, like selling these things and anything, and the way they look at drugs is unbelievable. And it could be that way. They were trusting in what they had, the arsenal.
I agree with Bernt that many doctors are more reckless with medications than the general population. It might be due to desensitization, hubris, or survivor bias. After all, they don't see the fatal side effects because those patients don't come back for follow-ups. Kate and Gerry McCann likely understood the risks of sedating their children to get them to sleep. But as professionals, they also understood just how slim the odds were of encountering them. That said, Bernt and I don't see eye to eye on everything. One of our biggest disagreements is coming up next, and it involves statement analysis.
Do you think we'll ever get answers with the Madeleine McCann case?
Well, this is the thing. You say, I'm not out to take them or watch them fall. But of course, that's a consequence of bringing the remains home and giving her a peace and a grave at home. And this is what Kate wants too. She leaked so many times that she wanted to end this. And I suspect that she's been under threat. And I'm talking physical threat, not her, but the twins have been at risk. And that's why she hasn't left this realm before. Because this is with the dream, the turning point dream. This is the media called it the turning point dream. When she called Paiva, the liaison, when Gerry was in the US, she wanted them to actually find it without getting caught. It's a little naive. I mean, if you put this in a novel, nobody would publish it, but that's how it is. If you're not a criminal and you come up with stories, they're bad, even though you're very intelligent. So she had this idea that she could say that she's hidden on rocks on a hillside overlooking in Playa de Luge. That's only one hillside that could be, basically. She wanted them to find it, but that would point to her, right? Or she could pretend she was had a vision or something, right? But I suspect that there might be something in that grave that could point to them in otherwise. There's another cuddle toy missing, and there's a pink blanket she might be rolled in, and things like that.
I was crying out that I could see Madeleine lying cold and mottled on a big gray stone slab. That's a quote from Kate McCann's book Madeleine, where she's describing some sort of vision that she had. And I understand how Bernt could interpret that as leakage, or an inadvertent admission that Kate buried Madeleine or hid her in a cemetery mausoleum. But here's the problem with Bernt's statement analysis. that's not Kate's only vision. For example, here's another quote from the book which seems to leak that Madeleine was buried at sea. This immediately conjured visions of Madeleine being disposed of somewhere on the overhanging cliff. And here's one that hints at a botched kidnapping. The fear of Madeleine being dumped somewhere and dying of hypothermia started to hijack my thoughts. And of course, there's this infamous one that implies trafficking. I told him about the awful pictures that scrolled through my head of her body and private parts torn apart. These contradictory visions can't all be leakage. So what are they? I think the answer to that lies in what they all have in common. Whether Madeleine is being buried, disposed of, dumped, or ravaged, it's always at the hands of a stranger. In other words, these visions seem more like the clumsy narrative pushing the McCanns have been doing since day one to convince people that Madeleine was kidnapped, rather than the groundbreaking leakage insights that Bernt seems to think that they are. That's not to say we haven't found leakage in the McCann statements. We have. This just doesn't seem like an example of it. In fact, I developed my own theory about what happened to Madeleine from Kate and Gerry's leakage. If you're not aware, this is my 26th video analyzing this case, and my 6th video analyzing this specific interview between James English and Bernt Stellander.
Things like that. So
sad, isn't it?
But I don't think she cared about that. This has become too big for her nerves.
Do you think someone could possibly break, even 17, 20 years later, where they come clean with it all?
I was maybe a little naive that I thought that she could break from my profiling of her in that book. I think they're always proactive. You know, that's their mantra, proactive. It's a defense mechanism. Any criminal would be proactive. You want to know what the police does. You have the manuals on the bedside table. They had literally. And I was thinking that, but here's the thing, as long as they're silent and the media is silent, nobody has to crack and just watch my book go away. But it will creep into Britain, hopefully, through you. Thank you, buddy. Man, you're one step ahead of anything. But so I was very shocked and, very honored and shocked, actually. So that's what I meant when I didn't sleep that night. That was the adrenaline. It wasn't something, Anyways, so yeah, cracking. Oh, yeah, I was naive. I thought maybe Kate could crack from that to avoid me setting the nuggets up, because they're in a very difficult position showing up and their behavior on the videos, because it implicates them in a conspiracy or in a, corrupt, and the course of justice. Because if you're in the know, you're already in a criminal position.
Give me your short format of it all from the moment Madeleine was left in the room. What do you think's happened then until now?
This is the third time he's asking me this. Nobody asked me a short one. Yeah, I know it's very hard. So
no, because we've covered a lot.
Yeah, I know.
A sort of rundown of what you think actually happened on the night to what happened the previous couple of days to then now.
Yeah, well, I spoke up to the hiding of the body. And
so you think in the room, she's been drugged, she's fell off the sofa, bumped her head.
She's sedated for sure, and even though it's not relevant to the falling, it's probably part of the picture, because of normally you shouldn't die from that kind of fall. But if she's sedated, she may have lost consciousness before, and she has a limp fall, harder fall on the tile, and you could have and they hid the body.
There are so many mysteries surrounding the Madeleine McCann case, like how Kate and Gerry could have hidden her body, or why the British government leapt to their defense. I've covered both in other videos. But the biggest questions are, if Madeleine died, how? And if it was an accident, why cover it up? Foreign Detective Bernt Stellander's summary here contains the answers to both questions, but he doesn't quite connect the dots. So let's do it for him. Here's a clip from one of my earlier videos in this series. Well, if Madeleine did die by falling behind the couch, the parents, being doctors, could still have a reason for covering up the body rather than calling an ambulance. They might be worried that an autopsy would reveal that they were giving their daughter off-label sedatives, opening them up to manslaughter charges at the very least. And even if they weren't worried about sedatives being found, they might be worried about neglect charges, or if they're narcissistic enough, having the reputation of being parents who were out drinking with their buddies while their kid died of an accident alone in the hotel room. And it's not like any of this doesn't have precedent. Parents who leave their kids alone in a hot car get charged when those kids die. And if the kid doesn't actually die, they still get charged with neglect.
That's that.
Yeah, that's it.
So yeah, like I say, I think we've touched on everything basically. If we missed anything out,
Well, the Smith sighting, I'm there's so many good people involved in these things, and let me mention a few while I remember.
Yeah.
You have profiler Pat Brown. She's been so generous and sweet. She started off bashing me with my crazy hidden face masked man thing. It was actually created to get attention from potential publishers because I needed to screen them. I didn't want to out myself. It wasn't for publicity or something. But anyways, at least I got her attention. So in a way, and then she made an apology video. So she's cool. Then you have Isabel McFadden in California. She's a Portuguese American. She knows everybody in this case. I mean, you talk Operation Grange, PJ, everything. She's been involved from the beginning. She's reading the book now. So she's been very kind, supportive, and generous. And then you have Jill Havern, a very substantial forum with the king of the forum is Peter MacLeod, the former Nottingham police superintendent from 1972 to 2000, who is I mean, the biggest achievement for me and what I want. I mean, we all have some ego in us, mine has been brushed off through a tough life, and it doesn't matter anymore. But when he was a April 29 guy, a Monday guy, that he thought it happened then. And he was with the other guys on the 28th, 29th, after the last, the photo on the Sunday. They thought that she died after that. That's why there are no photos after that. So it kind of makes sense. And there was no official viewing of her after that Sunday. There was like the cleaner's daughter had seen them walk upstairs for a breakfast. That is the last sighting, and that on that Sunday. So it makes sense in a way. But from having him reading my book 3 times, scrutinizing Sleepless Nights and his reviews is like an incredible credential for me and this book, that Peter MacLeod, I mean, he's now on my team, on the timeline. And Amaral is reading the book. I hope he accepts the timeline and it gives him peace, because that was the puzzle. At first, he was on the May 3, same as Pat Brown, the profiler. But he now thought about, they're talking about the missing 6 hours that afternoon on the May 3rd. But he is now more open to it happening earlier. But he wouldn't agree with Peter going all the way to the Monday, the 29th. So I'm on the Wednesday, and there's so many things that this makes sense, is that they didn't have time enough to do it well enough. So they did mistakes. And then you had the crying on the May 1st. So actually you have to be between there.
Where do you go forward for the future with it all?
Bernt mentioned that Pat Brown and others were skeptical of him when he first appeared on TV because he was anonymous. However, I actually liked it for one simple reason. Without being able to rely on his credentials, all the theories in his book would have to speak for themselves. So when he revealed his name shortly thereafter and is now giving responses like this, where he's name-dropping all these esteemed insiders who he's convinced to come onto his team, it's actually a letdown. And ironically, it's also a concern. In a way, all the name-dropping that Bernt is doing reminds me of a convincing statement, which can often be a sign of a liar, or at the very least, a sign that someone is insecure about the believability of their story. Here's the relevant card from the Deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. Liars often use perception qualifiers, which may reflect their insecurity about being believed. Words like honestly, frankly, and truthfully in a statement can suggest deception. In other words, I don't care who Bernt is convinced of his theory if he hasn't provided enough proof to convince me. And so far, he hasn't.
Keep going, because it's not like a treasure hunt, but it's trying to get answers to put a little girl, innocent girl to rest. But because it is, so many people are so intrigued by it, so it's understandable. But where do you go forward for the future? Do you keep going till you get answers, or does it eventually take its toll when you just case closed?
I want people to make up their own opinion, and I think this book could be a game changer in terms of the way this jigsaw puzzle and all the pieces has put so finely together, not by design, by what they are. You know, like with jigsaw puzzle, you know, you can't force them in place. They have to fit perfectly in its place. And I think that's what I've achieved with this. So the more people that read the book, of course, now I sound like I'm selling the book, and of course I am, blah, blah, blah. But I, you know, that's not the point. For me, it's about the truth. And I hate to see all these lies. You know, we have Brenda Leyland. She was outed. She was a tweet, you know, kind of aggressive, but she didn't break any laws. She was doorstepped by Sky News, and she went and committed suicide. Brenda Leyland.
Who was that?
Brenda Leyland. She was a middle-aged lady alone, some mental nervous issues, and she was doorstepped by Sky News, and she was outed like a McCann troll on national TV. She went to a hotel and killed herself, overdosed with helium. I don't know how you do that, but
helium?
Yeah.
What,
I don't
blow up a balloon?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
But the point is she died. But this is actually from Gerry McCann himself. He was talking about a campaign of making an example, and they were creating a dossier. And I think his sister, Philomena, was helping him with this. And this dossier, she was in the initial files, but she wasn't in the final dossier after the filtration of the police about breaking the law or not. She was not. She didn't make it to the bad guys, but she was still outed, and she was the one singled out, which is very bad. So she killed herself, and I have her. She's in the memorial in the first credit, the book.
So for people watching, what would you tell them to then? Like you say, you've got to stay open-minded. Gerry and Kate have now been convicted, no matter what anybody says, no matter what evidence is out there.
No, this is just a theory.
They could have an innocent young daughter being abducted and killed.
Well, I can't.
Yeah, of course, I understand it, but you've still got to stay open-minded that they could be innocent, because even though evidence and everybody's theories suggest otherwise, you've still got to be, because what if you're wrong? What if I'm wrong? What if other people are wrong? And can you imagine that what they've been through for 17 years and people have then speculated that they're involved and it was wrong? So I understand people still got to question everything and then make up your own mind.
Yeah. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a courtroom. In the real world, we rarely have the luxury of reserving judgment until there's enough proof to know beyond a reasonable doubt that someone is a threat, a hoaxer, or a grifter. In other words, I don't mind Bernt pursuing the McCanns as aggressively as he has if he genuinely believes they're guilty, and he says he does. That's the same approach I take in all the cases I've analyzed on the channel and beyond. People get the benefit of the doubt until they act deceptively or evasively, like refusing to answer key questions about their daughter's disappearance, as the McCanns have done, or wiping all the messages off their phone, the way Nicole Kessinger did in the infamous Chris Watts case. As long as the goal is to arrive at the truth rather than to be proven correct, I believe that any errors of analysis should be forgiven. That said, there are some things Bernt has done from the beginning of his journey that I believe set him up for failure in that respect. Listen closely to what he says going forward, and I'll address them soon.
But what do you think people will take away most from this podcast today?
Oh, I don't know. It's the first time I'm, that open about these things, and been sick a week, as you can hear from my voice. I can't believe I haven't coughed anymore. Sinus infection and all that stuff, but I'm getting better. And I don't know. I think hopefully they're curious about what has he put together. Why? The difference between me and all the others having written a McCann book, because there have been several. Number one is that they have never been ignored like mine. They've been sued and everything. Mine is just completely kept in the dark. Even the mainstream media in Portugal. I rented 500 square meter for the press conference, and the main CMTV, CM Jornal in Portugal. One of the directors said they would be there, confirmed twice, and they didn't show, not a word. So there's something going on, and there's something with this book that hits a sweet spot. And I am the first and the only one to pinpoint within 1 hour with argument. I mean, like you can see what I did to pinpoint all these angles, and there's no angles pointing elsewhere. That is why I did this book. If there was doubt for me, I would just keep going silently investigating this until I probably or possibly or maybe found the remains myself. Then you can tell the story, right? But this book is because of the timeline. She died the night before. That is what I hope people are curious about, to find out. How did he put this together? How can he be so confident about May 2nd, between 11 p.m. and midnight on May 2nd? And why does everything else fit that image? The writing of the handwritten timelines, why would they lie in between them about when that was written? I proved that. But it makes sense when you see them for what they are. They're a rehearsal sheet about what to say the next day during then, and what to do, and who are going to check. Matt is going to check inside between Gerry and Kate. And and then he changed his mind, and then they convinced him after all. So I hope people are curious to figure out, what did this amateur military police ex do, and why did he do it? Why did he spend 7 years of that? Was it to make money? Of course not. Nobody writes a brick like that to make money. I mean, shipment cost, he wouldn't even, but there's something convincing about this guy, I hope. And the curiosity about finding, how can he be so certain? What was it that the others missed that he saw? One example is, for example, Martin Grime at the dogs. I have to mention that, because you can see it yourself on the Google. You have the lawyer of the McCanns actually dropped it on YouTube, or somebody got it from her and put it on YouTube. You can see Eddie marking very hardly. He barks 11 times after picking up and lifting Gerry's light blue O'Neill t-shirt. And coincidentally, you see Kate making sure she's photographed with it later on the beach, but that's just them being proactive. But it says that one of Kate's tops were positive by Eddie, but he completely ignored them. So Martin Grime, the dog handler, he was intercepted by probably some MI personnel at Faro Airport.
The fascinating thing about analyzing someone else's analysis is how their psychological blind spots, which are hard to spot in yourself, become obvious. For example, Bernt's confirmation bias, which I pointed out earlier. He only considered Kate's visions, which supported his theory about Madeleine being buried, and he ignored all the others. I don't think this was deliberate. I think it was subconscious, a blind spot. But perhaps his biggest blind spot is his perverse incentives. Because he's decided not to publish his book unless he uncovers something new, like Maddie's burial spot or a brand new timeline, he's practically guaranteed that he will find them. Whether it's conscious or not, he set himself up to dismiss any theories that wouldn't lead to a body, like a burial at sea or a cremation, because there wouldn't be a payoff. He's also forced himself to ignore the timeline that Detective Amaral, Pat Brown, and I all agree on, because it wouldn't be novel. He would just be another commentator agreeing with the most likely scenario. In other words, it's the sunk cost fallacy. He spent so much time and effort trying to find a burial spot and writing a book about it that his brain subconsciously needs to find it. Otherwise, all that work was wasted. His final blind spot relates to what he's saying now about MI6 tampering with the evidence. This is a blind spot I've noticed with many authors, YouTubers, and sleuths who focus exclusively on one case. Listen closely and see if you can figure out what it is.
This is from Amaral, and made him switch, because her checker pattern pants and her top was on the list of positives, Kate, but it was actually her pants and a t-shirt that was Maddie or Sean's, and the O'Neill shirt is the strongest positive marking on Gerry's t-shirt in there. And then you can ask yourself, they're showing on the press conference this pajamas. We didn't talk about that, but that's okay. We can't mention everything. But the funny thing is that if they had these pajamas that they said were her sisters, it should have been under the cadaver testing. And then you would have a shock, because I think he would have marked those pajamas as that they actually were hers. But that's a different story. And then also Cuddle Cat. But they tested Cuddle Cat in the villa, and they and he marked for the Cuddle Cat as well.
What about, did they not discredit a dog? Did they not discredit one of the dogs?
Well, this is the probably the worst dog you could discredit, because he had a history that was amazing.
One of the best in the world?
Yes. I think he was basically headhunted to the FBI after this, and they made him, Martin Grime, set up his own company to be used by other as long as they lived, and they did work in. But here's the interesting thing: even Gerry, the McCanns, they used an example of a case that these dogs, Eddie, did in. He marked for cadaver, and I think it was in a car that some guy owned. It was in the back window or in the trunk or something. And then they used that as an example, even after it was proven. The guy admitted it, that he had transported that dead body in that car after. So they used it as an example, even after it was proven it was right. So then why would you do that? That's kind of interesting.
Again, before we finish up, where can people buy your book, Bernt?
Well, it's on the Portuguese website, wook.pt, but you will find it on foreigndetective.com and thesuddenimpulse.com.
Yeah, so you can send me the link for this and I'll put it in the comments section. Like I say, people, take what you will out of this podcast today. The information that you've got, search everything and listen, make your own assumption, because there is people pro the McCanns and there is people question that there's something not right. Again, we don't have all the answers. All we can do is have a discussion. Like I say, I'm not here to shoot those people down. I have said some things, and if I'm wrong, I'll be the first to apologise, because it is a little girl out there, but people just want the truth, and it is a very high profile case where people are always going to speak about it until there is answers. Bernt,
let me say something. Can I please? So here's the thing, and this is basically a plea to the public, actually. Imagine being in this shithole and the point of no return coming so fast, your friends doing the right thing, sort of, helping your friends, saving the twins' future and all that stuff, that when the truth comes out, and let's say it happens because of this book or in the near future, either a finding or whatever, people have to be gentle with these people. Because imagine, the truth in itself is very hurtful for them, you know. So imagine their work, colleagues, family, and you have to protect them in some way too, because it's a very serious business lying about something so small but yet so big, right?
Yeah, but again, like you say, I know it's friends, but to hide a child, I think that's a different ball game. It's different if you were from the streets, your friends were in a bit of trouble and there was a fight. Possibly you help the brother out, you know what I'm saying? But a child is different. So for me, it looks as if they've maybe got something on the other people to then all play the game together. And I could be wrong. Maybe they're just all, maybe some people don't even know. Maybe some have been manipulated.
There was one thing, and that was that I think Matt was investigated for a wrongful death in his occupation, and that Gerry was one of his main witnesses.
Whether it's a YouTuber, an author, a sleuth, or an actual detective, I find that people who are intensely focused on just one case tend to suffer from this final blind spot. If they only have one case that they're interested in, or one case that people will tune in to hear them talk about, it is in their interest to make the case as complicated and salacious as possible. And it's also in their interest to ignore any mundane, boring explanations, like the idea that the McCann's friends covered for them because they were the McCann's friends. And there was no definitive proof they did anything to Madeleine, and I've encountered this multiple times on my channel. For example, I recently had thousands of people vote for me to do a video about the Delphi murders. However, they were very unsatisfied with the result because I gave them my honest opinion. I think the guy is guilty. No conspiracy theory or cults necessary. The same happened with Keely Rodney. I think she's a kid who probably drank too much at a party and drove off a cliff. No foul play necessary. Same with Nicola Bully. Now, do I think Bernt is doing this on purpose and seeing things that aren't there just to continue having stuff to talk about on podcasts or to have content for his book? No. Like all the blind spots I mentioned in this episode and previous entries into the series, I think it's subconscious.
And supports in that case, someone told me. So
favor.
So so that could be something on that. And then Dave, of course, was a complicit if you're talking about SA from the Gaspar statements. And then you have Russell, best friend with Gerry. So what do you have? You have a soup of hiding a bad lie.
But if you do that, I tell you one, that's some staunch friends to then live that lie for so long without anyone breaking.
Yeah, well, again, it's not about throwing your friends under the bus. We have the government cover-up. That's the one that has to be protected.
Yeah, like
It becomes bigger.
It's just it could be a lot bigger.
Yeah.
It could just be like you said earlier, things are just simple where the answers are right in front of your face. But hopefully there is answers. Hopefully the little girl can get laid to rest if she's dead. Some people do think she's alive as well. But how are you feeling today?
Very good. I'm recovering, and I'm a little shocked, a little nervous still, and I probably won't watch this again.
Listen,
I will.
Would you like to finish up on anything else, Bernie?
No, actually, I have something that would be interesting that I would actually, I would like to, if you don't mind.
Of course, man.
If you don't mind, I'd like to read something. Yeah, this is of course only a theory. I have laid out in the book all the evidence on which I have based it. It is for the readers to decide whether they follow my theory or the claim that Madeleine was abducted from her bed, for which, as we know, not a single shred of evidence has ever been presented or discovered by the police forces of 3 nations, nor by numerous fraudulent private detectives and dubious investigative journalists. Let me repeat that. There is not and has never been a shred of evidence of abduction. Here I present 850 pages of evidence of something else.
If Kate and Gerry are watching this podcast, what would you say to them?
Well, that's awkward, right?
Yeah.
But people don't like that I have sympathy for Kate, but I have a very good ability in getting into other people's shoes and psychological situation at a time very far back in time. And I think that Kate has been under more pressure than we can imagine. And I think she will get the book deal of a lifetime when this is over and they've lost everything. She will stand as a winner if she takes the step and acknowledges the truth. Gerry will do anything to let this go away. He would take away me easily. He could try, though.
Bernie, listen, thoroughly enjoyed that. I wish you nothing but the best for the future. I hope you can find the answers like many people has failed to. But like I say, it's a very interesting topic. Hopefully we can get you back on and we've got some good news. Hopefully we can lay a little girl to rest and puts a lot of the speculation to bed.
The behavior panel, Sean Atwood, and friend of the channel, Pat Brown, all have their own theories about what happened to Madeleine. Should we analyze one of their theories next? Comment your suggestions below and I might add them to the next members poll. Stay tuned.